Good evening, West Orange, and welcome to the Township Council meeting for May 6, 2025. Thank you for bearing with us. We are just a little bit behind schedule. At this time, I'm going to turn the floor over to Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Just as an explanation, we've had a couple of casualties for tonight's meeting. Both Councilwoman Geber Michael and Councilwoman Scarpa are recovering, convalescing from some recent maladies, and it's nothing terribly serious, but they can't make it tonight. So we wanted to make sure that they were here and on board before we started. And usually at this point, I will turn this over to Madam Clerk, and after she finishes, I'd like to just ask your tolerance for a short announcement.
Yes, sure. This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on January 7th, 2025, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on January 16th, 2025. Councilwoman Castellino?
Present.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Present.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Here.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Present.
Council President Kukoviac?
Here.
Mayor McCartney?
Thank you,
You're
Madam
welcome.
Clerk. Before we get to the conference agenda, I need to briefly address an important issue. While presiding over the last council meeting, April 22nd, I was unprofessional and disrespectful to Councilwoman Geber Michael when I tried to abruptly end her commentary and move the meeting forward. I have apologized to my colleague, and I now apologize to the West Orange community for my incivility and unprofessional behavior. I pledge to modify and moderate my approach to more civilly and respectfully try to speed up the meetings. Shorter council meetings are the one issue I can think of where the entire community is on the same page. So I ask that we all continue to contribute where we can. Councilwoman Geber Michael, as I mentioned, who is going to be coming in remotely as she convalesces, has asked to speak at this point. Councilwoman?
Thank you so much. So first, I want to thank Council President Kukoviac for his public apology tonight. I appreciate him taking accountability and creating space for healing. He's also came to my home and offered a sincere and heartfelt apology. We had a meaningful and honest conversation with my 12-year-old son, Marcos, present. As a mother, it was important for my son to witness what accountability, humility, and leadership can look like in real life. And that moment wasn't just about resolving a conflict, it was about modeling integrity and responsibility for the next generation. And while I deeply believe in the separation of church and state, as an Orthodox Christian, I also believe in the power of forgiveness, and I've chosen to forgive in our council president. We may not always agree, but we can and must work together in a way that honors the role each of us was elected to serve. And every member of this council has an equal voice and deserves to be heard. Now, on a more personal note, I'm logging on briefly tonight because I'm currently recovering from a lower back procedure, and some of you may have noticed that I often stand during our meetings, and that's because I continue to live with significant spinal issues from, a car accident that changed my physical reality. So standing helps relieve some of that discomfort. And though I'm in pain, I'll be logging off to rest and recover. I just want to show up and express my commitment to the people of West Orange and, to the residents, the many residents who reached out to me after last meeting. Thank you. Thank you so much. I love this town. I love serving our community. And I'll continue advocating for what's right with the steady focus on good governance. So, and I just want to say thank you again to Council President and to the public who reached out. And, I'll see everyone at our next council meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I'll just ask if other council people wanted to comment at all, or.
No, just feel better, Councilwoman.
Thank you so much.
I hope both of our sick council people feel better. And Joe, I really appreciate that you made a public apology to Ms. Geber Michael.
Councilwoman Scarpa, did you have anything to add?
No, I don't, but I just want to say that I'm sorry that I can't be there with all of you. I have a fractured elbow and a lot of back pain, which Councilwoman Azmaret Geber Michael knows about. But hopefully I will recover in the next couple of weeks and be there next time.
Sounds good. Thank you. Before we get onto the conference agenda, I just wanted to applaud Sally Malanga, who's a local environmental activist, lives in longtime West Orange resident, who has been trying for a couple of council meetings now to make a presentation at the conference agenda. It started she wanted to present on Earth Day, and we couldn't fit her in. And when I was telling her how challenging the conference agenda was for tonight, she offered to just put it off for another 2 weeks. So I really wanted to just acknowledge that gesture, and it's going to help speed up our meeting. So on to the conference agenda. First on the list is a proclamation for Lupus Awareness Month. I think the mayor put that on, so I'm going to turn it over to the mayor at this point, please.
President. Not sure if anyone from the Applied Walkers is here. If we probably would like to here as I read the proclamation. The Council President and I wanted to also say that since we served together for 10 years, you have always been civil and responsible and receptive, and I do appreciate your apology because I think it was very uncharacteristic of you for the years that I've been involved.
Thank you.
So Lupus Awareness Month. Whereas lupus is an unpredictable and misunderstood autoimmune disease that can cause severe damage to the tissue and organs in the body, and in some cases death. More than 5 million people worldwide suffer the devastating effects of this cruel and mysterious disease, and each year over 100,000 young women and children around the world are newly diagnosed with lupus. Great majority of whom are women of childbearing age. Medical research efforts into lupus and the discovery of safer, more effective treatments for lupus patients are underfunded in comparison to diseases of comparable magnitude and severity. Many physicians worldwide are unaware of symptoms and health effects of lupus, causing people with lupus to suffer for many years before they obtain correct diagnosis and medical treatment. There is an unmet need worldwide to educate and support individuals and families affected by lupus, and to increase awareness in communities worldwide of its debilitating impact. Special appreciation is extended to the Essex County branch of Butterfly Walkers, a nonprofit organization dedicated to improving quality of life by providing education, research funding, and support for those affected by lupus. So there be resolved. Mayor Susan Carney, Town Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May Lupus Awareness Month, during which lupus organizations call for increases in public and private sector funding for medical research, targeted education programs for health professionals, patients, and the public, and recognition of lupus as a significant public health issue. I have had students and families that have severely suffered, and I just thought that's important to say. And I would just says to the person that recommended that requested the proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. Also, as long as you're up there, the next item on the agenda for the conference agenda is a presentation by the Daughters of Israel. And I suspect you know more about this than I do, so perhaps you could just introduce and.
Speaking, we were asked to, we're looking to comply with our affordable housing obligation, fair share housing. Daughters of Israel, I know that everyone received a letter from Daughters of Israel about their denial of their zoning board. Council President, you and I know very well 3 years of mediation with fair share housing. We had in West Essex, we are presently listening to West Essex Highlands application. The intervener there, Garden Homes, initially presented 1,293 homes and took 3 years to mediate that. So without having a plan and a planner, which has been requested of this council, I'm afraid we may be facing the same situation. So I believe that you received a letter from Voters of Israel. They may be in the same position.
Great. I see here, Mr. Inglesino, Mr. Banish, and I don't know what Sean, Mr. Delaney. If you wanted to give the presentation, please take it away. If you feel more comfortable speaking there, you can do that. We can pull that down. Thank you, Mayor. And you could speak here. That way you can speak to both the people in the audience. Yes, please, please. So you'll have to forgive me. I don't know what else you need. If you just, if there's anything you need from us, or if you want to just take it away.
Take it away, Mr. Council President. Thank you very much, by the way. My name is John Inglesino. I'm attorney representing the Daughters of Israel, and pleased to be joined by representatives of the Daughters of Israel here tonight. Jimmy Silverman, the chair of the board, Colleen Thompson, the executive director, David Stafford, chief financial officer, and other members of the board and friends of Daughters of Israel. First and foremost, we want to thank all of you for granting us this time this evening to address you. And frankly, we're here to ask for your help. We're here to ask for your help to help us to transform our aging skilled nursing facility into a state-of-the-art continuing care retirement community, which is known as a CCRC, so that the Daughters of Israel can continue its 120-year-old mission of providing high-quality health care for senior citizens here in West Orange. CCRC communities are generally viewed favorably by municipalities because they have minimal impacts on them. No school children, minimum impacts, etc. And the Daughters of Israel is a non-sectarian, award-winning skilled nursing facility who has served West Orange residents for more than 60 years at 1155 Pleasant Valley Way here in West Orange. The non-sectarian means that the Daughters of Israel care for people of all faiths, people of all colors and creeds, not just the Jewish community. And as such, the Daughters of Israel benefits the entire community, just not a portion of it. In the past 3 years alone, the Daughters of Israel has cared for over 513 residents. 150 of those residents most recently resided in West Orange before calling Daughters of Israel their home. Daughters of Israel is part of the fabric of this community and is one of the places that makes West Orange such a great community. You may or may not know this. You all probably do, but members of the community may not. The Daughters of Israel provides Meals on Wheels through the Essex County Meals on Wheels program. Former mayor myself, I'm very familiar with this program. Daughters of Israel delivers 1 meal per day to more than 40 West Orange needy seniors and 3 meals on Friday for the weekend. And on holiday weekends, they get the meal not only for that day, but also for the holiday weekends, a hearty meal for the seniors, which they do in partnership with Essex County. Daughters of Israel is a training site for nursing programs in the area, including the Essex County School of Nursing. And Daughters of Israel provides transportation services for seniors and developmentally challenged adults. 30 out of 45 trips are for West Orange residents. Things like doctor's appointments, salon and nail appointments, and things of that nature.
Your mic is not being picked up by the Zoom audience. You might.
Oh,
Yes.
do I have to start over?
No.
Okay. So 35 of 45, 30 of 45 trips for West Orange residents for things like doctor's appointments, nail appointments, shopping, groceries, etc. Your everyday necessities. But unfortunately, this facility is aging out. And if it's not redeveloped into a CCRC facility, it will be forced to close within the next decade, and probably on the sooner side of the next decade. And that would be tragic for those West Orange families who will not have Daughters of Israel to care for their loved ones in the future, and for those residents who will no longer be able to call West Orange their home. The proposed redevelopment of the facility was denied by the Zoning Board of Adjustment and is now in the courts.
Putting that aside, we're hopeful that the township will work with us directly on a plan that will transform this aging facility into a new state-of-the-art CCRC to serve West Orange families for the next 60 years and beyond. Alternatively, if you elect not to work with us in this regard, the Daughters of Israel is requesting that its site be included in the West Orange Round 4 Affordable Housing Plan. As you will hear in a moment, multifamily housing with an affordable component will be much more impactful on the township and particularly neighboring property owners. But that is the path we will be forced to take if we can't move forward on the CCRC plan. And we sent you a letter, as was referenced a moment ago, dated March 25th, outlining all of this in greater detail. So as we see it, the township has a choice. Work with us on a new CCRC project where the site will be redeveloped with multifamily development. Daughters of Israel prefers to work with you in partnership to redevelop this site with a new CCR facility to continue its mission here. In the brief time we have, I want to call up Frank Banish. Frank is a respected planner. He's also a special adjudicator in the courts in Mount Laurel proceedings. And I think you'll find his perspective interesting in terms of what West Orange faces in regards to its Round 4 affordable housing challenges and its Round 3 unmet need challenge. Frank?
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity for us to speak to you. The work that I've been doing for the last 20, 25 years as a special adjudicator has put me in a lot of settings where municipalities have either tried or tried not to meet their fair share obligations. Municipalities with very large numbers, like some of the numbers you've dealt with and will be dealing with, aren't always very successful. I think is this the right one? Okay. I think it's commendable that you satisfied the prior round obligation, that you got a vacant land adjustment in the third round, that you satisfied that third round obligation. That's what they call doing pretty good. I think the reason that I would like to advocate again, as I did as the expert testifying on behalf of the daughters, for the initial concept that was brought before the township, is because I really feel that that's the kind of a facility and a benefit to a community that doesn't come back once it goes away. It's one of those things that performs a variety, as you just heard, of important services, but at the end of the day, either it can reinvent itself through some reinvestment, or, as we heard, suffer a relatively long period and maybe not so long period of decline. And at that point, the property will again become available for development. When I look at the numbers that, even in light of the great performance, and I mean that very sincerely, that you've done on your affordable housing obligation, the present need for Round 4 is 409 units. That's probably something that you're going to try to deal with through rehabilitation, but the prospective need is 660 units, and the portion of the third round need that you were not able to complete because you didn't have to because of the vacant land adjustment was another 533 units. So if you add all that together, you're just shy of 1,200 total units. And while most towns would prefer not to see inclusionary development as the primary or the only way that these units are delivered, the courts have long, since the initial Mount Laurel litigation, invited developers to be their partners in providing affordable housing. And I think that the Fair Housing Act, the amendments to the Fair Housing Act have only
Can you tell that the police station is right next door?
I've bombed pretty badly before. I have no idea where I was now. The concept that was brought before you, about which I testified, is inherently beneficial because of the type of facility it is and the services it provides. The best way for the daughters and the township to be able to go forward would probably not be back at the zoning board. It would probably be, if you were to embrace the concept, for there to be a rezoning. The problem with that is always there's a master plan amendment involved, and there's the actual rezoning process, which takes time. And if you go to the Board of Adjustment in the middle of a situation like we're in, where litigation allows us to move much more quickly, the zoning board may well be the best chance we have to do this soon. But I do believe that the property will become extremely attractive to the types of national and regional larger scale developers that we see, because you don't find property this size already flattened out the way this is in the town with this kind of credit for people. So I think it's logical for you to assume that it's going to be highly sought after as a development site. And I hope that we don't find ourselves in that situation, because I do believe it'd be great if we can work something out where the daughters can continue and improve the services they provide. I'm sorry I took so long. Thank you for your time. I got the tap on.
Well, we're trying to be to the point so we don't drag out these council meetings anymore. Mr. Council President, I can appreciate that, having been in that position. One more person here from briefly, Sean Delaney, who is our civil engineer. And look, we're here tonight to really present you with a concept that we can work in partnership with you on. And there are a lot of different ways in which we can go about working together to address whatever issues folks may have with any development on the site. The idea is we want to create this partnership relationship with you to be able to do that. Because if we can't do that, then we just can't, let the clock run out on a facility that's aging and needs to be upgraded in order to serve its mission. We're going to have no choice but to put it out for multifamily development. And that's not what we want to do. That's not what we want to do. We want to continue to service your residents here. We want to continue to provide the other service and benefits that we talked about. Sean is just going to very briefly, in a very 10,000 foot kind of a way, show you the differences between what a multifamily development may look like on the site and what a CCRC project may look like on the site, understanding that the multifamily development concept, we think, greatly understates what the development community would be looking to do.
Good evening. So before we dive into what the affordable housing concept would look like, I think it'd be appropriate to look back at the previous plans that were submitted to the zoning board. So what's sitting on the front pew in front of us here is the presentation board that was submitted as a part of this application, prepared by KDA Architects, based on site plans that our office had prepared. The subject property is lot 12 in block 171. It's a very irregularly shaped property with an area of approximately 18 acres. It fronts on the west side of Pleasant Valley Way, and the existing Essex County Golf Course is across the street.
Mr. Delaney, I apologize for interrupting you. I have a request if we could just sort of raise the level of the poster, please.
That would be a fan of what?
You may even be able to put it right on that chair.
So on a swivel so that the other folks have the opportunity to just do whatever your preference.
Yeah, well, that's good. Thank
Does that
you.
work?
Yeah, can you see it, Councilwoman?
As was noted, the
Thank you.
prior application called for the construction of a CCRC. This CCRC was a 4-story building that contained a total of 84 skilled nursing beds, 64 assisted living beds, and 163 independent living units. At the time that this project was proposed, the building had a footprint of approximately 122,000 square feet with a 117-foot setback to the front yard, that's Pleasant Valley Way, a 100-foot setback to the north. On this board, that's planned right to the residences to the north. We had a 300-foot setback to the south, which is Kessler's property, and a 170-foot setback to the rear. To support this proposed use, we called for the 2 existing entrance drives to be reused. What we kept referring to as we designed it as the loop road to wrap around the building, and that serviced provided access to the parking lots and the loading at the back of the building. In total, the site contained 392 parking spaces, 115 of which were located under the building in the front portion against Pleasant Valley Way. As presented in the traffic reports for the prior application, the peak traffic generation from the site was absolutely. Is that better? The Peak traffic generation from the site was 59 acres, and that was expected during the peak hour. Just looking at the site globally from a grading and drainage perspective, grading and disturbance perspective, the previous plan generally held the limits of existing disturbance, which helped minimize disturbance to the steep slopes, and it even helped minimize disturbance to the trees. The prior application called for 181 trees to be removed. However, those were predominantly within the center of the site and had been planted throughout the years. So what we have in front of you now is the affordable housing alternative for the site. In order to develop this housing alternative, we looked at other redevelopment projects within the town to get a reasonable understanding of the bulk requirements and the densities involved. The two projects that we took the closest look at is the Stone Hill Apartments that was currently built or previously built behind the Essex Green Shopping Center, and the redevelopment for the Redwood, which is actually located along Pleasant Valley Way, further north and closer to the Montclair Country Club. Both of these redevelopment ordinances allowed for a density of 24 units to the acre. And this served as the basis of this concept plan in front of you. So again, we have an 18-acre site at a density of 24 units to the acre. We're able to have a proposed development that contains 432 apartment units. The front building is an S-shaped building that includes parking underneath it. The building to the rear is U-shaped with a long leg that extends to the north. There's a courtyard located within the center of that U. At the rear of that second building, we are proposing a 4-story parking deck that changes to a 3-story deck as it climbs up the hill. Overall, the total footprint of the buildings and the parking deck are approximately 140,000 square feet. The front yard setback for that front building is 107 feet from Pleasant Valley Way. The side yard setback to the north is 120. The side yard setback to the south is 106, and finally to the rear, it's 150 feet. Just like the prior plans, this concept proposes to maintain the 2 existing entrance and exit drives from Pleasant Valley Way and create a loop around the site that's going to be used to access the buildings and the various parking lots. Based on a parking ratio of 2 spaces per unit, which is standard in both those redevelopment ordinances and RSIS standards, a total of 864 parking spaces would be required. 361 of these spaces are proposed in those parking decks that we had mentioned. Another 129 are located underneath that front building with the S shape. From a traffic perspective, this use is significantly more intense than the CCRC. So again, the CCRC had an anticipated peak hour of 59. A development of this size would be expected to be over 300 vehicles in a peak hour. And if a developer pushed for more units, that would only go up. Finally, the tree removal associated with this is slightly larger. While we held the limits of disturbance on the north and south sides the same, in the rear, we're adding that parking deck is going to result in more steep slope disturbance, the removal of more trees, totaling about approximately 250.
So, council members, just to conclude, first of all, again, thank you for permitting us this opportunity. We're just asking for an opportunity to work with you. We can work with your professionals to structure a path forward for the CCRC project, if that's what you desire. There's change coming to this property. There's change coming to this property. That's the first thing I want to impart. This property is not going to stay as it is forever. And this is the moment. This is the moment where you're going to decide how that change occurs. Is it going to be the CCRC project, or is it going to be something else? Given the laws of the state of New Jersey, given, all of that, given the township's large affordable housing obligation, the board has a fiduciary duty to its organization and will have no choice but to seek multifamily housing on this site. And I know it's a tough position for you all to be in, but we believe that by working in partnership with you, that we can create a development here, a CCRC project that you'll be proud of, and one that will continue to serve the people of West Orange, not only those who live there, but those of your residents who don't live there, who we serve today. And hopefully that will create a win-win for the Daughters of Israel and for the Township of West Orange. Again, thank you very much for your attention, and hopefully we look forward to continuing the dialogue.
Thank you, Mr. Iglesino. Well, okay,
Council President, if I could, I would just recommend the council not comment after the presentation in light of the possibility of litigation.
Just wanted additional information, that's.
please go ahead, Councilwoman.
So are we getting information on both of these pictures that you showed us email to us? Because I would also like to see what's currently there and an overlay of the expansion.
Sure. We can certainly provide that, so that you can understand what's there now, versus what is proposed. And again, that would be part of a collaborative process that we hope that we're going to be able to undertake, to build a new and better facility.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Iglesino. And thank you to your colleagues for coming here.
You have these, by the way, in the attachments to the letter that we sent, so you have these. We can provide, we'll talk, we can provide whatever you like. And if you have any further questions, wherever you want to be, we'd be happy to supply you with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is our town engineer, who is going to describe, hopefully in sufficient detail, the project that is being proposed for 10 Rooney Circle, which is the new home of our public library. Ms. Carvalho, thank you.
Good evening, Council President, council members, our audience in Zoom, as well as in the council chambers.
Ms. Carvalho, I'm sorry to interrupt you. If you would like to sit, there's plenty of room up here on the left side in the first couple of rows. Thank you. Please go ahead, Ms. Carvalho.
Sure. So tonight we're going to be we're talking about the West Orange Library improvements. And we're going to break it up into two phases. Phase one, which is the one that was completed actually last year. And we're going to talk about phase two, which is the one on our ordinance tonight. So for phase one, everything that was completed and it was required for the West Orange Library, there were improvements to the lower and upper level. Some of those improvements included the demolition of the interior partitions to the building, some of the vents, the sanitary sewers, the mechanical room, as well as the water. There also needed to be improvements in the interior for the bathrooms, kitchens, ceilings, the stairs, and doors. There were also a front desk circulation area that needed to be constructed. There were also library wall partitions for those that were demolished for the specific rooms. You got also interior lighting, service utilities such as water, gas, and electric. There were also upgrades to our mechanical, electrical, and plumbing system in the building. There was also a fire alarm system and a sprinkler heads installed. And as an alternate of the improvement that was part of the bid, there was also exterior improvements to what is known as the plaza or patio improvements that included landscaping, a retaining wall, as well as benches. Throughout the construction process, there were approximately 18 change orders, okay? And each one of them is numbered in here. The first one was the floor load analysis. That was approximately $7,000 and change, or $6,950. That had to do with the fact that the loading on the shelves needed to be analyzed, since the building was actually an office building. So that was part of the first step, or one of our concerns when the project got started. The second one was a demolition for additional HVAC ductwork. That also came up to be about $25,000, $400 and change or so. That was also sort of like discovered during the demolition process of the partition walls. We also had to replace drywall within the building. And that was additional work for the contractor. That was approximately 6,600 square feet. That was about $14,000 in change. Then we needed to add water coolers for the upper and upper level for the library. Those were actually requested by the library. So that was another, I would say, $17,000 in change. Then we go to change order number 6, which was also included replacing the exterior wall for the HVAC louvers with solid metal panels. That was roughly $14,000. Change order number 7 was actually a survey of the existing alarm system. And that was roughly $1,700. Change order number 8, we actually had to remove and so-called electrical work within the building. That turned out to be another $6,900. Change order number 9, there was also rooftop equipment that needed to be installed. So the additional structural steel for that came up to be about $17,500. Number 10 was actually some light switches for 5 different rooms within the library. That was also additional electrical work. That was about $2,100 in change. And 11 was also additional electrical work. Number 12, we had to add also fire alarm upgrades based on the survey that was previously done for change order number 7. So that ended up costing closely to $26,600. Number 13, we actually had a meeting with New Jersey American Water, and we found out that the existing water system and domestic line to the building was not in compliance with New Jersey American Water regulations, and the vault needed to be changed and bring it closer to the Rooney Circle within 10 feet of the property line for them to actually provide us water. Otherwise, we were not going to be having any water. So the domestic line improvements turned out to be about almost $138,000 or $137,700. There was also a water leak repair that was actually found within the building at the time of construction. And luckily this was found prior to any other work being done. So we got about $4,200 in change on that. We also had to do manual solar shades added to the contract. That was another $8,400 roughly. And we also had to do pipe work for outdoor air system. That was about $67,500. And we had to do pavement restoration for gas trenches. That's also part of the utility work that needed to be done. So that was about roughly $39,500. And to supply and install an aluminum fence for the patio area in the outside, we have about $15,280. So the contract amount that was when it was awarded back in May of 2022, it was about $5,075,000. Throughout the project and throughout all the change orders, we added an additional cost of $406,972.67, which brought the final project cost to $5,481,972.67. The percent change in the contract amount was approximately 8%. It stayed well below 10%. This type of change orders in this type of projects, when we're talking about millions and millions of dollars, it is not uncommon. As a matter of fact, when you do DOT projects, you are allowed to go as high as anything less than 20% or about 19.5%. If you go over 20, you actually have to do notices to people within 200 feet, which is what the public contract law requires. Okay. So let's talk about phase 2. This is the future. And first, I want to give you basically what the exterior of Rooney Circle right now looks like. So for this project, there are no grants, 0 grants, no monies. Everything is going to be 100% funded by the township. We need an appropriation of approximately $2 million, which is based on our preliminary engineer's estimate, and which is the bond that is on tonight. So the estimated actual cost is basically more or less $2 million. This is a picture actually of the deteriorated entrance with the walkway or concrete area right in front of the doors, as well as the pavers. This area, it is a little bit uneven. There was actually a resident that fell on it last year. Definitely needs to be replaced and reconstructed in its entirety. Also, we need to reconstruct our ADA access route to the building. Where you see actually Belgian block curb, this is not ADA compliant. Every time that you have handicap access, this needs to be actually concrete. So in that way, it could be actually flush with the pavement. If anyone is on a wheelchair or anything, so they don't have any obstruction. We also need to have some railings along this path. If you look at this, you still see the trenches from the, various services that had to be provided. The pavement is not completely, I would say this level. The same thing with this area of the parking lot. You can see clearly some of the patches from the new pavement as well as the old pavement. There is a lot of cracks on the parking lot as well. This is another view of the library parking lot. You can see that the existing granite block curve is completely deteriorated. You also see different patches, different areas where it's actually missing. A lot of the inlets are not in compliance with the NJDEP castings for stormwater regulations. And the same thing with the wall at the rear. This is actually at the rear of the library. The wall is actually very deteriorated and it needs to be replaced. Here is more about that wall. As you can see here, nobody really can sit here. There actually are some missing brick. The same thing with the parking lot or this driveway that goes around. This is actually Route 280 right here. So this is that driveway that connects the rear of the parking lot area. You can see the castings are not in compliance today. You can see a lot of patching. So what are we proposing to do with the exterior improvements for the library? We're proposing actually to do the surface course or paving and a leveling course throughout the entire parking lot. The way the parking lot is now, it basically has, the lower level has, I would say base course. But there's a portion of the library that actually didn't get any pavement.
Do you know why that was? I'm sorry to interrupt, but just before we move on, do you know why the 2 inches of top course were never put down?
It was never put down because they were never part of the contract. And as a matter of fact, the base course was actually done by the developer who did executive drive as a courtesy basically to us at the time that it was doing their paving, and actually requested when we met with them at that time that they keep themselves away from the curb, because I was fearful that if they mill or touch any of the curb was going to fall out. So that's why.
Please go ahead.
We also proposing to replace the entire granite block curb around the perimeter of the parking lot. It is really not in good shape. We're also asking to reconstruct the existing pavers by the main door entrance. We're also going to be doing ADA compliant access walkways. We are proposing to install 10 EV charging stations for electric vehicles. We're also going to be including, as part of this improvements, regulatory and warning signs throughout the site for vehicles to better maneuver. We're going to be adding landscaping and tree planting, a retaining wall, a book drop, an LED lighting in the parking lot. The parking lot right now doesn't really have any workable lighting. It's actually utilizing temporary lighting. We're also going to be adding security cameras where currently there are none. We're also going to be proposing to install a 6-foot high black vinyl coated chain link fence along the boundary line, a rain garden fencing with self-latching gate for the patio, as well as benches around the pond. Last but not least, as part of the project, it is the construction of the pickleball courts. So the pickleball courts were actually part of the 2022 capital budget. There is approximately $700,000 appropriated in an account for these improvements. The estimated cost could go between $500,000 to $700,000, and that will depend based on how we bid the project. So the pickleball courts will include 4 pickleball courts, sports lighting and signage, removable ballers around the perimeter of the pickleball court that faces the parking lot, emergency call boxes, Moscow sport lightings, and obviously a retaining wall and access area around the pickleball courts. So this is an overall exhibit of what the proposed improvements will be. So we are proposing to replace, or at least in this area, we're gonna have to probably mill and then pave it to provide a surface course. We're also proposing to add here a sidewalk where there is none, as well as a crosswalk to provide continuous access to the library. So here we're also proposing another crosswalk with detectable warning surfaces and curb ramps. We're also proposing to reconstruct the entire sidewalk in here. We're proposing all of this to be brand new. We're also proposing to have or relocate the ADA access route with railings on both sides. We're also going to be reconstructing the existing concrete / pavers at the entrance of the library. We're also going to be providing 7 handicap parking spaces in the easterly side of the building, as well as 2 EV charging stations. We're also going to be providing landscaping at the perimeter of the building. We're also going to be doing an entire pavement area of the entire rear portion of the parking lot, or what is called the westerly side of the parking lot, and parallel to 280. In this area of 280, we're going to be proposing also landscaping on every single one of the various concrete islands that we're proposing within the parking lot, as well as providing access from the rear area of the parking lot in 2 points. I'm going to focus first on the front entrance. So here we're going to provide parking spaces. We're also going to provide sidewalk within the islands that are going to be interconnected for pedestrians to cross. You're also going to have access here with a curb ramp and stairs and an access walkway with handrails on both sides and a landing area right at this front steps that are currently in front of the main entrance to access the library. We're also proposing to put a gate right here with a self-latching gate for the patio. It was brought by the library as a request for children. We're also going to be proposing a rain garden immediately adjacent to the existing patio. We're also going to be proposing in the westerly side closest to 280, we're going to be proposing 3 handicap spaces with ADA compliant with an access route and curb ramps to the rear of the building. The rear of the building is going to have a concrete walkway to the lower level. And this is all to be reconstructed in here. And in that way, ADA accessibility will be provided for pedestrians or anyone is in need. And you'll be able to access the lower level. And if you need to go to the upper level, then you will take the elevator. We're also proposing to have here parking spots for the buses, as well as 2 EV charging stations. If you can come lower, please, to this area. Yes. So in this area, closer to the entrance by Executive Drive, we are proposing to have 6 EV charging stations, as well as landscaping, as well as a fence that will tie into the existing fence at this bottom of the area along the entire perimeter along 280. We're also proposing a walkway for the parking spaces further away from the library so that they have a route to access the library. So we're proposing a walkway that brings them basically to this concrete or common area by the pickleball courts. And right here will be a crosswalk with curb ramps to come across and be able to access the library. We're also proposing sidewalk in front of the existing retaining wall by the patio so that there will be also access from the pedestrians to the library. There will be lights at the various islands in order to light up the parking lot. Last but not least, we're going to be proposing landscapings We're proposing shade trees, ornamental trees, and evergreens, approximately 93 of them throughout the parking area or throughout the site. We're also proposing to plant shrubs. There are over 150 of them, as well as many grasses or perennial grasses. Last but not least, we're also proposing the pickleball court. There's going to be 4 pickleball courts at what I call the bottom portion of the parking lot. The distance from the pickleball court to the closest corner of the library is approximately 200 feet. And the pickleball courts will also provide sports lighting. Here are the one Musco light, and in this island we'll be proposing the other one. There also will be ballers in front of the pickleball courts, which are removable. And the reason being will be for access. There will be a perimeter fence, a 10-foot high perimeter fence around the pickleball courts, as well as double gates for access in case of an emergency. Because of the changing grade and how the terrain actually drops from the top of the library all the way down, we actually had to install a retaining wall or propose a retaining wall on the northerly and westerly perimeter of the pickleball courts. And this in here will also have a walkway or concrete for access for the residents or players who want to use the pickleball courts. Right now, there is 6 a pond that is right here. There is an existing pond. We're proposing to install some benches around that pond for enjoyment of anyone who visits the library or is using the pickleball courts. I believe I have mentioned pretty much everything. If I missed anything, I apologize. I'm going by memory. Oh, yes, I forgot. Thank you very much. There will be a book drop right here, okay, within the handicap spaces right on the easterly side of the parking lot, okay? Yes, and it's going to be covered. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Caraballo.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Scarpa, do you have any comments or questions for the town engineer?
Just, I was wondering about the EV charging stations. What is the cost of that?
It depends. They could be, the ones that we pick, I believe they're gonna be about between 3 and 5. You also gotta add the conduit to it. And the good thing about doing them now is that besides the fact that they are required by law to be EV charging stations in every single parking lot in New Jersey, depending on the number of parking spaces that you have, is that it could be done simultaneously with the, I would say the parking lot lighting or electrical work that needs to be done.
Now, are these going to be revenue generators for the township, or is this going to be another cost to the township?
Councilwoman, we were looking at EV charging stations that would be per use. The ones that we looked at, you can utilize credit cards, so it would be at a cost to the consumer, not to the township.
So there's no revenue that would be generated by the township.
Well, no, if we charge, we would charge, there would be a charge for electric. I guess that's an oxymoron. But
Yeah.
But yeah, no, we would be looking at a system that would provide us how much, I don't know what the exact figures would be from the collection, but this would not be a free service. It'd be per use service. Similar to like if you, I'll use Wawa as an example.
Mm-hmm. And why was it determined that this would be a good spot for EV charging stations? How was that determined?
First of all, West Orange is one of those.
Excuse me for interrupting, Ms. Caraballo. We need quiet in the audience. If you want to speak, please go outside. We're happy for you to talk. Just please do it outside. Thank you. Go ahead.
West Orange is one of the many municipalities that have not one, but actually 2 exit ramps or 3 from Route 280. And as part of the estate plan, we should be one of the townships that is providing EV charging stations. The ones proposed in this location in the rear or near Executive Drive, it is so that if anyone that needs to use them, they could park in the back and utilize them and not be utilizing the parking in the front or where the residents will most likely be parking to utilize the library as well as the pickleball courts. If
Right.
need be.
Also, I had a question about the pickleball courts. That's going to make a lot of noise right next to a park-like patio.
Well, I was just on the library actually last week. I was presenting this to many of the library boards. And I was actually talking to our VA, and when we were outside, I'm thinking to myself, if they don't hear any of the traffic that is going on 280, you're not gonna hear any of the pickleball courts when they're 200 feet away in the building.
I don't know. I just can't see that being a good spot for pickleball courts. You know, given that you want to create this relaxing patio, why was that determined that it would be a good idea to put pickleball courts there?
So Councilwoman, the location was selected a while back in 2022, obviously from the bond ordinance that we had. From our director, Keo, and members of the public and from the mayor's office, we have had a request for pickleball from a lot of our residents. What unfortunately is happening in some of our parks, we have tennis courts that are people trying to use as pickleball courts. Is my understanding from the director and others that there's actually people who get into altercations. This is a tennis court. Now we're using it for pickleball. They're actually damaging our nets to make it the pickleball height. I don't play either one of them, so I can't tell you. I'm not an expert on either one of these, but this is what I'm being told. We have to repair our courts, the nets, just to accommodate. And so based on the demand from what we've received through our director and from the mayor's office, we're looking to try and get a location for people to play pickleball while the people who play tennis can also enjoy at the same time. And this was the location that was selected in 2022, along with this whole project here. And
Right.
quite
I mean,
frankly,
that's nice to have, but given our debt, the amount of debt we have right now, perhaps this isn't the time to put pickleball courts into a project.
Well, and again, that was in the 2022 capital project. We are not, so we're clear on this. We are not asking for any additional funding for this pickleball court tonight. The money that's being presented to you with these bonds is merely for the construction of the exterior of this property here, and the pickleball court is being included with it at this time
Right.
as a demonstration on the project.
Right. I just think given the amount of debt we have and given the fact that we haven't really gotten to the budget and the capital budget, that we need to be a little more prudent and look at these kinds of things after we've done the budget, particularly the capital budget.
Councilwoman, thank you for your input. Just to be clear to everyone, we want to try to take advantage of Ms. Carvalho being here because this ordinance is going to come up for potential discussion later on in the meeting, where we're going to have to discuss and make some decisions. Councilwoman, do you have any other questions, comments?
No, that's it. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Yes. Yeah, go ahead. Okay. Thanks for coming here tonight. It's a little hard to hear this presentation because I remember the days when we were told that we were getting a new library and at no cost to the township. And now we have had 18 order changes, millions of dollars spent. And I find it almost incredulous to believe that all of these changes were done without taking it first to the planning board, which should have had an input on the overall design. Maybe if we had the planning board review this, we wouldn't have gone through 18 change orders and millions of dollars of taxpayer money. I'd like to know, first of all, and I'm kind of not joking about this, are you planning on adding in some extra money to drown out the sounds for windows, to drown out the sounds of the pickleball courts that will be basically on the property? I can hear, the library is lovely. I've been there many times. I love libraries. I love books. I can hear the traffic when I'm there, and I'm sure that you will be able to hear the sounds of the pickleball courts from the library as well. I'd like to know if this plan at all is going to the planning board, and if not, why not?
First of all, planning board or land use applications are actually if you're changing anything on the site or if you're changing the use, it is not the case. We're not changing anything in terms of the, what is already there, in terms of the perimeter of the parking lot that is there. All we're doing is basically taking out the existing curb around the entire perimeter of this parking lot. We're gonna come all the way around it. The contractor is gonna take the entire curb around this perimeter and the same thing around this building. And it's just gonna replace it with 2 feet of pavement to put it in. Then we're gonna do the conduit for the lighting, mill and pave it. And do the, remove the existing lights that are there and replace them with new fixtures, LED fixtures.
When this library first came up as a proposal to West Orange, I remember the show that was put on to us by the former mayor. And I just would like to know whether or not, given that it's so critical that there be ADA compliance, why ADA compliance was not part of the plan to begin with. I also remember that there was no discussion about phase 1 or phase 2. This seems like it's being added on and now described as phase 1 or phase 2, when in fact it was, you know, we were getting a free library. It was going to be an upgrade, and this was not going to cost the taxpayers. Now we're looking at that this has now cost the taxpayers $8 million. In addition, the person who bought our old library bought it for $1 million with no public bidding, and was then the township then turned around and gave him a $500,000 loan. I would like to know if we can recall that or ask for that loan to be repaid right now. We obviously need the money right now. So why did we give a 50-year loan to the developer for $500,000 when we need the money for this library?
Well, unfortunately, I cannot answer that question. And I got into this project way after this was built. And I was actually had to meet with New Jersey American Water out there. I would say probably in June or July of 2022. And I was informed that neither the vault or the location of the vault were in compliance with their requirements. And this was, I guess, a big surprise. And we have tried our best to take it from there. As far as I know, the first bid, the first phase of this project was just for interior improvements, with the exception of the patio. It was only interior. There were no plans or modifications or, you know, in the works for the exterior. As a matter of fact, I brought the exterior improvements to the attention of the administration at the time, because I said to myself, okay, so once the library is done inside and it looks all pretty, what happened to the outside? Because it didn't look, how would I say this? It's not finished.
Okay.
It's definitely something that needed to be done, and it needs to be done. And for these, I would say, public welfare and safety of our residents, you don't want anybody tripping, you don't want anybody falling. This exterior improvement are a necessity.
I agree it's a necessity. I'm just surprised that it wasn't taken care of straight up when this project came before us. You said that this does not need to go to the planning board. However, when public funds are being used, it is a requirement. It is by law that the planning board has to have a courtesy review. The county does that every time before our township, whenever they are using public funds. So they ask for a courtesy review. And the planning board should get a courtesy review of this and may have had some effect in terms of saving us money, had there
Well-
been a courtesy review from the planning board.
Well, the courtesy review, like I said, once again, I was not here. And like the word says, it is a courtesy. They don't have to do it. And if they didn't do it back then, I mean, we could do it now, but I don't know how much of that is going to affect what we have
Well,
in
if
front of
this
us.
goes forward, there should be a courtesy review before the planning board so that they have a look at this entire plan. I'd like to know how much the cost of just doing the ADA improvements would be.
Okay, let's look at this slide. If you just want to do, I would say, basic but not basic, meaning you just do this sidewalk and, you know, around the perimeter of the building, the ramps, the existing entrance to the building. And you're gonna have no choice but to mill and pave all of this up to this line that I have here. It will be roughly $1 million. Now, the problem that I see with that, and I can't really, how would I say this? Confirm, do you see these islands here? These islands are all brand new. The existing islands on the parking lot are actually closer to the building. They're gonna have to be removed. And we're gonna have to also construct the sidewalk in here to make this level. So the $1 million might not be it. I might have to go probably more closer to this line over here, but this is not realistic. And I wouldn't recommend it.
Okay. Wouldn't a simple fix for the library be to get the parking from the air marshals? So the air marshals have parking all around the building, which should really be for the residents. Those are the areas where if there is a pregnant person or a parent with a young child or a caregiver with a child or a senior, those are the areas that are closest to the library, that if they were opened up, and I know that it is in the contract for the air marshals, but why is it in the contract
So,
for the air
Councilwoman,
marshals?
I'm sorry.
Just let her finish and
I-
then.
I-
That would be a simple,
Right.
a cost-effective fix so that we can open up so many more spots right away and make it more accessible for people who are unable to climb up that hill. And it would be free.
Mr. Smart, did you want to respond?
So what we're talking here, we're proposing tonight is the construction of the parking lot, the sidewalks, the curbing and everything else. Regardless of who parks where, we're talking about putting pavement, sidewalks and the like. We can discuss outside this project where the tenants or visitors park, but it still requires the pavement to be underneath, still requires the striping, still requires the sidewalk to walk for ADA compliance. It still requires everything to get into the building in order to be ADA compliant. It doesn't matter if the air marshals park over there or over at Essex Green. And by the way, we call them the tenant because not really that we're talking about them at that way, but that's, so who parks there is here nor there. It is the matter of getting the construction completed and finished so that we are in compliance with ADA and upgrading the surface. Now, as the director mentioned, we were donated about a $360,000 partial covering of a base coat, which only goes up basically to the end of the sidewalk where the handicap is. They didn't do around the back or the side, on the east side. So all that has to be replaced no matter what. That has to be milled all the way down. We actually have to put a base coat in there and a finish coat. The rest of the remainder of the parking lot needs a finish coat, which is a 2-inch thickness of macadam or asphalt. And it has to be installed because in order to be ADA compliant, and I'm going to rely on Director Carballo, is that 2 inches on the Belgian block, if we don't add that, becomes a trip hazard under the ADA. So no matter where we park, back to the original question, it's the whose car is there is irrelevant for the matter of this particular project. If we go and put, once we have that completed, we can always discuss who gets what stalls and who goes where. That's a separate conversation.
Can I ask you why the first phase of this did not go before the planning board for a courtesy review?
I cannot answer that.
You were the project manager for that.
I was not here. This project started in 2018. In 2020, I came back to the town. I was running the housing agency. In 2022, my role started changing. I was given a set of plans and said, here, go build this. This is what we have for you. It was all approved. It was through the building department, had received all the permits, everything was done. I was not in charge. I did not do the actual project itself. I was not part of the development. And as the director pointed out before, and we'll discuss the change orders that you're bringing up, the change orders were as a result of once we got into the building. This original project, from what I was told, was an interior project only. We had the money for the library, which we were given, but a lot of other projects that came out of this that we didn't realize 2 elevators. One had to be completely reinstalled. It was complete, it was out of service. It's a building from 1971. The other one was one that had to be upgraded. We spent $400,000 on 2 elevators. That had nothing to do with the library project, and it was not part of the grant that we received. The sidewalk and everything else around the outside, the gas lines, which are for a generator, which we still have to install. That's not part of this project. We had to install a gas line. We had to, as the director pointed out, New Jersey American Water said to us, if you do not change this water line, we will not give you water to this building. We're going to shut you off. They had us held up as hostage. We had to do that. We had to install, because it was a new occupancy, and I don't know why it wasn't included, but we had to install sprinklers on 2 sets of the building. Because the second floor tenant's fire alarm system had to be tied in with the new existing fire alarm system, we had to replace the second floor fire system so that they could communicate together. You can't have more than, under New Jersey Fire Code, which was changed in, whatever was changed in 2020 or 2017, whatever it was. You can't have 2 separate communicators. You have to have 1 communicator. So we had to, these were all the change orders. These were not things that were included in the original project or the original grant. And it was just, these were as a result. Plus also, as we found, it was a building from 1971. There was broken infrastructure inside the building that we didn't know, we were not aware of. Until our contractors opened up and said, uh-oh, we got a problem here.
Isn't it surprising that we signed on to a new building that had this many problems? And that it wasn't, no, we agreed to use this and really didn't do a due diligence in terms of a full inspection. Anybody who is buying property or getting property would normally do a full inspection.
Councilwoman, I can't answer that because that building was purchased from the time I retired in 2017 till the time I came back. I have no knowledge of it. I can't answer that.
Also, a lot of the things that, like, for example, when they had a water leak, all those things are behind walls. You would have not been able to discover them or even see them until some of those walls are actually demolished or removed when they were trying to do the renovations. Once again, we were not involved from the beginning of this project, and a lot of interior renovations, whether it's private or public, you don't need to go to the land use board for that. You could just go to the building department and apply for a permit if you submit your plans, which is exactly what we did. We actually submitted all the plans to the building department. It was submitted and it was all reviewed by them for permits.
Through architects and it was administered to the UCC code.
I still stand by that this project should be heard by the planning board for a review.
That's your opinion.
Anything else, Councilwoman?
No.
Okay, Councilwoman.
Sure. Thank you, Council President. So I was there when this project went into effect and did wholeheartedly support it for various reasons. We have a lot of new faces in the audience tonight, may or may not have remembered why we were faced with this project. We started the evening with the folks from Daughters of Israel, basically telling us our hands are tied, affordable housing is coming, we have to comply, and we have to do X, Y, Z. Well, there you go. In 2018, we were faced with that again in the executive drive transaction. We received 65 affordable housing units, which is now Stone Hill. The trade-off was for the developer to build Stone Hill, we received 10 Rooney for $1 purchase, which obviously an old building, you always get nervous. Mr. Lepore was there then, due diligence was done. I don't remember the reports that the council was given, but obviously there were surprises that we were not made aware of. But the biggest problem was with doing that transaction is there was $4 million in tax appeals that the township was going to have to pay out to the owners of Executive Drive. That's the piece that everyone always forgets. That was a challenge. That $4 million went away when the transaction went into effect. We received $1.5 million from the developer to renovate. We received $1 million from the developer, the Alper Group, from across the way. We also, which at the time, and my mistake, which I regret now, is we thought we did receive 65 affordable units across the way. And as we know now, only about 30% of our residents received apartments there. And that's for me, the most disappointing part about the transaction. One that I will not make that mistake again. So I apologize to our residents who I thought that number would be higher in the 80% range. Ergo, some of my previous votes that I've made on affordable housing lately. All that being said and done, the prior mayor, I know he worked with Mr. Lepore and the library board on the design and what was going to be renovated. Mr. Cubey knows I'm not happy that they don't utilize the downstairs doorway on the lower patio. I believe that should be utilized for folks to walk in, especially moms or grandmas with strollers trying to get up that hill to bring their kids to story time. Because it is easy access if you come in that door and go right up to the elevator that will take you up to the room for the children's section. Library came out beautifully. Marge Minion, the boards, everyone on there, Dave Cubey, they did a beautiful job. But, we own the building now. We could talk about the politics. We could talk about the history. But now we own it. We bought it and it's ours. We have to get it done. It is not done. So my recommendation is going to be that you got to get comfortable. Obviously, I don't think we're going to have the votes tonight for it. But we need to figure out how to get this project done. Pickleball courts are in demand. I'm not sure if your phones rang off the hooks the past couple years, but our residents pay a lot of taxes to live in this township, and they want pickleball courts. And that unfortunately is where the spot was picked, and it makes most sense. And it's already, the money's already there. Now, we could say we could pay that down and pay something off and move money around. I'll leave that to the director. But at the end of the day, we need to get comfortable and get something done. My question with this, it's a lovely plan. And again, the perfect world, I would love to approve it in its entirety, and we'll have later discussions on that. And when we have budget talks, I do think we have to have a budget discussion to see what we can and cannot do. So as far as logistics of this plan, one, there aren't any grants available for the charging stations in today's world.
We could apply for some grants, but we're still gonna have to come up with the money for the conduit and stuff.
Okay.
Like, I could definitely, once we have a final plan and we're ready more or less finalize this, then yes, we could apply for some grants, but I cannot guarantee that we're gonna get any of those grants.
Okay, and I love all the landscaping. The one thing that, what I love about the county and their buildings, they built beautiful buildings and they have beautiful landscaping. And every time I go up to our site, it really bothers me that it doesn't look pristine. But landscaping, you want to put a lot of landscaping there. I don't hear sprinkler systems anywhere. So is that part of the plan in any case? How are we going to water, make sure all this landscaping doesn't die? Because it's hot up there. I was up there in July and it's hot, the sun, it's in the sun all day. And that landscaping will dry up and whittle away if we don't take care of it. So if we're going to spend money on it, we need to take care of it, and a sprinkler system should be included. So again, you have to answer that tonight, but that's my other recommendation. Also, we have an empty vacant office space there. I know the mayor brought us a temporary tenant last meeting. Thank you, Mayor. But again, like, have we crunched numbers? Is what reality of fixing that space up that we can utilize that space for rent that could pay down this bond for us? So again, have those numbers been looked at? Have we crunched them? Like, let's help ourselves here. We have a building we have to take care of. We have to get it together up there. We also need to not go broke paying for it. So are we able to draw some rental? And we do get from our current tenant almost $1.2 million a year for the third floor rental. So it makes sense to utilize this space in the lower level and to, gain more income on that, so we can get these renovations done and it won't hurt so badly. So again, those are my comments. Don't know if this will be ready tonight, but I like to get there in some way, and I hope my colleagues can really, really, really try to get there as well. Thank you,
Sure.
Council President.
So I got this from our CFO, the bond ordinance, that it could be paid in 10 years. He came up with $18.42, the average home cost per year, and approximately $184.16, the total cost for 10 years per home.
That's correct. That's based on the current average assessment and our current NVT and all that.
Wait, that's for what, Director?
So
For what it's going to cost taxpayer to do this?
cost
bond?
per year for the average home is $18.42. And then in a period of 10 years, the total cost in the average home would just be that number times 10, which is $184.16 or 20 cents.
I appreciate that, but I'm looking for from Mr. Detiniak, and he could crunch those numbers, is what
Yeah.
the rental space would be for if we rent that, where we just rented out the temporary space, obviously. I mean, I was looking at commercial space numbers of $25 a square foot. So, I mean, obviously we have to do a little work in there, but I don't know what that would do for us to put money towards this space.
So, and I'll defer to interim administrator, that space may be used for our own personnel. Am I incorrect in stating that? So we got to keep that in mind.
So just to piggyback off that, we're currently in the final stages of a feasibility study of all our vacant spaces or all our occupied spaces. We met with one of our vendors, the director and I and a couple others, and we've come up with a plan to utilize our space. We intend to present that to the council. More than likely it will be the June meeting because next month, I think next meeting will be packed. And it should be completed by then. We just met with Mr. Lane last week, and I think we only have a few tweaks and it's completed. So we want to present it to the council, and Mr. Lane knows that, and he will be here. We're probably going to schedule him for the June 24th meeting, so you can see the whole feasibility study. That includes the town hall, the former library space across the way. It includes
10 Rooney Circle.
10 Rooney Circle. And also with taking into account DPW.
Yes.
So we have a plan for you. It's finalized, about 95% complete, and we're looking forward to present it to you for your consideration for future, whether we want to move forward with it or not.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a few follow-ups. Mr. Smeraldo, when Councilwoman was talking about the rent that we get from the tenant on the third floor, I think she used the number nearly at 1.2 million. I heard you talk. I just wasn't sure.
It's actually 1.3 million right now. We have an escalating clause with our tenant, and I believe our contract runs through 2029, if I'm correct. And we do have an escalating clause and so this year it went up to $1.3 million.
Thank you. Ms. Carvalho, I hear what you're saying about the noise from the pickleball courts. I am a not frequent enough walker at Verona Park. And I don't know if you're familiar with that, but they have a walking path across the entire lake. When I'm on the other side of the lake, closest to Pleasant Valley Way, and the pickleball courts are across the water and across the drive, I can hear them pretty clearly. So I would just request that maybe we do something to make sure before we do this, if the council does approve the pickleball courts, that is not going to be an issue on the outdoor patio. I also wanted to ask you about if the council decides not to do the pickleball courts now, and we put that off, what would be the savings in the costs and thus the borrowing that we would have to do now? I know you had your, is it still up there? Okay.
All right, so the second option would have been what I call the bare minimum, if the pickleball courts are in place. And that would be $1.5 million more or less if we decide to do it up to this line right here, provided that the pickleball courts go in place later on or they don't. At least this will at least provide an aisle for, the two-way parking and, to maneuver around the parking lot. I definitely think, even if you're not to do the pickleball courts, and let's say you want to make this parking, which is what it is today, you're still going to have to provide the surface course and also some lighting. And as well, you're definitely going to have to probably have maybe this walkway in here is still to provide some, I guess, access for the vehicles that park at the closer to the Executive Drive entrance.
Okay.
I mean, no matter what, at the end of the day, you will still need to do the entire project, whether you want to phase it out or not. I will tell you what I would say, cost effective will be go out to bid, put it all out at once. You save not only having to redo plans, because you're going to have to do plans and pay for professional services no matter what, another set of plans, and rebid it. Also, each time that you put a contract out, you're going to have to pay now the contractor for coming out again. You're going to start to pay again for demolition and, mobilization and demobilization. You're going to have to start paying them also for site clearing as well. Instead of paying it once, you're going to pay it maybe twice if you decide to do just the one half and then the rest of it later. The other problem that you will approach is that, okay, if you decide that you don't want to do the other $500,000, when are we going to do it? We're just going to sit on the back burner and never get done. And that parking area by Executive Drive will just continue to deteriorate, right? And at the end of the day, people are going to be wanting to use it to park, and we're going to be liable for it if anybody falls or hurt themselves. And another thing to keep in mind, when you put a contract out, the larger the quantities on pavement, curb, the cheaper or the lower it is the unit price. Because you got more quantities.
Sure.
So you could do more, you might be able to do more with less. The bids might come in less than 2 million if we're lucky. We don't know. I don't have a crystal ball to tell you what the economy is going to be down the road in the next 6 months. But we might get lucky and it might come in maybe 1.6 or 1.5. Who knows? And we might be able to do the entire project. It had happened. When they put out to bid the first phase, they did an alternate, and an alternate is basically saying you don't have to award it if you don't have enough money for it.
Yeah, I want to just be clear on this line that you have up that goes through the pickleball courts.
Yes.
In your presentation, you said somewhere between $500,000 and $700,000. Does that include all of the work that you're proposing on this part of the drive for the chargers and around the entrance and exit to?
You're talking about this line right here?
Yeah, I'm talking about everything from where
Yeah,
you're.
that
that's
doesn't
all-
include the charges over here or any of the electrical conduit that will need to be done. That's why it will cost you at least another $500,000.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to find out. If we just decide that we want, as you, I won't say you recommended, but you mentioned that somewhere down the line, we want to do this.
Mhm.
And we stopped it there,
Mhm.
how much would we cut off of the proposed estimate now? And I was trying to get a feel for whether that's $500,000 or
About
$700,000, because that's.
About, it could be between 500 to 700, it depends. I could
Okay.
tell you that it would be just $500,000. And then let's say you approve a bond ordinance of 2 million. I don't know what the number's gonna come in from the contractors.
Right, understand. I have another question about the curbing. You said basically we have to replace all of this curbing on the property.
Yes.
What would be, and you also suggested or are recommending Belgian block. I'm just wondering what the difference is between Belgian block and regular concrete,
Sure.
in terms of not only the installation cost, but also the maintenance cost?
So most of the township, if you notice, a lot of the roadways are all granite block curb, okay? The parking lot right now, the way it is all granite block curb as well. That's the reason why I was proposing to just replace it with granite block curb and pretty much just, come 2 feet from it and suck out that area and replace it. The cost versus concrete curb and granite block curb is almost the same. Yes, when I do the roads, they still charge me $40 per linear foot sometimes for both of them. There is no, I would say maybe 10 or 15 or even like 20 years ago, there was a difference. There was like a $5 or $10 per linear foot. But right now, because of the price of concrete is so much, it's basically the same, $40 to $45 per linear foot.
Plus-
There's
plus
really enough
granite-
savings.
Plus the granite lasts longer than the concrete.
The concrete curb could only be put on the, how to say this, all the curb ramps for ADA accessibility.
And would you be proposing to reuse the Belgian block where it was still in good shape, or you just throw everything off?
That,
All new?
that granite block curb is shot, is done. Is some of them like are not even, let's put it this way. When you build curb, you need to have at least 18 inches below of what you see on the pavement that it actually sets in there for your footing. Right now, the granite block curb that you have is literally, if it has an inch below that, the pavement that you see is a lot. And some of it is missing too. I mean, it's deteriorated.
Yeah, go ahead and ask. I've got one more question, but please go ahead. But now I've forgotten, so now I should go.
Okay. So I'm just thinking the most pressing thing to me is that the ADA compliance. If we were able to take the parking spaces that are right across the street from the entrance, label them as handicap and or whatever else was needed for people who are in need of having closer access. And then fix the stairs and the entrance going in right there. Would that solve the problem right
No,
now?
that will not solve the problem because in order for you to have an ADA compliant parking space or accessibility, the parking space cannot be more than 2% in either direction. The parking spaces right here,
Yes.
these are steep. And to come in here, over here is the only area that you could actually have ADA compliant handicap spaces, which is why we are proposing 7 handicap spaces on this side of the building. And then the access route for them right here with a sidewalk to the main entrance.
So why can't they be handicap accessible at this point? Why aren't those spaces right now marked as ADA?
Some of them are shown as ADA, but because of the condition of the existing pavement, the deterioration of the granite block curb, and granite block curb cannot be used for anything that is ADA accessible. It has to be concrete, so in that way it could be flush in elevation with the pavement.
So what would the cost be to do just that area?
This
Make
area
it-
right
yes.
here?
No, just the area from the handicapped spaces into the library.
I'm not following you. You want just this?
Front door.
If you're gonna do that, might as well just do the entire pavement in here because the pavement on this side of the parking lot is deteriorated and uneven. Because this is the area that we didn't have enough pavement to do it.
Yeah, let me explain.
Yes.
Yes, please go ahead, Councilwoman.
So Councilwoman, to your point, I appreciate what you're trying to do to break it down even smaller, the project. But if you're listening to what she's been saying and from years past, it's going to cost longer. Eventually the work has to get done. So when they come, the larger the space they cover now, the better savings that we have at this point in time. They come back and you piecemeal it, it's going to cost you more. In 2018, Actually, I think this project started 2017. And the reason why you saw change orders also, which I neglected to mention, because I did sit in some of the one or two meetings with the board and when Mr. Smeraldo first came on. And Mr. Smeraldo, if you recall, some of the change orders were forced because there was supply chain issue increases. And that ate into
Due
the
to COVID.
original budget because, all the work was being done during COVID, during the pandemic. So again, you wait on some end, the project's going to cost more. You really got to get yourself comfortable. We have to look at the numbers and we got to get this work done. I really recommend we get the exterior work done as much as possible, as much as, we could afford to do it. And if you need to wait and go over the numbers with the budget next week, I have no problem with that. But again, this is our responsibility. It was a shame because that project was delayed. It was supposed to get done sooner. We had a lawsuit that slowed everything down. And ergo, another issue that we had another challenge for the project. But we also did the project as well because don't forget the state had offered the grant 40 cents on a dollar that the library received to get this project done. So, Maplewood spent $22 million on a library that still doesn't have all parking there. We did very well, I think, for the overall project. So.
Thank you. So are there any other questions?
No, but I'd just like to make one comment. And I'm just going to refer you to, there is a statute that, I'm going to read it off to you. Statute 4055D-31, which does regulate that any type of land use issue that is spending public money should go before the planning board. So you had said that that's my opinion. It's not my opinion. It's the law.
Councilwoman, could you just circulate that to
Sure.
the council and also to Mr. Smeraldo and Ms.
Mhm.
Caraballo, please?
Excuse me, Council President, I don't have an issue I don't see why there's an issue to show this plan to the planning board at this point, if it makes the council feel comfortable. I mean, like I said, the ultimate goal is to get this project done. And if it makes Councilwoman feel comfortable, I don't see why we don't do that.
It's not just a matter of me feeling comfortable.
know,
It's a
but-
matter of following the
Okay,
law.
okay, we don't have to further debate this. Whether we'll all see whether it's law and we'll move forward from there.
And Council President, if I could just add to it, one of the things I do want to clarify, Councilwoman Castellano reminded me with the supply chain issue, this project was actually, my understanding was supposed to start either 2020 or 2021 due to the COVID outbreak and the delays. And then, a few other things, lawsuits and all that. That's why this project was delayed. Also, was supposed to be started sooner. I also want to bring up the fact that we've discussed this offline. We did get an inquiry from the U.S. Department of Education. So, to the councilwoman's concern about just possibly doing a little less, part of the compliance would be actually around the building and all the access. So, and I think that's why Director Carballo actually put that in there, because what she's showing in that section that she's labeled as unrealistic, that would be something that would be more than likely satisfactory, but I can't say for certain. As I spoke to you, I reached out to U.S. Department of Education. The person who sent us the original letter last year, I have not heard back from her after multiple emails. And the other people that were on there, I pretty much got a Doge letter that they're no longer with the U.S. government and they're on another assignment. So we're trying to get in touch with the Department of Education to make sure that we are in compliance and with our project. And so that this way because this was asked to me 2 meetings ago, and I have been reaching out, but just right now I've had no success with the government.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Carvalho. If you want to sit down, I don't think there's any more questions. Thanks, everybody.
Thank
I just
you.
want to try to you've heard bits and pieces of the background and factors that the council is considering. I'm going to try in less than 5 minutes to try to explain to you and give context to why we seem to be wrestling with this. We originally got this building and it was supposed to be free as part of a much larger project that turned into the Stone Hill. And it's been far from free, obviously. And in terms of the cost, the phase one project, I just got this from the CFO. The phase one project to fix up primarily the interior of the building for the library was $6.5 million. So of that, almost 3.1 million of that was a grant from the state, which cut our cost, the township's cost, your cost, down to just slightly over $3.4 million. So contrasting that now with our present situation, as opposed to looking back where we can't do anything about it. But right now, we have a serious debt problem in our township. We have, again, I'm just getting these most recent numbers. We had outstanding debt of $166.5 million before we started this borrowing for some of the reconstruction of certain areas in the town, the roads, and some other stuff that's coming up today. If we borrow all of this money that we have, it's roughly pending almost $9.4 million, we will owe $175 million. Now that is 2 or 3 times the total debt of the municipalities around us. And not only that, but our debt service. We have borrowed a lot of this money at some of the peak interest rates any of us have seen. So last year, almost 12% of our budget went to debt service. And a lot of that was just interest. We didn't actually reduce the principal. So what the council, the current council has done is said, we need to get a debt management plan. And we are trying to get that forward. If Mr. Detiniak was going to blow us away with a innovative program to really cut down this debt, he got ill. We had to postpone our workshop from last week, but we're going to get back on it. But what we have said is that we want to get a debt management plan in place to know where we are going and to get this down as quickly as practicable so that we can stop not spending 12% on, police, employees, whatever else we would like to spend it on. We're not spending it on that. We're spending it on the borrowing. So we want to be sure that we have a handle on this debt, that it doesn't keep coming up. So we're trying to put off our discretionary borrowing until we can get this debt management plan in place. And that means a whole series of difficult situations because obviously all of these projects are needed. And they're certainly needed by certain portions, if not everyone in the community. But we also have to be cognizant that we've got to manage our finances so that we're, providing the best value for your tax dollar and try not to be increasing your property taxes. The mayor has given us a budget that basically proposes to increase our property taxes just in West Orange by 6.2%. And we're just starting to work on the budget now. So hopefully we can find some efficiencies there. But that's where we're sitting right now. And as Mr. Smeraldo said, this whole issue with ADA compliance for 10 Rooney Circle started early last year when we got a letter from the Department of Education saying we've got a complaint for ADA non-compliance. What are you going to do about it? And so they've been working for clearly close to a year. And now it looks like maybe everybody that was involved with this has been doged. So we can't even find anybody to make sure that what we're planning to do to make certain is going to fulfill whatever the Department of Education wants us to do. So we're juggling a lot of balls here, and I appreciate your patience. We're going to try to move on now, but thank you for everybody's contribution here. Madam Clerk, please.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The notice for this meeting was emailed to the Star Ledger and the West Orange Chronicle on January 7th, 2025, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on January 16th, 2025. Councilwoman Castellino,
Present.
Councilwoman Geber Michael. Yeah, Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Present.
Thank you. Council President Krokoviac.
Present.
Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The council is now in their public meeting.
And tonight, I'm going to do the right thing and not move to public comment, but move to Mr. Fagan. So please, Mr. Fagan, take it away.
Thank you, Council President. Welcome, all your council colleagues.
Hi, I'm in a
and members of
council
the
meeting. I
public.
can't talk right now. I'm on Zoom. Is it anything urgent? Can I call you back?
Councilwoman.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Okay.
thank you for
Yes.
letting us know you just got a phone call, but perhaps if you
Yes.
need to take it in the future, you could just hit mute, please.
I just want to point out, Council President, early on in the meeting, we had a few issues with the microphones. And I understand and appreciate those concerns, but I just want to remind the Zoom public that I unfortunately have no control over that and do the best I can as Zoom moderator to correct that situation. Tonight, I want to start with West Orange Salute Seniors. May is Older Americans Month, and Aging Well West Orange is a great program sponsored by our Department of Senior Services. They do a great job. They always have great programs, but this month they're highlighting the fact that May is Older Americans Month. Once again, I'd like to remind everyone that this year's annual Memorial Day ceremony, we will be commemorating the end of the Vietnam War, which was 50 years ago. And it will be Monday, May 26th, 11 o'clock a.m., West Orange Town Hall. We've already reached out to several West Orange Vietnam veterans. Thank you, Councilwoman Rudin, for your effort in reaching one of them. So the ceremony will be the May 26th. And if anyone, we have an open invitation to seeking West Vietnam veterans, have them email me. We will have the outdoor ceremony, and following the outdoor ceremony, we will have a brief indoor ceremony here in council chambers, highlighting the 2017 Vietnam Traveling Law visiting West Orange and interviews I had conducted with combat veterans at that point. I want to take a moment to recognize Madam Clerk as Municipal Clerks Week, Township of West Orange. She has a thankless job, but we're all thankful for her. Also on westorange.org, there is important updates and information from the New Jersey Department of Health with measles outbreak in West Orange. I'm sorry, not West Orange, in the country. There are no reported cases in West Orange, and I'm sorry I said that. That was, I misspoke. There is an West Orange Township Council Budget Workshop coming up on May 14th at 6 p.m. here in council chambers. We just devoted a lot of time to 10 Rooney Circle tonight, and I just want to give you a positive report. I worked with Boy Scout Troop 2 in West Orange, and Luke DeBello, his Eagle Scout project, was raising funds for a display case in the lobby. And here you can see the scouts. They were cataloging a lot of West Orange artifacts I have that I put in that display case, and I will be maintaining artifacts in there for West Orange history. I think most notable in that case is the Purple Heart of William Rooney, who was a West Orange police officer killed in November 1944, and he certainly is the namesake of Rooney Circle. And this display case is made possible by a very generous contribution from the Chelsea Senior Living and Friends of the West Orange Public Library also helped out. And a shout out to the Downtown West Orange Alliance for helping facilitate the purchasing and delivery. So if you have an opportunity to visit 10 Rooney Circle, you can enjoy West Orange history on display. And as I said, I will be cycling artifacts in and out there, and there's probably another display case coming soon. We also have Adoption Day, Pet Adoption Day, first and third Saturday of the month. It's best to call the West Orange Health Department or email them just to confirm that it will be taking place, because sometimes there is a volunteer shortage. So you can check with the health department to make sure that that's happening. Also, you may have heard that the West Orange Street Fair is Saturday, June 7th. And that's approaching very quickly. You can find out more information about that at downtown westorange.com, the Downtown West Orange Alliance. We have a couple of road work. Main Street, I know this is a terrible inconvenience, but this information is on our website, and it is happening overnight from May 5th to May 10th. And I don't want to read through all this, but I just want to bring to your attention that this is on our website. It is overnight and also going to be on Mount Pleasant Avenue. And again, this information is on our website. I don't want to bore you with all the details, but you should check it out. There's hydrant flushing notice. New Jersey American Water is flushing fire hydrants. The details are at westorange.org. And it's important to really check this out, because after the hydrant flushing, you may notice some discolored water as a result of the hydrant flushing, not to be concerned. So the information on the website has some important information regarding that and some do's and don'ts. Mayor McCartney's next open office hours are June 5th. We're a long way from June. This will be announced at the next council meeting in May. And of course, Council Connection open office hours scheduled for Thursday, May 29th. Couple of quick announcements. Unico is West Orange chapter of Unico is having an event in West Caldwell on various dates, and Walk to Fight Alzheimer's, the South Mountain Reservation. Of course, that's a worthy cause, and this information, I believe, is on our social media. There's also on westorange.org a compliance advisory for properties with septic systems. Now, there aren't many properties in West Orange that have septic systems, but if your home does have a septic system, you might want to check the compliance requirements on our website. Also on our website, wildfires have been in the news lately, more than we need to hear about, but there are some helpful tips how to deal with air quality during as a result of these wildfires. Juneteenth, save the dates. That's fast approaching. You can contact Juneteenth Film Festival, westorange@gmail.com. Right now, the locations will still be announced, and certainly we'll have further announcements coming on this, but you should save the date, June 20th to June 22nd. Mr. Puglisi is not here tonight, but Saturday, May 17th, the Essex County Recycling Day, Computer and Electronics. This will be posted on our social media on Monday. This is certainly helpful to our West Orange residents. And finally, May 7th is the Real ID deadline. Now, I know a lot of people have been stressing out about this, but I just want to clear up a few misconceptions. It is not a national ID. And if you don't have a Real ID, you can still drive your car, and you can use your valid passport anywhere that you go that would require a Real ID. Now, one American business icon has taken into consideration the fact that people are stressing out over this. So tomorrow, I understand, Krispy Kreme donuts will be giving away one free donut and no Real ID is required. Now, I always get the notices on the free donut giveaway, so I know that this is valid. So, Council President, that concludes my report tonight. I have the information up here for Mr. Puglisi. As I say, he is not in the audience tonight, but you can reach out to him with anything concerning county announcements. And as I say, that concludes my report. Thank you for your indulgence. Krispy Kreme, you know, I knew someone was going to ask that question, Councilwoman Rudin. There is not a Krispy Kreme in West Orange. However, I did notice at McDonald's, that's another thing I take notice to is McDonald's, that they had a Krispy Kreme donut sign there. So it might be given away at McDonald's. So I hope that answers your question. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Now is time finally for public comment. Just want to ask that we all get on the same page for public comment. So once you are recognized by the chair, you can speak for up to 5 minutes. Please be concise to speed up the process. Don't feel obligated to use all 5 minutes. You don't have to repeat yourself. Everybody can hear you fine. I will note when questions are posed and determine if anyone here up on the dais can answer either now or at the next meeting. Folks, if you want to talk, it's fine. Just please go outside. We have the people who don't want to talk inside so they can hear what's going on here. And everybody else who wants to talk, you can go outside. I'm fine with that, okay? But you can't be talking in here. Please. Hold on just a second. Yes.
Jared is here, and we're gonna use Asma if we go through this. We're gonna have Asma that will check for him. If we don't have executive session.
Okay.
If I could, we have an executive session today, tonight, it's on the agenda. We have to approve it and then go into executive session. For those of you who don't know, we have a state law called the Open Public Meetings Act, and it requires everything to happen with your government in public, except there are some exceptions to that. And one of them is we need to talk about the litigation between the mayor and the council. We have our lawyer here tonight. I don't see him right now. Mr. Monaco, are you still here? Oh, maybe we've already lost him.
No, he's here.
He is here? Oh, he's in the hallway. Oh, he's talking. He's one of those people I sent outside. Okay. Well, so I'm sorry. I need to find out from Mr. Monaco whether he can stick around until after public comment, because it looks like we're going to be here a while. And what we're thinking is it's going to be a quick meeting. We're hoping that it's going to be a quick meeting. So if we could get Mr. Monaco, I just want to throw this out to the 4 council people, actually the 3 from me. What you would like to do? Does everybody want to try to have the executive session now and put off the public comment? Because really, I don't think it's going to be more than 10 or 15 minutes.
I know, but these folks have been waiting.
They have been waiting
They've been waiting
patiently.
since 7 o'clock and
Yes.
it's 8:35.
Yes.
As much as I don't want to have to sit and pay the attorney, we may have to, because I don't think it's fair to the public.
I agree.
He's in the bathroom. He's coming.
Councilwoman Scarpa, what do you want to do? What did I say?
I would love to not pay the attorney to sit here for another hour, but I will go with the majority. I look at it as a financial decision.
Okay, so we got 2 people who want to take the short break for the executive session. Hello, Mr. Monaco. How long are you here?
Oh, how long am I here?
No, yes.
How long do you need?
Okay. Okay, so we got 2 people who, 2 council members who want to do it now. We've got a third, another one who wants to put it off until public comment. I'm going to side with the people who want to have our executive session now, because honestly, I just don't think, I just don't. Please, folks, if you want to be waiting longer, everybody just keep talking, okay? This is not in order. It's not in order for you to argue from the audience, okay? It's not in, I realize that it's. So do you guys want to take up a collection? Because I think Mr. Monaco is $150 an hour. Do you guys want to take up a collection? See, I'm just kidding. Everybody, please relax. Please relax, okay? Please relax. Mr. Monaco, you're going to be staying a lot longer. You can call the wife and you can buy that timeshare down in Florida now, okay? So I appreciate everybody. Let's move to public comment. Let me just make sure we are all on the same page. All right. Our ordinance 3-8 says public comment requires the speaker to first state their name and address. So that's the first thing you should do. Second, there are, under the time limits section of 3-15.2, requires conduct by public comment speakers who, quote, shall at no time engage in any personally offensive or abusive remarks. The chair shall call any speaker to order who violates any provision of this rule, end quote. Section 3-16.2 says the conduct of the public, quote, any person who shall disturb the peace of the township council, make offensive or abusive remarks, or conduct himself or herself in a boisterous manner while addressing the council shall be forthwith barred from the presiding officer, by the presiding officer, from further audience before the council, except that if the speaker shall submit to proper order under these rules, permission for him to or her to continue may be granted by the majority vote of the council, end quote. So when you first come up and give your name and address, please speak slowly and clearly because we need that information for our minutes. And Madam Clerk may flag you to repeat yourself if she can't hear you the first time. So once again, I appreciate your patience.
Council President, can I just say, I'd
Yes.
be happy to turn
Madam Clerk.
the air conditioning on, but the sound system, if we turn it on, they say they can't hear, and we keep it off, everyone's hot.
It was just a comment.
No, I know, but we're hot.
We're trying to
Yes.
accommodate you. Our air conditioning system unfortunately is very loud. So if we turn it on, we're afraid that members of the public, when they may not be able to hear us. So if we turn it on, you're not going to hear us. If we leave it off, you guys are going to be hot. So I apologize, but
Let's try a little bit longer. And if anybody faints, please let us know.
Oh, Lord.
Please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Terry Trigg-Scales. I reside at 85 Clarkin Drive. So good evening to the council members, the members of the administration, and President Kukoviac. I wasn't going to say anything about the library, but after the presentation tonight, I just have to say, I will never be convinced that the placement and the location of that library makes sense. It just belies any common sense to me. Now, I didn't hear anything about any additional interior improvements. I was there in February. We put on the Black History Month program. And the audio visual in that community room is non-existent. The director is using cable, Comcast cable, like everybody else. And it was embarrassing to watch him try to get a projection on the screen and using a microphone to project. So I certainly hope something's going to happen in that regard. The other thing is, and you refer to them as our tenants, they have a gym upstairs, right? So now we have a gym upstairs in the library, and now we're going to have pickleball outside. What sense does that make for a library? I mean, last I heard, libraries were not only centrally located in a community, but a place where there is some quiet space. So that just confuses me. I just had to get that off my chest. I come before you, as I usually do, about the traffic at Eagle Rock and Prospect Avenue, that intersection. I don't know, maybe this is my 5th or 6th time addressing the council, and it's getting worse. It is absolutely getting worse. You can sit waiting to make that left turn onto Eagle Rock, thinking you're in traffic to make the left turn, but you're not. You're waiting for people to make that turn into CVS, and somebody's going to have an accident. I say that to you year after year after year. And when you do a traffic study, if CVS does a traffic study or if Target does a traffic study, is it not going to be in their best interest to say everything is fine? The town needs to do a traffic study. The county needs to do a traffic study. It's crazy at that intersection. I'm there every day, multiple times a day. The third thing I wanted to say was, Mr. Kukoviac, I heard your comment at the last council meeting I heard your comment tonight. I'm disturbed. I'm concerned. And I just want to say that just because someone is in a leadership position, it doesn't make them a leader. Leaders give respect, leaders earn respect, and leaders earn trust. And it may be that some leadership training is in order. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we try not to allow clapping. That's considered boisterous. If you want to clap, again, go outside. I'm fine with you approving whatever somebody said, but it does slow down the process. So please keep the applause to yourself. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Emily Pease and I live at 8 Harvard Terrace. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of my Gregory neighbors who, as you have heard from us before, are deeply concerned about the traffic safety near Gregory School and the surrounding streets. I strongly urge you to vote yes on the 2 important safety ordinances on the town agenda tonight. First, the resolution 132-25, which would add a crosswalk and flashing signage at Gregory Avenue and Orange Heights. My husband and I first requested this crosswalk nearly a year ago in May 2024. We have 2 young children at Gregory, and like many families, we have seen firsthand how dangerous it is for students and families to cross at this busy, unmarked intersection. Yes, there's a crossing guard at Walker and Gregory, but many students and families naturally take the closest route, which leads them to this intersection. It's an obvious crossing point, and honestly, most neighbors I speak with are shocked that this hasn't been addressed sooner. We've taken every step asked of us. We've coordinated with the town and county engineers. We've gathered over 600 petition signatures. We've shared our efforts at block parties and community groups online. We've also knocked on the doors of every single neighbor who lives in that surrounding intersection to confirm there is broad support. While we have hoped that the crosswalk would be on the north side to connect to the existing crosswalk and prevent the need for students to cross 2 streets to get across Gregory, we understand from the engineer that the south side placement is addressing a driveway clearance concern. So either way, I want to be clear, we'll take it. This crosswalk is long overdue and we need it now. I recently emailed many of you a story when I saw a student cross there after school dismissal with her backpack, her instrument, and her phone in hand, head down as she was crossing this intersection. Thankfully, she was safe. But that moment could have gone very differently. Let's not wait until it does. Please vote yes and commit to funding the $20,000 for this crosswalk if it turns out the county is not going to fund it. I know we're working that out. I would love for the county to pay for it, but it's needed either way. Second, Ordinance 2922-25 to reduce the speed limits around Gregory School during the school pickup and drop-off hours. This is another vital step. We've all seen drivers fly through that area at unsafe speeds, especially during drop-off and pickup. Ideally, the reduced speed should apply during all times of the day to ensure consistency. Again, any reduction is in the right direction, but it's also really important that these changes will not be effected without more police enforcement and increased signage about the school zone. There is virtually no school zone signage around that school. You see it maybe like 5 feet before you enter the school's parking lot. That's too late to notify people that it's a school zone. This process has taken so much longer than we had hoped, but I do want to acknowledge and thank the administration and council members Rudin, Castellino, and Scarpa for your direct support and engagement. So please continue to stand with us and let's make the streets safer around our school for every child. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brian Miranda. I live at 360 Valley Road.
Miss Brenda Munoz, I live 98 Harrison Avenue.
And I'll just speak first. I want to thank you all for passing the changes that prevented the restaurants and bars from playing outdoor music. And I hope it's going to remain. It's really been a blessing to my life, really, and to be able to enjoy my backyard without people yelling, breaking bottles, and just having music. Like I personally believe that a business shouldn't operate at the suffering of the town's members. And if I were to run a restaurant, I would never make my neighbors suffer. So I ask you to please consider, I'm not sure where it stands, but for it to remain. And if they are to apply for permits of in any capacity to please take this in mind, that the people that live in the town are the people that live here every day, not just the the people that go to the bar. I think maybe the bar owners are here in attendance, and maybe the people that like the bar are here in attendance. I want you to take everything they say and put in the perspective that I live here and I have to listen to music every single day, and they just come here and they drink or whatever, and they sell food. You can sell food without bothering your neighbors, and that's all I want to say. Thank you.
And that I think like we deserve as long-term residents, we deserve peace. Nobody, like everybody deserves to get home and find that peace. Not that thought every single day in the back of your head. Like we've been fighting this for so long. We don't wish nothing bad for anybody. You can proceed and work like everybody else does. Like sell your food, sell your drinks, but without our suffer, you cannot make like succeed. But in order of that, you're gonna harm the people who are around you. So we had one of my neighbors here who was very close to the suffer. He could have explained better. He's a nurse. He had to go to work. He's been here for 2 hours. And he just wanted me to express that. He has videos, he has proof. You all got proof of that. I don't know how many times I've been here showing up. So it's not fair that the administration keeps pushing this back. I don't know who are they defending. Like it's not them against us. This is not supposed to be a fight. It's supposed to, we're all supposed to like, we're neighbors. We're supposed to respect each other. This has never been a problem in our neighborhood. We all always respected each other. For all these years, 15 years, we never had a problem, not even with the previous bar. So for us, for Brian and I, all the residents around, we're the ones paying the price of this. So I just ask you, please keep on the ordinance. And thank you, Joyce. Thank you so much for fighting for us. And Mrs. Casolino and Mrs. Escarpa, thank you so much for the support.
And I would like to say the same thing.
If you could, just your name and address, please.
Maisa Munoz. And I'm also here for the same things.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Could you just spell your first name, please? I'm
Just
sorry.
it's Maysa.
Thank you. Please go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right, thank you. And also for the same thing, everybody deserves peace in their home. We work long hours and we deserve to come home to rest. And I understand everybody needs to live, but when you get you home, you just want to relax after a stressful day. You don't want to be hearing loud music in your house. We all deserve peace. That's our place to relax and not think of everything that we went through during the day. So it's just something that has been happening for a long time. We feel like it's something that's gonna keep happening and our nightmare is gonna start again every summer. We're gonna have to deal with everything, with drunk people running. Everybody has proof of everything. We cannot lie. Like I said in the past, it's a crime to lie. And we have proof of everything that we've been through. And we just want peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Munoz.
Hey, folks, my name is David Withington, 9 Green Tree Road. It's good to see you all. It's been a while, especially Joe. Joe, good to see you. Before I get to my main point, I just wanted to touch on the library just for a second and concur with Joe about the pickleball. You've got people paying $4,000 or $5,000 in rent in Stonehill. That would be crazy if they knew what pickleball thing was going to be there. Anyway, my main topic is going to be trees. How to beautify West Orange, keep it beautiful, improve the beauty of West Orange with tree planting and more properly appropriate tree planting. I was out with my dog the other night walking in an adjacent neighborhood and I came upon one home with 5 new trees. Every one of those 5 trees was improperly planted. Luckily, I was able to share a message with Forester Walt Kipp, and we met the next day and we kind of went into it, discussed it well, and he acknowledged at the end of that conversation that all those trees were improperly dealt with. And the contractor would have to modify what they were doing, make a correction to make it right. So what was happening? They had mulch volcanoes, too much mulch on these trees. he knew as a professional arborist, this would eventually kill the tree or make it struggle for years and years and years, so it will go nowhere. And West Orange will not receive the beauty, the enhancements of our community, et cetera, et cetera. And if you drive through town or any town in our area, you see this everywhere. Think about Essex Green. Essex Green, since the 22 years I've been here, has never had a tree that's actually grown because they have mulch volcanoes everywhere and they're just going to struggle and eventually die prematurely. Every corporate center we have, the exact same thing. Think about all the corners where you have a commercial establishment and look for those mulch volcanoes. What it is just a volcano shaped on a tree base, which is improper. It'll suffocate the tree and they will die. So this year, I've been told by the forester, we're planting 500 trees, which is a huge investment for the town. 250 have already been planted. So 5 out of 5, I found just by randomness, are improper. Someone says, go up on Belgrade, go over to here, go over there, look at those trees. Well, I assume it's the same situation where they're all going to have this effect to some degree. What's going on? So here I am waiting to come in last night. I'm out in the parking lot. I'm walking around because I'm a little bit early. I go over by the police station. Right between the police station, courthouse, and this building is 4 brand new trees. Some of the worst mulch volcanoes I've ever seen are right there. Literally like 10 inches of mulch up the trunk of the tree. Those trees, if you don't do anything, will be dead in a year and a half. So we talk about taxpayers' money. This is all going to be wasted. And it's the time opportunity. So for 2, 3, 4, 5 years, we'll be sitting with this resource that's just dying before our eyes. That's like buying a new police car and we don't change the oil. And a million other examples of this. It's wasted. The beauty of West Orange is not there. And I hope we can do a better job overall throughout the town with this message. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Stephanie Ladone, 11 Old Salem Road. I want to speak this evening about behavior that I witnessed at last council meeting. Specifically, the misogyny and disrespect from Council President Prokoviak toward Councilwoman Geber Michael, as well as the glaring complicity from others on the dais. For the benefit of the public record and for those who did not hear the exchange clearly enough to really get everything, I'll cover it quickly. Councilwoman Geber Michael was in the middle of her sentence. She said, and like I said, it's not going to happen between now and June 30th. Council President interrupted. Right, you don't have to repeat. Councilwoman says, I'm going to repeat because Council President, no, you're not going to repeat. You are not. Councilwoman, I have the mic and I have the right to speak. Council President, no, bangs the gavel. Did you hear that? I'm cutting you off. You cannot repeat. Councilwoman, this is not a dictatorship, Council President. Council President, banging gavel. It absolutely is. I'm Council President. Councilwoman, I want to say what I have to say and I will have my voice heard. Council President, banging gavel. Please stop talking. Please stop talking. And wouldn't you know it, repeats, please stop talking over and over again while Councilwoman Geber Michael attempts to finish her points. The first and immediate issue here was your interruption of another council colleague who had the mic. In doing so, you violated the council rules of conduct. From what I can see, the Township Municipal Code 3-16.1, each member of the Township Council shall cooperate with the chair in preserving order and decorum, and no member shall by conversation or otherwise delay or interrupt the proceedings of the council, nor disturb any member while speaking, or fail to abide by the orders of the council or its president, except as specifically permitted by these rules. But beyond that, your interruption and treatment of your council colleague was disrespectful and offensive. I know you believe that we here in West Orange exist in a social and political vacuum. What happens out there, all those social ills, they don't impact us here in town. Here in these council chambers where you all do the real work. That perspective, the refusal to acknowledge the significance of the broader social context is why you likely can't understand how problematic, how deeply racist, sexist it is to interrupt and yell over a Black woman council colleague in a public meeting, all because she dared to repeat herself. And because you are a public figure, your actions have consequences that travel far beyond whatever your intent was. Further, your comment about this council being a dictatorship was horrific on a number of levels. It shows a complete lack of awareness of the frightening shift to fascism that's happening in this country. For surely, if you had the ability to see the bigger picture, you would not be invoking such references. But more than that, it reveals a pretty scary insight. I'm asking that you take time this evening to address this community and clear up your comments. What did you mean when you said that this council is a dictatorship? Are you the dictator? Is that how you believe the council should be run? Please clarify. Finally, I'd like to address the rest of the council and everyone else on the dais. When my children first began their journeys in the West Orange School District, one of the first lessons they learned was what it means to be an upstander versus a bystander. For the record, an upstander is someone who steps in when they see someone being bullied or hurt. A bystander is someone who sees another person being bullied or hurt and simply stands by. You all stood by while Council President interrupted, cut off, and yelled over your council colleague while she had the mic. Not because she was being offensive or using foul language or being disrespectful in any way, but because she repeated herself. He continued to yell over her as she asked for respect. In this entire exchange, no one here thought to support your colleague, to interrupt the disrespect, say anything at all. It's disgraceful. Council President, I'm requesting a written and public apology to Councilwoman Geber Michael, one that acknowledges the specific harm that was caused by the incident and identifies strategies that will prevent this from happening again. One way may be that this council creates speaking time protocols, which include rules that will protect speakers from being interrupted. Finally, I strongly suggest that you step back from your current duties as Council President, at least temporarily, until there's an understanding of and commitment to mutual respect. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Carol Schlitt, Schlitt, and I live at 10 Overlook Avenue in the Gregory section, West Orange. I've been there for almost 24 years. I'm here to demand regulation of gas-powered leaf blowers and an end to a practice that is having a detrimental impact on my health, the health of my family, and the health of our communities. Each year, West Orange spends $500,000 in taxpayer money for gas-powered blowers. Given the discussion that we just had an hour ago regarding the money needed to improve the library, this $500,000 could be spent much better on using it for the library, for the schools, for the parks, or property tax relief, rather than imposing it upon residents with noise and pollution. Many of the towns around us have already moved towards a smarter, greener, and far more cost-effective method like mulching and natural composting. We should not be forced to fund outdated practices that degrade our environment and our quality of life here. Gas-powered blowers should be phased out because they are inefficient and they pollute the air as well as destroy our health. A referendum is not the answer in this case. The idea for a referendum on this issue came from the dealer of gas-powered blowers and not the residents who live here and who pay taxes here. You have been elected to lead, and we expect you, the people on this council, to protect our health, our neighborhoods, and our tax dollars without forcing us into a fight against lobbyists and special interests. West Orange should not be clinging to a model that's both financially reckless and environmentally destructive. Other towns, such as Montclair, Maplewood, South Orange, and Glen Ridge have all transitioned successfully to efficient methods. We can do it too. We urge you to end this costly polluting practice. Regulate these gas-powered mowers, adopt sustainable landscaping policies, and show that you are listening to the people who live here and who pay their taxes. We need to transition to sustainable practices, and that includes electric equipment. Your job here as a council is to serve the people of West Orange, and in doing so, to protect the health of its residents and the peace and prosperity of this town. We are asking you, please do your job.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Susan Work. I have the power of attorney for my father, Joseph Work, who lives at 1155 Pleasant Valley Way at Daughters of Israel. He is a West Orange resident. We came to Daughters of Israel through rehab, the rehabilitation facility, which is excellent. We love Kessler right next door, but he could not stay at Kessler. It had to be at Daughters of Israel. Once he did the rehab at Daughters of Israel, he was transitioned into the residency and has been living there for the last 2.5 years. The love and affection and the way that he's being cared for is outstanding. My father lost my mother 29 years ago. The concept of him sharing a bathroom because he lives in a semi-private room is something that cannot happen. And I've already moved him once. In the current facility, the facility is old, the facility is not updated. He would have to share a bathroom. Very difficult to have a 99-year-old who has lived on his own for a long time to now start to share a bathroom with somebody else. He's 100% with it. The facility, again, the people who work at Daughters of Israel, again, outstanding. The care that he's getting, outstanding. The facility, not so much so. I know the people who are at Daughters of Israel, the people who work there. They're really wonderful to work with. I'm really asking on behalf of my father to work with them on this new idea, on this plan, whatever way to upgrade the facility itself. He is a veteran. He worked 22 months in the Korean Army. He is a Holocaust survivor. The idea of moving him around, taking him to a different facility is out of the question. I don't know what I will do if Daughters is not able to take care of him. So again, thank you so, so very much for allowing me to be his the person to speak on his behalf. I do have his power of attorney, and I am very, very, very happy that I'm able to speak today about the quality that he's receiving at Daughters of Israel and how kind they are to work with. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Worth.
Good evening, members of the Town Council. My name is Jason Buskin. I live at 22 Suburban Drive in West Orange. My family and I moved to West Orange, my wife and my 2 boys, from New York about 7.5 years ago. We are proud members of the West Orange community. In addition to being residents, I have been coaching baseball in this town for probably 5 years, and I'm a volunteer EMT in this town. When we can, we try to give back. The reason we're here is not just for that, but because I am one of the families who was impacted by the decision regarding Daughters of Israel. About 3-4 years ago, my mother, similar to the resident before me, was one of the patients that moved into Daughters of Israel. She began as a patient at Kessler, and then she was transferred to Daughters of Israel, and she's been there since as part of their long-term care. And I cannot speak enough about what Daughters of Israel has done to take care of my mother in these last 3-4 years. That the home that they've provided her for now and for the future is unbelievably impactful on her life and immeasurable in how they just treat her on a daily basis. But there's more to it than just her being there, because the idea is, before you tonight, can we take that building, if we don't pass this measure, and just drop it somewhere else? And what I'm here to say to you as a resident of West Orange is that's simply not acceptable. My children and this being their grandmother, we live a mile and a half from Daughters of Israel. And while some days we can drive over and see my mother, because we're Sabbath observers, we often walk there every Saturday. And that's simply something that will never again be possible if you take this facility out of West Orange. And we're not the only ones impacted by this. There are many other families that just go to Daughters on Saturdays and other days and visit these residents and make a difference in their lives. And that is part of the unique specialness and uniqueness of Daughters, that it's not just a facility that has been placed there, but it's a part of this community. It's been part of this community for over 100 years, as you heard earlier. I want to tell you a quick story to highlight that. About a week ago, my mother unfortunately had to go to the hospital. She was at Barnabas for about a week, and fortunately she got better. And she said to us at the end of the hospitalization, she said, "I just want to go home." And I thought she was confused. I thought she wanted to go to her old home where she lived years ago. And she actually meant that she wants to go home to Daughters because that's become her home. Not just because of all the activities and the bingo and the this and the movies, but because of the way they treat her and the way they take care of her. And it's how the community takes care of her. My colleague, my esteemed co-resident earlier talked about leadership. Leadership is about how you speak and how you talk and how you treat each other, but it's also about how you act. And this decision is about how you as a counselor are going to act. It is a message that you're going to send to this community about what's important. You're going to set a tone, what matters, who we are and who we value. And we value our parents and our grandparents and our loved ones being a part of our lives in this community. So when you make this decision, I urge you, I plead with you, please let that impact how you look at this. I didn't know all of these things that Daughters does for the community. I learned a lot tonight that I never knew. But understand that the families that are impacted by this, it is more than just a few families. It is an entire community. It is generations. I thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Lisa Tuzo, 15 Carter Road. I am also the Vice President of the West Orange Public Library Board, and I can speak on behalf of the board when I ask for the council's support in ordinance 2926-5. As a lifelong member of the community, I've seen many iterations of the library. The building, the original building at Mount Pleasant, the expansion, and I was part of the move many years ago, many years ago. Our library should be the jewel in the community. Instead, patrons go to libraries in other towns in our counties that offer what we should for our patrons. Our vision is to give our patrons access to learning inside and out via a patio that can offer children's programming. Our vision is for the safety of our patrons and staff. We ask that you approve the phase 2 with, of course, deferring to the library board for any changes, because the changes that were made internally were never brought to the board during the construction. Thereby, changes were made that removed things that were the essence of the library. We have a vision. We know what our patrons want. We want everything but the pickleball court. We find that disruptive. Councilwoman Rudin mentioned access to the lower door. That's a security issue. So we need to make sure we have proper staffing. Obviously, we are very conscious of our budget, so that might not be an option. A sprinkler system to maintain the beauty of that outdoor that is being envisioned would be lovely. Once again, I implore you to move on this as quickly as possible. This has been going on since 2017. We want that jewel in our community now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tuzo.
Good evening. My name is Robert Lichtman, Lichtman. I live at 16 Roosevelt Avenue. My wife and I moved here with our 2 young children 40 years ago, and that's actually my point. One of the reasons we moved here was because of the wonderful infrastructure offered by West Orange. I'm talking about everything from the Ginny Dunkel pool, to the parks, to the playgrounds, to the library, and even to Daughters of Israel, which we envisioned not needing right away, but it was comforting that it was there. I'm going to tell you that right now, my mom is there, and I could argue on her behalf that this is an important service, but it's really not because of her. It's because when I moved here with my family, I imagined that one day I might need the excellent services of Daughters of Israel. I'm here to tell you that one day you may need the excellent services of Daughters of Israel, and the non-sectarian excellent services it provides should be a comfort to everybody in this community that Daughters of Israel is there and will be there in a strong financial and service position for other generations to come. The last thing I'd like to just add is I learned tonight that May is Older Americans Month, and I cannot think of a better time for this board to accept the invitation from Daughters of Israel to work in partnership in advancing their proposal. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Curtis Meeks. I reside at.
Excuse me, Mr. Meeks, can you just pull the microphone up a little bit so we can, great, thank you. Please go
Okay.
ahead.
My name is Curtis Meeks. I reside at 104 Harrison Avenue above the bar, Llewellyn Park. I'm not here to make a complaint. I'm here to actually go against the complaints that's being made. I live right above. I have 2 kids. I have one that's autistic, and I have my daughter that's 11. One goes to Redwood, one goes to St. Cloud. I've been residing here for over 6 years with my wife and 2 kids.
The microphone.
Folks, you got to stop that, okay? It's just, it's, please don't do that. Anybody who is having trouble hearing, please move up to the top rows. You'll be right next to the person. I'm sorry, I can't do anything more about it, but please come up to the first row. There's plenty of room on both sides. Please go ahead, Mr. Meeks. Sorry
I
about
live
that.
above the bar. I'm here to go against the complaints. Most of them are not true. They say that the music goes loud over time. I live above the bar. My kids go to school every morning. They get a bus to come pick them up. They get all the rest they need. Everything's up to par. I've been there for three different owners. First owner, as I heard them, they said that everything was good with that owner. It was absolutely not. The place was a mess. You really did have people on the sides drunk and everything. Second owner was the bank. So it was closed down. Now, when Anthony became the owner, he keeps everything to par. I have no complaints. Every time I have something wrong, if there's something with the garbage, it's done as soon as I call them. They say you're supposed to respect your neighbors. Well, I mean, respecting your neighbors is not throwing a bunch of cat food in the backyard and having 100 cats go where you live. That's not respecting your neighbors. Another thing is they said that they wish they can go in their backyard and enjoy it, not having glass bottles broken and everything. It's completely separated, and I don't hear no glass bottles, and they don't have a backyard. That backyard is a parking lot that people that live around there, we pay to park our cars there. And back to the respect with the cats. Cats are all over my cars. Like I got 2 cars there, they're all over there, just throwing it everywhere. So yeah, that everything that they said, I don't see any. I live right upstairs, so there's no way that if the music's bothering them that much, I just don't see how it's happening because it's not doing it to me. I live directly upstairs from them. The bar is under me. I could hear everything. I could hear bass, and it's shut off at regular times. I work every morning. I work for Amazon, so I get up every morning. I don't have no problem with the music. I have no issues with Anthony as the landlord. He's been the best landlord that we had so far. So everything's up to par. It's clean in the backyard, on the side, in the front. I don't see the issue. So I don't know what kind of malice they have against it. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Meeks.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Sharperson. I'm not a visitor to West Orange. I have family that resides here. I own the property located at 104 Harrison Avenue. I also am one of the owners of Llewellyn Park Bar and Grill, which is not a nightclub. We are a restaurant. This is not my first time speaking before council. The first time was in September of 2024. My attendance was prompted by the receiving of a noise violation summons at 4:30 p.m. We didn't open till 4 o'clock that day, so I'm not sure how that happened. Immediately, I became concerned and alarmed, and I felt like something else was at play here. And the calls from my neighbor to the police department would not be isolated and would continue. At that September meeting, I urged the council to have a community meeting where I would make myself available to discuss any concerns from my neighbors and resolve the issue. I then turned the mic over and I left. I was shortly alerted to the fact that my neighbors came and they spoke at the same council meeting. She stated she would never meet with me, and she refused the offer of coming to a community meeting. She called me an animal. She said I was disrespectful and nasty. She also stated that those type of people that visit that establishment aren't the type of people that West Orange want. I'm not sure if she's aware those people are good people. They are doctors, lawyers, firefighters, police officers, community people, people who have families, but she described them and myself as animals, that amongst other statements I thought to myself were outlandish, and who would ever believe them and put value on such unjustifiable insults. I was mistaken. There was value placed in those words. I was also mistaken for not coming back here to defend myself publicly and to follow up on a proposed community meeting that I asked this council to have and extend myself to my neighbors. In hindsight, I regret that. So I'll move forward to 2025. We have received 2 noise summonses this calendar year, both of which have been unsubstantiated. However, my attorney let me know she also was alerted to the fact that there would be a change in the town's noise ordinance. And while she appeared in court for one of those summonses, they were not to be heard at that time, as you guys were going to change some laws here in the town, which is also a violation of due process. I informed my staff that any rule changes were about us. The ordinance would be more restrictive and possibly punish our business. And I say our business because we all depend on Llewellyn Park to support our families and our livelihood. I was also taken back by the fact that this governing body would not reach out and speak to businesses, mine included, that would be impacted by this and throughout the town for any proposed noise changes. We have received a visit from the health department, building department, regarding an obstructed egress. The obstruction was an empty garbage can. Was that visit necessary or appropriate or more intimidation? We also were visited by the state ABC inspector, which doesn't happen by accident. As stated by the inspector, this visit was prompted by a phone call from one of our neighbors or someone within the town's administrations. No violations were found. Now, moving on to April 2025, at the last council meeting, this council discussed avoiding state statutes regarding its implementation of an amended noise ordinance. The council spoke to the governance of liquor license establishments and state ABC visits and monitoring. I never alerted anyone to the fact that we had an ABC inspector at our location. Could this all be a coincidence? The council also spoke to the institution of a new entertainment license requirement, possibly furthering and restricting my business and operating. Now that I've laid out some of the facts, not all of them, but a few that I've experienced as a business and personally, which are not in the normal course of business, I'd like to ask a question and I'll explain to you how I feel. Have you heard the phrase, know their names? This phrase was birthed from the killing of George Floyd and others and was coined to allow those living not to forget the names of those individuals who died before their time. We do not want this business to be strangled out of existence. Let me be clear, I am not speaking to the West Orange Police Department. In my dealings with them, they have been nothing but courteous, professional, and shown respect to me in their handling of the situation. And as I do believe all residents of West Orange. So to that, I say thank you to the West Orange Police Department. But I cannot say the same for this administration. You are strangling my thoughts, my feelings, and my heart and my business. I feel the pressures of a government that doesn't protect all of its citizens. I feel the pressures that my ancestors faced when they set out to build businesses and services, and they were burnt out and redlined out by the institutions that were set in place to protect them, but they didn't. When I spoke to a council member 2 weeks ago and there were statements made of harassment and possible discrimination and abuse, her response was that she lived in Africa for a period of time. Thus, she could not be abusing her power or discriminating against my business. I took a breath and I ignored the lack of understanding in her words, and I continued my plea to her to understand my side of the story had not been told. And when making judgments, please allow all sides to be heard with fair and unbiased thoughts. I was met with resistance. She may have heard me, but she was not listening. She had no empathy for me. She had no understanding for me. She knew the full dynamics of my neighbor's family structure and living arrangement, and clearly favored my neighbor's opinion of me, which was negative.
Your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Sharpson.
Hello, my name is Brittany Sharperson. I'm speaking on behalf of Llewellyn Park. I will continue Anthony Sharperson's statements. The following day, I attempted to submit my application for an outdoor calf through planning as a request to use my outdoor patio. The request was initiated by planning. I received an email on Monday, April 21st, stating I needed to submit the application along with 4 other items by Friday, April 25th. Upon attempting to submit my application to planning on Thursday, 4/24, I was met with resistance. They insisted that I provided more documentation than what was actually required for the application itself. After 30 minutes of discussion, I was allowed to submit and pay for the application to planning. So to fill everyone in, I'm not allowed to use my patio in any way, to not even go back there until this process is complete. Even though there was a little guidance on how to best proceed in the matter, as it appeared that this was a scramble to put roadblocks in Llewellyn Park's way. I immediately went down the hall to the health department as instructed as part of the process for the outdoor calf, only to be met with more resistance and a greeting as if they were waiting for me, waiting to say, no, we can't accept your application. I felt like I was losing my right to vote. It felt like hurdles were being placed before me that were not there yesterday. I was hurt. I was told I need to see a supervisor in order to process my application, the deputy health inspector. I was unable to meet with him that day as he was out of the office. I left with my head down, with my heart hurting and my mind racing. I'm in a fight. 1 hour later, after leaving City Hall, I received a call from my employees stating that the health inspectors were on site and they'd like to do an inspection of some type. I agreed reluctantly, but I also was confused. I wasn't allowed to put the application in with the health department. Why is the health department there? Why is he questioning me? Why does he assume that I built an illegal structure on my patio? I was left with more questions than answers. Again, I was frustrated, I was hurt, and I earned everything I've ever achieved in my life, but I know in my heart I didn't earn nor do I deserve the way that I'm being treated. The next day I spoke to another council member. We both discussed the reality of the situation, good or bad, and I expressed that ultimately I am and would like to be viewed as a good neighbor. But my neighbor and members of this administration do not want me or my business in West Orange and will continue to harass and abuse their arm of power in determining how my business is treated. I then met with the mayor, who was more understanding and appreciative of the efforts that I took, as she was unaware that I had already taken my own measures to self-govern and monitor based off of past complaints. I was encouraged, yet still confused. I then met with the police department and several of its chiefs. They were honest and forthright in their communication with me. I can appreciate that I know what's expected of me and I can operate within the confines of the law, as I've been doing so as a restaurant owner for the last 19 years, soon to be 20. So I am not new to the business, but this treatment I have never encountered before. Within that conversation, we were realistic, and it was mentioned that it was not noise, but vibrations my neighbor was experiencing, as body camera and officer statements don't align with the noise complaints. I then met with the planning for a second time, who immediately informed me that the patio's permitted use was granted in 2009, and there was never a need to have come before that department, even though the communication was prompted by that department. So why was I prompted to comply, and who is wielding the power stick here? More questions than answers. I then proceeded back to the health department, where I was met with more resistance and disbelief that I made it past planning. I believe in my heart that if the use was not previously approved in 2009, there was no way that I would have been granted use of my patio under this current administration without legal action. After a 1-hour meeting with the director and the deputy director, who I do not believe are personally implicit in this conspiracy, abuse of power, or bias, or whatever you want to call it, that has been undertaken to cripple my business and tarnish my reputation. I do believe that they are operating under a microscope and under the forced guidance of someone or persons. Ultimately, I was able to submit my application to the health department, but speaking frankly, I was told that every T must be crossed and every I must be dotted, and there would be a thorough review, a review that has already taken twists that others do not have to endure. I am being forced to jump through hoops that others are not being required to. I am being forced to do things that are not in the ordinary course of business and processing applications, licensing permits, and multiple inspections that are not required, nor that I have experienced in all my time at Llewellyn Park. With all this being said, I'm here to tell my story, to defend my name and my right to do business in West Orange. But I'm still left with questions of why. Why, after I built a vestibule to control my amplified noise that may or may not leave my building, am I here? Why, after I purchased decibel and ohm readers to self-monitor, am I here? Why, after I limit the use of speakers at my location, am I here? here? Why, after I asked myself, what else is it that I can do to ease any stress placed upon my neighbors, even though they didn't want to meet me, am I here? Why, after the West Orange Police Department offered several visits to my neighbor's location to see what it is they were hearing and feeling, and they declined, am I here? I don't believe I'm here because of noise. I believe I'm here because of hate. Hate that has allowed her to call me an animal that puts his life on the line every time he puts on his uniform as a Jersey City fire captain, an animal that just last week carried civilians out of a burning building to perform CPR until they were resuscitated.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sharperson.
Good evening, council. Thanks. Good job, Brent. Good evening, council. My name is Mark Thompson. I'm the co-owner with Anthony at Llewellyn Park Bar and Grill, and I'll be short. Brittany covered most of it. So when she stated that she is in nursing school to save lives and asked you as a council to save her life for me and my business, I too ask you of something. I ask that in the performance of your duties that you should leave no stone unturned. I ask that you listen to complaints and the defendants of those complaints with equal knowledge, compassion, and empathy. I ask that as a public servant, you leave all bias, all pre-existing notions, ideas of who we are and what our business stands for based off of unfounded claims and gossip. Me coming here tonight, it was not about calling anyone out. It was about telling you all I've experienced and how this has taken over my thoughts and how it's been heavy on my heart. I wish to coexist. I wish to find that place that my neighbor can look at me, respect me as a human being. We've scheduled a community meeting at Llewellyn Park, Tuesday, May 13th at 5 p.m. The police have offered their presence along with the health department. We welcome the community, members of the council to come. I would like to simply resolve this matter on all fronts without legal action or harassment. Can we use the patio? Can we operate the business within the rules in town and public safety? Can our business be treated fairly in its operation and processing permits, applications, and licenses, just as any other business within the town? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Good evening. My name is Lori Montague, and I am one of the operating managers at Llewellyn Park, as well as the executive chef. I am responsible for making sure that the restaurant adheres to the ordinances that you have put into place. Most of the time when the police arrive, when the health department, ABC, all of those agencies that have been showing up, I'm one of the people that they are meeting with. This restaurant, this business is owned and operated by two professional firefighters. They're not just a bar owners. They are serving the community in a multitude of ways, as we all are. I have my own business. I serve on many nonprofits. Llewellyn Park is much more than just in the center of the downtown. Our reviews, our food has become so popular. I want to know how many of you have actually patronized the business, have come in there and seen it in operation. Then you will see that we're operating within the confines of the laws that you are set to enforce. I'd like to also say that we host a multitude of nonprofit fundraisers. Breast cancer, we recently held a small business forum with Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill, who's a gubernatorial candidate right now. Llewellyn Park does a wealth of things to give back to the community. We donate to the high school. We've given food. Every person that comes and asks for our support, we are there to support them because we are community partners. And so it's really disturbing to me that this council, while yes, you have to adhere and listen to your residents, but you're focused on one rental resident. When you have a law-abiding, tax-paying business that pays for several employees, it's my livelihood and several others. We have customers that come in there that depend on us to have quality food and an establishment that they host. We've had a wedding there. We've had different things, graduations. So to say that we're animals or that we're wild or that there's beer bottles broken, that's just a fallacy.
It's a lie. And so one thing I do agree with what was stated by our neighbor is that lying is against the law. And so I encourage you to come because I am that person who's planting the flowers, picking up garbage. From the time I park my car in the parking lot, I'm picking up garbage from across the street straight through because they own the building. They're not going anywhere. They own it. We're invested in the community. We're there to make it better. So we invite this council to come in. If you haven't patronized us, I invite you to come at any time, meet with us and see. We still open the door to our neighbors to come in and sit with us. They've never been in there. You know, have you looked in their backyard? Because I do, because I'm back there picking up the garbage along the pathway. All the garbage that's in their back is very visible. We have it exterminated regularly. We take care of that property around there. We take pride in it. So just a lot of the things that are being said against this business just are not true. They're lies, and it is harassment. And there's a pattern of harassment that is going on with other businesses that are right beneath them as well. And so you really need to look into having a study. I would like to see the township put some investment into a vibration study, going over there with your own noise. If she won't let you into her apartment, then stand out front of it and tell me what you hear. You're already living on a busy street with Harrison Avenue and Main Street right there. I think it's really unfair to target us and try to shut down a business that is paying, quite frankly, the taxes that you talk about, the deficit that you're in, and you want to shut us down? Like, it's just unfair. It's really, you're doing a disservice to the people in this community, and we see you. We see you very clearly. And we're going to hold you accountable because it's just not fair. It's not right. This is my livelihood, and I take great pride in this job and this position that I hold. And until real change is made, while you taking us with the same kind of care and consideration as you give a renter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Montague.
Good night, all. My name is Janelle Jerome, and I live on Columbia Street in West Orange. I'm here today to complain about the lack of service that we receive in the downtown area. I've been living in the downtown area for over 20 years. Last week, Saturday night, was the worst experience of them all. I called West Orange Police Department for assistance because I had a neighbor on Liberty Street, the block behind me, playing music from 12 p.m. on Saturday until 2:35 Sunday morning. I called at 1:47. I called at 2:03. I called at 2:20. And for each time I called, I heard they were busy. They couldn't come. I also heard they could not hear the noise. So I went to play the noise that I recorded. Give me 1 second. Let me get the right. How do you not hear this? How do you tell me that you cannot find this? As I said to the lady, no one came, because if someone came, they would have known where to go. And for you to call me back to insult my intelligence and tell me that someone came is unacceptable. While I understand that they may be busy or they may feel that we don't deserve services, I pay property tax. I am not a renter. I own my home. And I am to the point where I want to sell my home at the end of this school year when my 18-year-old goes off to college, because I don't want to live in West Orange anymore. I work in New York. I work for the city of New York. And if I give the services to my people that I work with, what I get from West Orange, I wouldn't have a job. And this is what West Orange Township need to understand. Whether we are renters or not, we deserve a service. I complain about my garbage. Never mind that. The garbage truck pick up what they feel like, and what they don't, they leave behind. And the township doesn't come to see. It sits there all week long. On top of that, there's no garbage cans. So everyone throw their garbage cans all over the street. Our drains are clogged. When it rains, our street is flooded. This is not what I pay. $14,000 a year in property tax for. I don't pay property tax for those kind of services. And yet alone, when I email this council, no one ever replies. There's no common decency with anyone that sits here to say, let me reply, with the exception of maybe two. But everybody else reads the email and they could not be bothered. Well, guess what? I could not be bothered, and I've had enough. And we need something to be done because, again, not everybody that lives in that area is a renter. I pay taxes to this township like the people of everybody else that live in this township. Thank you.
Good evening, Seth Weisletter, 17 Howell Drive. First of all, I'm in the senior care business, and hearing this about Daughters of Israel, pretty upsetting that this town will once again find itself on legal aspect. Fair share housing, or a CRC community, continuing care retirement community. That's what it stands for. And we're positioning ourselves because we don't have a town planner. We need a town planner. Our pieces aren't together. We hear businesses complaining. We hear residents complaining. We're trying to solve every single problem at every council meeting, and it's 9:40 and you still have an executive session. I don't know what to say. But we look at other towns, Cranes Mill and Caldwell, go visit that facility, please. 5-star. Go visit over in South Orange. There's another CRC there, 5-star. I've been in Daughters of Israel. I've had clients there. I've met with their staff. They are great people. And West Orange deserves a 5-star CRC facility. Without it, we're just making ourselves a non-competitive town once again, and we will lose residents. Now, on to my main point while I'm here. Also, please, a new microphone system. We heard it's coming. Spend $1,000. Let's let everyone hear, and let's get rid of some of the frustration in this room. People can't hear, people are too hot, too cold. It's every single meeting, not just the council meeting, but it raises that level of tension. Let's get rid of it. Come on. We have donors. Let's get a donation and get a sound system fixed. So I'm basically here to speak about a resolution that's on the agenda, 138-25, which is going to authorize continued payment to Genova Burns LLC to defend the West Orange Town Council in its ongoing lawsuit with the mayor, or vice versa, however you want to look at it. It's been going on for 2 years now. I am not here tonight to ask for comment on pending litigation, and I'm not asking you to comment. But to date, this resolution, I gathered from reading it quickly, we're almost at $70,000 of taxpayer money, and we're arguing about a couple hundred so we could speak first. Doesn't make sense. And this resolution doesn't provide a cap or a clear statement of how much more is going to be spent. I think the public deserves to know how much more is coming. What else is unclear now is how much has been spent on legal representation for the mayor. If the township funds are covering those expenses too, they have been approved. Doesn't the council have to approve it? Is the CFO aware of the total amount that we're about to spend? These aren't just technical questions. They are about transparency, fiscal responsibility, and public trust. We just heard it in a couple of presentations. This is litigation, double dipping between two attorney firms, and they're going to make out and get that Florida condo, whoever said that. Because if we start adding up both sets of legal fees, we're talking about a 6-figure cost to taxpayers. Is that correct? I don't know. Maybe the CFO or administration can answer it. Imagine that money could be redirected towards things that we all care about and have heard. Hiring of a full-time town planner, investing in youth, parks, playgrounds, senior services, and improve our downtown. Everyone has said this statement at least once. I want what's best for West Orange. But is this really what we all can be. When political disagreements turn into expensive legal battles, we all lose, not just financially, but in terms of unity, trust, and progress. It's been 2 years behind closed doors, and taxpayers are now being stuck with both bills. I respectfully urge the council, the mayor, and the administration to find that path forward that puts West Orange first. Not lawyers, not pride, and not politics. Enough is enough. My question comes down to, when does it end and at what cost? Direct and indirectly. Thank you.
Good evening, Council President and members of council. My name is Gerald Sweeney. I live at 24 Oak Bend, West Orange. I'm president of Friends of West Orange Public Library. And I'm here to speak in support of the ordinance to fund the phase 2 library related improvements at 10 Rooney Circle. Our members, over 230, regularly use the library and regularly need to use the library. The library, the good news, I want to tell you, people who use the library, the new library, love it. It's brightly colored, it's lively, lots of light. It's got lots of parking. It's got everything that people promised for the building. What it doesn't have is the promises of the utility of the enormous number of parking spaces and other facilities on which it was located. Two of the promises and benefits of moving there were enhanced parking, so we could have a lot more people there. They can use the community space and other meeting areas within the library. And second, because it had enormous amount of parking. However, the way the parking is allocated now, the bulk of the desirable parking right up the eastern end or the upper end of the library is assigned to the second floor tenant, not available for patrons. There's a few patron spaces, maybe about 14, but the bulk of the parking has to be down in the lower parking area. Lower parking area, and first of all, I have to give great credit to Township Engineer Carvalho. She spelled out all the things that are planned for work. Well, the reason they're planned is because all of them are necessary. So I get down to where the criticism is of the current library. It's that the accessibility to the space is not desirable. The parking is not as useful because the lower level requires that you walk up a driveway or road that has no walkway, no railings, no anything. It's sort of a steep incline. If elderly or persons with a stroller, they have to push it all the way up to the top of the hill, come back down. That's so all of the things I want to just point to a couple of things that I think are important. Some of them, while not all of it's safety related, a lot of it is safety related. Today, when I went over to the library, there was a group program for young kids, and there was probably about 60 people there. Most all of them parked at the lower level. So coming up, they have to walk up a driveway, no railings, no lines, no space. Second, the lower lots and most of the lots, the asphalt is deteriorated. There's no lighting or minimal functioning lighting in the parking lots at night. So if you come out at night, you can't really use it down there. It's just not really effective. The other things, security cameras, lighting, walkways, accessibility, those are the key things. And this, what we need to do is finish this project. Right now, it's an unfinished project. It was always contemplated that the library facilities, the grounds, you would be able to sit outside and do it. Fencing is needed there because you can't have little kids out there. They'll be either falling off the ledge or else they'll be going into the road. So that needs it. That's part of this project. Fencing along 280, I think that's appropriate. There's no fence there right now. There's a guardrail that's about 2.5 feet high. That's the only thing that keeps, I'm not worried about cars, but I'm worried about people either going from the driveway or coming from the highway. But most all the things are well justified by accessibility, by safety, by convenience, and by overall making the place, a library, an attractive place that people want to go to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney.
My name is Richard Groves, 41 Yale Terrace, West Orange, New Jersey. Been here a resident.
Yeah, just move it up there.
Yeah,
Can you repeat your address, please?
40. Is it on? Okay. I'm sorry, everyone's short. Richard Groves, 41 Yale Terrace.
Thank you.
West Orange, New Jersey, 30-year residence. Council President, I asked that I have a few moments after the time. I know you've given that in the past. I don't think it'll be much, but I'm just asking for that in advance.
Certainly.
As I said, Richard Groves, I'm here in response to the issues that are going on with Llewellyn Park. I've heard a number of words chosen tonight, which I think speak volumes about what's happening, due diligence, leadership, or their lack thereof. I've identified myself also as a participant in the Men Make a Difference. We are a mentoring program, a mentoring group throughout the state, member of the Downtown Alliance. And as affiliate with the Men Make a Difference, we've always looked at solutions, not problems. And for 7 years, we had a program, after school program, where we had 300 to 400 kids, at-risk kids coming through our program, where we had mentoring, and basketball and so forth. And we were able to get many of those kids into high school and then into college. Solutions versus issues. One of those kids I even adopted, my son. I brought him into our home because that's what he needed. Solutions versus issues. And tonight we have issues versus solutions. I think integrity is very important, but optics also matter. Someone told me that there's a statement in West Orange, we are West Orange, no hate lives here. You know, I beg the difference to some extent, given the testimony or the response from the Llewellyn Park, people who I know have gone to the facility, have been at the facility. I was there when the construction person came in midday for my birthday of all days, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Nobody's in there, 8, 9 people. And he's talking about obstruction on the side of the building. We go over there, was there's 2 garbage cans that had just previously been taken off the street and just had not been put in the shed yet. But you can't see that from the street. So that means somebody was looking over the wall trying to make some issues up. And no one has said this, but this is Councilman Joyce Rudin is the direct person who's been doing all this. I know this personally. I've gotten calls regarding this. I don't get paid to be here. I've never gotten paid to be here, but I get as many calls as you guys about crap like this, about how we are not serving the people, but we have a personal agenda. As part of Downtown Alliance, the goal there is to facilitate a growth so that people want to come to West Orange. But then you target a group of young people who have a building they're in a business district, and you try to put them out of business. Why do I say that? And there's a narrative that seems to be similar to that's going across the country. Optics matter. Maybe it's not that, but optics matter. First, we had an issuing group who we voted against, who, by the way, could have facilitated with the planning, so forth, that would have gone here. Didn't do that. The other group was the Black Museum, which we don't want that because of the traffic up there. We don't want to come downtown here where we have potential contamination there. And then finally, we have Llewellyn Park, who's been there 2 years. Nothing was said about their outdoor space. I've been there when they've had music. My fraternity, I'm also part of a Kappa Alpha Psi or the Divine Nine Fraternity Incorporated, right? And so I'm there, and there are people coming in all the time. I don't hear this. I've talked to the police officers. They don't hear this. I've asked each member on the council who I've spoken to, have you ever been down to hear noise? No, you haven't. You have not listened to anything, specifically you. You don't know this. And we had a conversation. We had a conversation here, and you said they're out of control. It's a nightclub, which it is not. Right? And then we also said that we heard a statement said, I was here when the statement was said that we said the only thing that seemed to be different is not the location, but the people. And you muttered, oh, I'm not a racist. I lived in Africa. Most racist thing you could say to people of color. Now, we were targeting a place that was a Jewish entity. Guarantee you, we've been called anti-Semitic.
Mr. Groves, Mr. Groves, I apologize for interrupting you, but I'd like you to focus on, as you said.
I am focused on.
Please.
This all has to do with everything we're talking about. Words matter. Words matter. They wouldn't have made that statement either if words did not matter. The people wouldn't have shown up here if words and actions did not matter. Now, if you were really trying to help, we were trying to bring everybody together, then we would have tried to get the residents in a room, right? I know Michelle Castellino has tried to do that. They've denied it. I know the police have tried to go in to listen to see if this occurred, but we're taking one side. That is not a solution. That's an issue. And as I mentioned before, issues are not solutions. And then we're talking here tonight. I've not heard anyone talk about any solutions to rectify this. They've tried everything. The decimal readers. Blanton was in there when the health department came in, and I know why they're coming in. I've been told that this is the reason they've come in. Targeting. And you're going to keep doing this, and you're going to have some problems, legally or otherwise. It's not a good thing. I know many of you are on the council.
Your time is up.
And I've said that.
Please, Mr. Groves, please continue. As I said, just try to wrap it up as quickly as you can, please.
Right. Okay, so I'm coming to an end. So I was saying all that to say that as a person who's just a resident, we've had always with solutions versus issues. Why is it that my little community of folks can come to get a resolution, to get solutions, and then a body that has the back end of the town and so forth can't come to this? And that's all they're asking for. We don't want them to be targeted because as a member of Downtown Alliance, we can't promote downtown if they feel developers feel that it's unfriendly to businesses or specifically businesses that look like me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Groves.
You're right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Darren Nurse. I'm at 6 Dartmouth Road, but I'm also part of downtown West Orange. It's interesting because, every time I see this piece of paper, I see all the things that need to be done. The paper just grows more and more. Also, by the way, if I get sick, I just want to go to Daughters of Israel. So just somebody send me over there. All right.
Oh, God.
Sounds like a great place. But no, for real, listen. Coming from the entertainment business in New York, dealing with nightclubs, dealing with industry people, all those different things. When you set up something like that, and when that is in an area where people, and this is not to speak down or to speak against anyone, but when you set up in an area that is considered a business district, and you have people that live in the business district, they have to adhere to the business district. And the reason that is because that district is a commercial district, and that commercial money gives to the town or the city. Now, I was here before, and I tried to explain that, this is no longer a small town. And I think the real issue is, for me, as I see it, you keep thinking of this as a small town. This is not a small town. You have a lot of families, young families, that want to do things besides head out to Montclair, South Orange, Maplewood, Morristown. They're here, so they want to be here. And being a part of Downtown Alliance is trying to attract those businesses here. I've been in Llewellyn Park and Grill. I held meetings in Llewellyn Park and Grill. I've been there in the daytime. I've been there in the evening. And I can tell you for a fact that there are no disturbances. The one thing I want to take back and probably try to explain to the residences that live in the area, you guys need to understand, these people that own this building, they are having your protection at best because they are civil workers themselves. So they have to adhere and make sure that the community is protected. So when you deny yourself from meeting with them, when you deny yourself from wanting to be around them or try to understand the situation, then you deny yourself for the whole thing altogether because you're not really trying to be to a solution. Another thing is, you know, listen, we got a person that's a CPA in the town or, you know, town financial guy. You know, we need somebody to help build the town out. And I'm sure he see the numbers and I'm sure he's looking like, yo, we need money. And the one thing I can tell you is this, if you continue to disrupt things and make things difficult, what happens to downtown, it becomes a ghost town. And when it becomes a ghost town, then the town itself is dead altogether. Because now you have no businesses, you have no commercial business coming through, and those are the things that you need. You have no development coming through. Those are the things that you need. So what I'm saying is you need to look at the whole thing all over again. Whatever these ordinances are that you come up with or however these things are written, you need to rewrite them. You need to change them. You need to have, I mean, you think about between town and the Board of Ed, the money that's being wasted and being spent and how much in debt each one is. I mean, this is crazy. This makes no sense. So what it is bad management. So bad management has been taking place for so long that now it's become a habit. And now we have to find a way to break that habit, you know, and we have to change those things. And you got to start working together more and more because as I'm saying before, as I said before, I'm going to say again, if nothing changed into attracting commercial businesses, this town becomes a ghost town. And then people are really going to be upset when it becomes that type of town because there's nothing else to be said.
Thank you, Mr. Nurse.
Check 1, 2. Good evening, council. Wasn't going to speak tonight, John Blanton, Forest Hill Road, West Orange here. First thing I want to say, and I wrote it to you guys in correspondence, come, let us reason together. If we are truly West Orange and no hate lives here, come, let us reason together. There are 3 branches of government. There's the executive, there's the legislative, and there's a judicial branch of government. The executive branch enforces the law. The legislative branch, your job is to make laws. And the courts, the judicial branch, responsibility is to interpret the laws. And it seems like we're bringing this stuff from Washington, D.C. to our town, which some people just think that they can do the executive, legislative, and judicial branch of government themselves. I just had an opportunity to speak to the residents outside. And Councilwoman Rudin, I'm gonna tell you, you're wrong. You need to stop. Now, you wrote me a letter after I wrote y'all a letter hiding behind legal that your attorney advised you and the council not to be involved with meeting with people. Well, wasn't it illegal when you met with the folks down at Llewellyn Park? So if it wasn't right then, if it was right then, why isn't it right now that you're hiding behind an attorney? You've been a large part of what's going on, and I'm calling you out.
Mr. Blanton, I'm sorry. You're saying very important things.
No problem.
But please, just direct.
If I'm wrong, sue me.
No, sir, I don't want to do this. I want to hear what you have to say, but I request that you not
So
make
I'm
it
saying this
personal.
because as legislators,
Thank you.
your jobs are to legislate and make laws, not to be mingling in the executive branch and judicial branch of government. Now, I met with the resident. I'm the one who asked you guys after all of this rancor to call a community meeting. And then you, council, hides behind, we've spoken to our legal. It's in writing, and I can read it if you need me to. And that's what troubles me. If we are West Orange, and we really want to come to reason together, I once read, and I gave it to you guys in writing. If you have a problem, come to your brother and sister in person. They don't listen, get someone else. They don't listen in,
bring them before the community. I've talked to the residents outside. You've been a large part of this, the council. I'll say that, the council. The residents are willing to meet. Llewellyn Park has extended the olive branch. If I have to walk with the young ladies and gentlemen because it was said that they're afraid of the owners at Llewellyn Park, it's not true. I spoke with them outside. It's a scheduling situation. I have been to Llewellyn Park on a regular, as I come here and tell you, I try to support our businesses. The last 5 times in the last 5 weeks that I have been there, one of them was Mr. Groves, who spoke tonight's birthday. The building department came. I was there this past Friday with my wife. She was on spring break, having lunch. The health department came. I was in there one day having lunch with my son. The ABC came. I was in there having lunch with one of my mentors. The health department came. And it all goes right back to one council person. And I'm gonna tell you, if this stuff continues, and I tell you guys, as a person, if you say something to me and you tell me that you didn't mean it, and I tell you it's offensive, it's the receiver, not what you said. And it's like any other culture. You say something to me like Mr. Grove said, and I tell you, hey, that's a racist or can be considered a racist comment. Don't say it again. And then don't embarrass the person or yourself by making another charge statement. And Mr. Groves already spoke on that. Please, 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 I am pleading with you guys. Let's come together and reason. Councilwoman Castellino, we go way back. And you know some of the meetings, but we reasoned together. Let's come together and reason together. The tenants are here. They're willing to meet May 13th, 5:30 p.m. at Llewellyn Park. They've extended the olive branch. God bless you.
Please, go ahead.
Good evening. Sally Malanga, Ridge Road. I wanted to address the issue of Daughters of Israel. I went to all the zoning board hearings. The reason why Daughters of Israel was not approved is because they were not considered an inherently beneficial use in their new plan. They had shrunk their nursing home division way down. They had presented an obsolete proposal for their nursing home facility. They had proposed 192 market rate luxury apartments with a $500,000 entry fee. They were cutting down way too many trees on a steep slope, which would have caused flooding in the neighborhood. They had unnecessary retaining walls, which were cutting down trees. So their project was too high and too big. It would have obstructed the neighbors, and they were told all of that. If they come back with a more considerate plan, it might get approved. That's what I think the members of the community should know, because a lot of people did not go to the zoning board hearings. But I wanted to talk about the gas-powered blowers again. Just this last week, I watched in shock when a mosquito control vehicle fired up their gas-powered blowers to blow pesticides around my neighbor's property. The next day, over an hour of painful noise and vibration, another neighbor's landscaper literally blew out all the leaves from their shrubs needlessly. Then he walked the entire street, blowing toxic dust from the street back onto their lawn. They have 2 children and 2 dogs. The residents are not exaggerating when we say we feel oppressed by this daily onslaught of industrial grade noise and the smell of raw gasoline. This is not a minor inconvenience. It's an attack on the peaceful enjoyment of our homes. something that is supposed to be protected by local government. Some have floated the idea of a referendum, but let's be clear, that was suggested by a dealer of gas-powered blowers, not by residents. We do not want to be pitted neighbor against the costly fossil fuel political battle. But there is a silver lining in this. If we act, there's a huge benefit waiting for us. It was brought up earlier. We can save $500,000 a year for the community in our tax dollars by not having the Department of Public Works collect piles of leaves from the streets in our town after all the landscapers spend 2 or 3 months blowing them into the street, causing accidents and car fires. Residents are paying twice, once for their landscaper to needlessly blow leaves to the curb in a so-called fall cleanup, and then residents pay again for the town to take them away. We can easily instead mulch the leaves and gather the few that are left. Other towns are doing this. It's sustainable, it's proven, and it will save us a lot of money. And then maybe we can buy those pickleball courts. So we expect you to act now with determination on a summer ban and a full ban in 2026. Right now, we got nothing, no protections at all. So we're looking to get the same kind of protections just as Montclair, Maplewood, Glen Ridge, and many, many other towns. And then please, let's get rid of that $500,000 wasted. 10 years of that, we got $5 million in our pocket. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malanga. But before you speak, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I have to excuse myself. I'm turning over Council President to Councilwoman Castellino. I will be back just as soon as I can. Please excuse me.
You're gonna miss the best part. Last but not least, I hope.
I'll watch it on the TV.
What?
I'll watch the recording. I'm sorry, I'll be back as soon as I can.
Thank you, sir. Your name and
I was
address.
watching the minute hand. I thought maybe you guys were using a calendar for timing how this goes, but anyway.
Your name, and I'm sorry, sir, your name and address,
Yeah,
please.
Lee Hindin, LeeHindin, 79 Crystal, West Orange, New Jersey, of course.
Do you have that, Madam Clerk?
No.
Wait, could you say it again, sir? Madam Clerk did not.
79.
No, I have the
Lee,
address. I need your name.
Lee, Hindin, Hind is in David, IN.
Thank you, sir.
The longer I was listening.
Excuse me, could we please have quiet? The gentleman's going to speak. Thank you.
As I was sitting, I wanted to speak about the two main issues that were originally addressed, but as I was listening, I have one suggestion. I wonder if there's some way you might consider, I don't know if this is the right word, deputizing people around town on their own willingness to participate, and let anyone who lives near a sewer be given a sort of claw rake or something and just commit to cleaning it for the benefit of the whole community when it gets clogged in the fall or gets clogged by debris. I do that by hand, so to speak, in front of my house, but it's just something I think would be easy to deal with. So the first thing about the library and the pickleball issue, I was really surprised that, there was no really data on this. One person said, well, I think it would be noisy. The chairperson said, well, I hear it's like this loud. I go by it. I did a little research while I was sitting there, and the decibels can be estimated. The projection of the volume is not linear. And if you add one quart and you add 7 more quarts, it's only a decibel increase of maybe 9. But the basic concern is that, and I put in just a measure of 900 feet. I don't know what the difference, how long, I don't remember what the distance was from where the pickleball courts would be to where the library windows would be. But this is a simple engineering issue that a sound engineer would have to deal with. That's not my field, but I don't know why you don't have simple data when there's data available. I happen to be a psychiatrist. I've been in the town for 42 years, I think. I was director of psychiatry at St. Barnabas. I go back many years. I think that the issue of how the library was priced and the evolution of what took place is very confusing. I think you said that there was an invitation that should be given or an option. Then you identified that it's a legal matter. I think it's something the town attorney should look into. If the people who got this going had an obligation to present it to the town planning board, then whoever did that should be brought back and at least be asked how this happened and see if anyone is liable for what took place. So that was really pretty surprising to me. And the other thing I wanted to say is I was a consultant at the Daughters of Israel. I would go in and do consultations when I was based in St. Barnabas. And my father was there. And, when he was there, and my children could go and visit him, as one of the other people said. And my son, who is sitting back there, is the head of pastoral counseling from there. And so I put my name on the waiting list, and I hope that when I'll be there, and my wife, maybe she won't have to be there, but that my son and my grandchildren will come and visit me there. It's a pretty good place. So that's my
Thank you, sir. And it back to Council President.
Thank you, Council President Castellino. Please.
Good evening. Jeanette Pavez, Valley Road, West Orange, on behalf of Llewellyn Park. I appear before the municipal council asking that you assist in urging and directing the municipal departments to follow the West Orange Municipal Code and seeking clarification as to why Llewellyn Park was instructed not to allow anyone on their outdoor space in any capacity. The outdoor space is part of their premises, and to be clear, my question is not about whether or not they may offer or serve food or beverages on the outdoor space, as that is governed by the outdoor cafe permit, which has been applied for. The question is, what prevents them or their patrons from simply sitting in said space? What ordinance authorizes the town to prevent anyone from sitting on private property complying with zoning that is insured by the business, proof of insurance which is required by the town? It appears that this is unfortunately an example of the town overreaching in its authority in an effort to stifle and disrupt a business that is doing everything to operate in a lawful manner.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Please come up.
Something other than Llewellyn Park.
Mr. Sharperson, we don't allow people to come up. Yes. Seeing no one eligible to come up, wants to come up, I'm going to close public comment at what time is it?
10:14.
Yes. I want to thank everybody, and I want to open up the responses from the council people. I'd like to start with Councilwoman Scarpa, if she is still with us.
Yes, I
Councilwoman
am.
Scarpa?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Yes, I am with you. Thank you. All right, I want to try to keep it brief tonight since it's so late. I'm going to just kind of go by topic. Please don't feel slighted if I don't talk with you by name. But in terms of Terry Triggs, I just wanted to say I completely agree with you about the Eagle Rock traffic. I don't know if you saw the meeting about a few council meetings ago. I read a letter that I received from concerned residents of your neighborhood exactly on this issue, and suggested an unbiased traffic study. So I am completely agreement, and we need to be careful we monitor what kind of development we have in that area. Emily Peace, my Gregory neighbor, I want to thank you and your entire group I will be voting for both of those ordinances that you are concerned about. I live at 343 Gregory Avenue, and you can feel free to stop and visit with me anytime. I've wanted to reach out to you, but unfortunately, I just haven't had an opportunity and get to know you better. I'm a lifelong resident of Gregory Avenue, attended Gregory School. My son attended Gregory School. And I really would like to get to know all of you better and help you in any way. And thank you so much for all of your advocacy. It's made my life a lot nicer on Gregory Avenue. Everyone who came out concerning the noise, I hope our noise ordinance will help us to curtail some of the noise that is difficult for our neighbors to deal with. We have it in many places in town. It's unfortunate that, we do have residential and business right next to each other. We do need to do whatever we can to mitigate the situation, both for the restaurant owners who we love and want to make sure that they continue to thrive, and for those neighbors who are bothered by it. Carol, in terms of the gas powered blowers, and Sally and all who talked about that, I think you know that I totally agree with you. I'm horrified by the gas powered blowers, the noise, the dirt. I want to thank you for bringing to light again the economic advantages. And I think if we had taken a more deliberate and thorough approach, we might be able to have a better solution moving forward. I'd love to see our CFO, Mr. Detiniak, have real numbers on the break evens to work with the school system. I could not vote for it at this time because the schools had that $11 million deficit, and it would have been devastating for them. I think we need to have education on mulching the leaves and move towards this direction of as soon as we possibly can. But we need to do it right. And I do think that we do need a referendum. When this came up a couple meetings ago and I was not able to support it, it was the schools, it was that there were many, many residents who came out and had real concerns about not only the economics of it, but many, many others. The small landscapers really came out and made me aware of how devastating it was going to be for their businesses. So we need to look at whatever programs we can put in place, whatever PSE&G is doing, and we need to move in this direction more slowly, more deliberately, but as quickly as we possibly can. Lisa Trudeau, thanks for coming out in support of the library. We do want to make all of the improvements that we need to at the library. However, I don't think what's been proposed here is something that I can support, given the level of debt that we have. And we really need to look at this whole thing in the context of our capital budget. And we will make those necessary library modifications, of course. However, a pickleball court, that's kind of a nice to have, but maybe we don't need a pickleball court right now. Also, to me, I think we need to look more carefully about putting that right next to an outdoor seating area, particularly if we want to have children's activities there. I know I would not want to work with children. I work with children as a speech pathologist, and I would not want to work with children that was so close to that kind of area. I don't think it would be beneficial for them. So maybe we need to find a better home for the pickleball. But I guess we'll have more discussion on that. Seth, being the astute businessman you are, you hit the nail on the head. all of this has been about, a lot of the problems that we've had in our township have been because we don't have a town planner. We've done haphazard development. I really feel that if we were making better decisions, that were not biased and that were in the best interest of the residents, we would be alleviating a lot of the problems. And I hope that our mayor is listening and she will work collaboratively with our council to get a planner, because that will make a big difference. Last night, I watched Montclair's planning board, and I would suggest all of you go on. They're going to have another meeting in another couple of weeks. They talk about their affordable housing plans, something that we're dealing with now. Their planner led the way with their planning board. They had an unbiased and detailed discussion with residents as well. In fact, they actually had surveyed the residents in a mailer. And it was just so professional and so thoughtful. I thought, what a model of how to make decisions. It reminded me of being back in a boardroom making business decisions. And I really would urge not only my council colleagues, but residents to take a look at their meeting and their next meeting and see what a thoughtful discussion on this topic should look like. And I think that's about it. I think I covered just about everything.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Who'd like to go next, Councilwoman?
Sure. Thank you, Council President. Thank you, everybody, for coming down this evening. I know it's already 10:30 and just listening to public comment, and for attorney for waiting, because it's important that we get to our public. So I'm going to start off with Ms. Scales. Always great to see you, former Board of Education member. And I'm going to ask our BA if he could kindly make sure that we could look into her request. This is, I mean, she's been here a couple of years now, and I don't know why this is so hard. Making a left into CVS parking lot as you're going at the light at Prospect towards a new proposed Target. So if we could talk to the county and see what we could do in regards to that. Ms. Pease, thank you so much, and the whole Gregory community for coming out to advocate. We're going to get this done. It's been a long time coming. I can't believe the traffic that goes through this entire town, especially over there at the Gregory area. It just hasn't been safe. So, I really got to thank the county working with our engineer, doing tremendous work. Not enough hours in the day for our director Corbella. So I have to thank her for getting all this done. These are monumental tasks, but they're important for our schools community. I'm gonna skip over that. Mr. Withingham, I just got to thank you for coming out to talk about the trees. When I saw your email, I have responded on an internal email that you weren't copied on. How we don't sign off on these trees after the contractor plants them, I believe will change. And I look forward to that change so we could make sure that we contract this out. And we have to make sure when the contractor does all this planting, that it's done properly before payment is issued. And so I look forward to seeing that process change. So thank you for coming out and for sharing with us, Ms. Schlid, and also Ms. Malanga. I'm not going to rehash the gas power leaf blowers. Everyone knows how I felt about those. I don't think the technology is there yet, but I am going to address it. I was working with my colleague. We were working on this noise ordinance. That is not up yet. Someone mentioned it. It passed. It's in effect. It's still, we're working on it. But I was willing to look at certain times for that on the weekends, because I know the noise is an issue, but there's a lot of parameters that we have to make sure we get right. And we've been trying to cover everything, which is quite difficult in such a large township with so many different needs. With that, I am gonna next talk about Daughters of Israel. I know attorney said earlier, not to comment too much on the presentation, but I do thank them for coming this evening for that presentation. 99 years with a stellar reputation in our township. They really have been a jewel right there next to Kessler, helping so many residents and people throughout the community. And, I hope something can be done for them. We love to keep them in town, and we'll see how that progresses. And I appreciate all the speakers coming out to talk about it this evening. And I also appreciate Ms. Malanga's point. She did sit through all those meetings, so I did follow some of that, and there are some points there. So hopefully something can be worked out. And I look forward to entertaining that discussion. Next, I'm trying to hurry because I know it's late. Lisa Tussaud and Mr. Sweeney, our president of our Friends of the Library Board and our vice president of our West Orange Public Library Board. Both of them coming out to advocate for our library. They spent countless hours on this project, making that move. Yes, it's not, technically it is in the center of town. We would love to have it. We try to have it on Main Street even before my time on the council. Wish a developer would have gave us a plan for that, but that never transpired. So a developer did offer us 10 Roney Circle. And that was, that was the transaction that was made. And I hope the council can consider a lot of the improvements because it is a need and it's our building. We do collect a revenue on it, potentially additional revenue, and hopefully we'll be able to get that site taken care of. As far as the pickleball courts, I appreciate the comment made by Mr. Was it Hendon? If I apologize if I got my notes incorrectly, with the sound engineer. I know something was done with Mr. Keough. They were testing out pickleballs in the parking lot a year or so ago, or 2 years ago when we passed this. They were out there for quite some time and having Mr. Q be inside or whoever was inside. So I know there was some kind of testing done. I'm not sure it was done by the sound engineer. I'm sure Mr. Keough isn't credentialed in that way, but there was some sort of exercise done at the time, and he could speak to that at the next meeting or whenever we go to finalize this, if we get that far. Okay. Seth, thank you for speaking tonight. I've been supporting the township planner. I know some people have been disappointed about that. And again, it's a matter of cost and what we could get from somebody sitting in the seat. Our departments are very, very tremendously busy. And I felt, especially the past 2 years, we need somebody in the seat in town hall 5 days a week. So hopefully we could resolve that. Hopefully tonight we'll resolve the long-standing lawsuit between the mayor and the prior town council that voted for it, and my current colleagues. This needs to be resolved. There's a lot that needs to move forward in this township, and I'm looking forward to that. Chanel Jerome, I gotta thank her for coming out here. And I apologize because I did not respond back to you, but I did immediately talk to the chief. And I know you're disappointed in the lack of what you thought of response was to you, and rightfully so. Again, another reason why we're looking at this noise ordinance, because the way it is written, it's hard to enforce, and there are issues. You clearly heard on her phone this evening, and my friends over here from the restaurant, those are a lot of phone calls I received this past year from your establishment of people. They have it on their phones that they could hear in their living room. So I'm looking forward to everyone speaking. I've been encouraging that. I think you all should talk with each other. It's a balance. I always say downtown's a balance. We have a very, very tough downtown. And when you first came to get your liquor license, I remember stating in the ABC hearing, and we have to be careful because we are the ABC Council, And that conversation from my colleague, Mr. Blanton, just so you know, that was a recent conversation that we had with our ABC attorney that's not up here this evening. And that, because last council connection, I was not be able to go there, and a bunch of you came to advocate for your restaurant. And at that meeting, I believe an attorney was present. So I thought right away it was an attorney that you already retained, but apparently it was just somebody coming to support you. So I had called the attorney because, we always have to be careful up here. We wear two hats, and at the end of the day, we don't want to cause a lawsuit for the township because it is your tax dollars. With that being said, we have to be mindful for what we say. So I'm going to just say this evening. I encourage the dialogue with all of you. But it's just not just, one or two folks with complaints. And I've shared this with the owners in the past. There's folks behind you. And, when you have the patio open down the street, there's people that have walked by. I campaigned last year. And folks that live down on Kirk Street that walk by the restaurant would hear the noise. So, and it's hard. And I know, talk to Mark a lot, and you've tried to balance it out and try to put, sound, whatever you could do to equip the sound with the noise and acoustics. And I appreciate that. But it's not just your establishment. We do have other establishments in town. I guess it's something with the equipment you all are using with the bass and whether it's the DJ music or whatever it is, we have to deal with it. And that's part of our job because we do have that balance in the community. This isn't Jersey City or Hoboken. It's plain old West Orange. So you have a lot of folks that work 2 or 3 jobs in the downtown area. And that's always been the challenge because we want to make a vibrant downtown. And folks say, well, how do you make it vibrant if you don't have music, if you don't have folks coming in? And it's not an easy challenge. My board members, who I appreciate all their support, are here this evening. And it hasn't been easy, but we're going to have to work it out. And neighbors too have to be, there has to be communication. So I'm glad they want to talk to you because you do need to hear them. And hopefully this will work out and everybody can move forward because that's what we have to be. You have great food. Lori, I've been in there. Your food is excellent. You have great atmosphere. We always say atmospheres, food, and service should be the 3 success stories. And but this noise issue, quality of life issues, is something we've dealt with for many years in the township, and especially in that area. So let's hopefully something could be worked out. That would make us all very happy because we want our business owners to succeed. At the same time, we have to make sure that our residents can enjoy their livelihoods as well. So I always believe everybody works together. It could get done. And John, you're shaking your head, and we've had experiences with successes in the past. So hopefully this will be a positive one as well. With that being said, I think I'm done, Council President. Again, thank you everybody for coming out tonight. You sat through a presentation, which I'm glad you did because you saw a lot of the challenges here in the township and what we have to go through. And hopefully you could appreciate what we have to do up here to make it all happen for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Rude.
Sure. Thank you, everybody, for coming out, and for those who are in the Zoom audience for staying on so long. I want to address a couple of issues. I'll try and group them all together. Daughters of Israel, I'm really not sure of the appropriateness of the presentation tonight, given the fact that they themselves said tonight that they're in current litigation. So I'm really not sure why we heard this presentation. I think that this is an issue that is really appropriate before our land use boards. And I welcome Daughters of Israel coming back to a land use board and getting the appropriate clearances that they need from that board. I myself have had my grandmother, my father-in-law, my dear friends. My friend was there last week at Daughters of Israel. I would like it to be a success. However, they were not approved by the zoning board. And the Daughters of Israel really needs to listen to what was said, why the application was turned down, and to try and come back with something that is more appropriate for both the residents that are living there right now and future residents, and for our community. There were lots and lots of issues that were articulated about why this was not accepted. And again, I think that this whole issue is something that goes before Land Use Board, not before the council. As far as traffic study on Eagle Rock Avenue, I couldn't agree more. It is really, really bad around that area, and we do need an objective traffic study before there are more accidents. It is already one of the most highly congested area in West Orange, and it really deserves an open, unbiased look. Thank you to all of the Gregory residents who've come out. And I know there was just one tonight, but I've been in touch with 60 of them on email. And I really appreciate their advocacy. And I strongly agree that about some issues that were discussed tonight, and we'll get more into that later as the ordinances come before us. Dave, thank you so much for speaking about the appropriateness or lack of appropriateness about trees and how they're being planted. We have before us the bill for the tree planting, and I am going to request that my council colleagues support me in pulling this bill tonight, because I don't think that the bill should be paid until the job is done correctly. We wouldn't do this in our own homes, have a contractor come and do a job that is not approved by us. And we as a township and we as council, who are guardians of your purse, should also not pay a bill until it's done correctly. Lots of issues tonight about noise. Janelle, I'm sorry that I did write you back. I don't know if she's still in the audience, and also contacted the police about this issue. I'm sorry that you didn't get the response that you needed at the time. And we do have a problem with our noise ordinance. It is not being enforced in many areas around town. I'm not sure why it's not. We currently have a noise ordinance. We are working here in town to strengthen the noise ordinance for the sake of the community, who has come before us and told us what the problems are. This is not an issue that is in one location or in two locations. It's in many locations around town, and that is why we as a council have taken it upon ourselves to try to enhance the noise ordinance for the benefits of our community. Yes, we have businesses in B1 districts, and the noise hours will be a little bit different and elongated in those areas, and the residents who live in there know that it will be. But there has to be some sort of balance between the communities. As far as the library, couldn't agree more that a lot of these problems could have been solved had we had a planner. We still need a planner. We need an in-house permanent planner. And this is an issue that is really not being addressed because the mayor has chosen not to hire a full-time in-house planner, even though we have had money allocated for this. As far as the blowers, I agree. I mean, I think that, we need to show some leadership in public health and safety, and we should have passed the transition to electric blowers. I am very sorry that didn't happen and that this town is left unprotected, but that is an issue that our council colleague changed her mind on, and I will continue to advocate for public health and safety for the township. And I appreciate those who came out to discuss better practices that we can do both in mulching, in protecting our environment, and also in leaf collection. I think that I focused on, I think I've addressed everything. So that's the end of my comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I just want to check to see if Councilwoman Geber Michael is still on the call and wants to perhaps speak. Okay, just wanted to check. I want to say thanks to everyone for their patience and their input this evening. Especially, I appreciate the input towards me and my behavior at the last council meeting. I am taking it in the spirit that I believe it was offered, which is that everyone, including me, wants a better council president. And I'm not going to try to defend the indefensible conduct. All I can offer is my record. I was on the council for 10 years, one of those as council president. And this had never come up before. It happened, obviously, at the last council meeting. All I can do is say that I'm sorry, and I pledge to do a whole lot better. So thank you for your input. On Daughters of Israel, as Councilwoman Rudin pointed out, we're in litigation with them and have gotten advice from 2 different attorneys to not comment on this. And so I won't. But I do want to just point out, I thought it would have been better for all of us to have been advised by our affordable housing planner that we're trying to get. We still have not been able to reach an agreement with the mayor on this issue. And I hope that we will have a solution as soon as possible. On the library, I think I've said my fill. We'll see what where the council wants to go a little bit later in the evening. On Llewellyn Park, I'm just shocked, and I'm very sorry to hear that anyone would call another human being an animal. I mean, it's just unacceptable, and I'm sorry you have to go through this. I'm glad that there's going to be a meeting, and I intend to be there, and if I can help, I will. Llewellyn Park is a successful business downtown, and we need more of them, and we should do whatever we can to be as fair to them as possible. Between tonight and the previous time we met at Council Connection, Mr. Sharpson, Mr. Thompson have been nothing but gentlemen and businessmen. And I just want to make sure they get a fair shake on this, because there seems to be a real disconnect between the people who are complaining about them and the Llewellyn Park owners, their defense. So all I can observe factually is that there's a lot of complaints that have not been upheld, if I understand correctly, once we meaning the township has sent people out there. But I think it's a really good idea for you guys to talk to the mayor or to the business administrator, because those are the people that control what the township employees do. It's not the council people. We can certainly advocate on your behalf, but they're the ones that do the directing and guidance. So I hope you seek that venue, and I hope it's fruitful. So again, I think it's great that you guys are finally agreeing to speak. When you guys met with us at Council Connections, I thought I learned a whole lot about the other side of the story that I hadn't heard much of. So I appreciate you stepping forward, especially I'm assuming that's your daughter. You're obviously raising her well too. We appreciate your helping out your dad. And let's try to move on now, if I could. Thank you very much, everybody. Okay. Madam Clerk, can I just suggest that we would like to get to the resolution for the executive session and get it to executive session just as quickly as we can, and then get back just as quickly as we can. Yeah, I would like to address it now. Councilwoman Scarpa, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Yes.
Do you want to move forward on the executive session now and get back here just as quickly as we can?
Sure. Whatever everybody wants to do is fine with me.
Are you guys okay with that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, I just want to make you aware that Mr. Williams is here for the ABC. So I don't know if we want to go to executive session and then address that.
Yeah, we can do that, because I think that's another quick thing. But Mr. Monaco has been here a lot longer than Mr. Williams, so I'm going to defer.
Here, but not.
Oh, he's been here the whole night? You tell me, which do you think is going to be faster? I think it's going to be to handle Mr. Williams first for the, so shall we, Councilwoman Castellino, don't go away. We need your, okay, okay. We're trying to figure out our schedule here to get the lawyers out of here. Okay. So to do this, Madam Clerk, we would adjourn to go into ABC, listen to Mr. Williams. I'm sorry? Recess, okay. Okay. As soon as we get Councilwoman Castellino back, we'll move on. Mr. Burke, are you aware of what we're trying to do? We're going a little out of order just to get a few people gone.
We also found out an engineer from Mr. Sunday, one of the projects was asked to be here, and he's here. So that's he's another person that's in the audience.
Okay.
That's one of the ordinances.
Okay. Oh, it's one of the ordinances.
Yeah, he was asked
Oh, I thought it was in the resolution.
I'm sorry, resolution. I'm reading resolution. Yes, he was asked to be here, so I'm sitting in the audience.
Okay.
I think we had that one time backstage.
We'll deal with these three as quickly as
I
we
just
can.
wanted to give you that.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're trying to reach a few people who have been here a long time who absolutely have to be here professionally and would like to leave. So the first thing we're going to do is to hear a proposal under the ABC board. So what we're going to do is recess the council meeting as the council and then go into the ABC board and hear the single, I guess it's the resolution that's on the agenda.
Right, so I need a motion to do so.
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
thank you. Okay, so Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes, and you have my number, right? To call me? Somebody's gotta
this
call.
is for the ABC hearing.
We're going to the ABC. Mr. Williams is here for a client.
Right.
We're gonna-
And
Is somebody gonna call me?
No,
Yes,
this is.
I will call you for the executive session.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Okay,
you
but not
need to
now.
stay on now.
Stay on now, please.
I have to mute this because this is open.
Yes, you gotta mute it.
So, I'll put a thing up that we're in recess. You're an ABC.
No, you could do an ABC hearing.
Yeah, there's no reason why we
Yeah,
don't,
don't
why
mute it.
we just normally don't.
Yeah, you can stay open.
Yeah.
It was just, does it go on the recording?
Yes. So did
Yeah, it's fine. That's fine.
I vote?
No, Council President.
I vote yes.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Is Joyce coming back?
Mr. Williams.
Is Joyce
Good
coming
evening.
back?
Should I wait till Councilwoman returns?
Yeah.
If you want to, Mr. Williams, you can.
Okay, in the meantime, I'll read the,
The only problem is you need a quorum. Do we have a quorum?
We've
You
got a
do.
quorum on the phone.
Okay, good evening, everyone.
She should wait though, she should.
Robert C. Williams appearing on behalf of BK Lobster, West Orange LLC, who hopes to trade as Henry House. This is an application to transfer our existing license. We have a pocket license. We want to open a restaurant at 161 Main Street in West Orange on the first floor. Along with the application, I submitted a detailed floor plan. As you can see, this is a rather nicely designed restaurant. It's in the Edison development project. We've been working on this now for 2 years. We finally come to a resolution, hope to move forward. I have with me tonight Mr. Ricardo Henry, who's the sole member of the LLC. He's here to answer any questions that you might have because of the lateness of the evening. I'm not going to go into a long detail, but we had copies of the menus prepared that we hope to have. And if you reviewed the floor plan, you can see that we have a rather extensive dining area, full kitchen. We have a bar area, and we also have an outdoor courtyard, which connects to our restaurant, which is part of our lease. So we'll open the questions.
Councilwoman Castellino.
So I've been very excited waiting your arrival, but are you still coming? Because I know there was issues, so.
There are no issues now.
Okay, so.
We are coming, we get approved tonight. We'll get our funding together. Obviously, we've had some issues with funding because the license isn't located at this location, but Mr. Henry has verified, he's working with the landlord, and we're ready to go.
When I last spoke to the landlord, which was the last meeting, you weren't there yet, like you weren't coming.
Weren't there.
I mean, I mean.
Speaking to the. mic.
Speak up.
Oh,
you-
sorry.
you-
What do you mean by not there?
You weren't, you know, you were stagnant. You're still, you weren't there. You weren't coming. Are
Yeah,
you?
well, we-
This was like 2 weeks ago. So now you have a whole
No,
plan.
we are coming. We
Oh,
have,
hold on, let her
oh,
just finish
sorry,
that,
go ahead.
and then-
Yeah.
No, I just want to make sure that you're coming. I mean, very excited to have you and want to give you all the support in the world.
I understand.
But I want to make sure that you're coming, like if this has been ongoing for the past couple of years, and it was my understanding from the landlord that, you know, there was some issues.
I can assure you, we wouldn't be here tonight if we weren't planning to open this restaurant, especially staying here over 4 hours. We
Okay.
need your approval in order to get this operation going.
No, I understand that. I love to help you out with that. So this will be a restaurant and you have the menus and what is your hours of operation? And do you have any plans for any DJ equipment or any such other?
I'm not there for DJ equipment. I'm only gonna have, oh, sorry, I'm not there for DJ equipment. I'm only
No.
gonna have, apologies. All right. You just kidding. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not there for DJ equipment. The restaurant's not made for DJing or partying. It's gonna be music, obviously, in the background, like you'll have in any restaurant you go to. But we're not there for any DJs or, you know, if there's a special event or something happening, but I would say out of 7 days, we're not gonna be having DJs there.
What are your hours?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, it was gonna be whatever the regular hours would be by the ordinance for West Orange, and we would be abiding by that.
As far as the outdoor cafe, you realize that you do have to get a permit.
We realize that we have to comply with all the ordinances of West Orange. And as recently in my opinion, you've changed some of the definitions of what you have to do for outdoor cafes, but we're certainly willing to comply. We understand that under the present one, you have to shut down at 10 o'clock. And I've advised him.
As
Okay.
proposed, yes.
Yeah,
As
but by the
proposed.
time we open that, all could be changed, but we're going to comply with each and every ordinance.
Mr. Henry, would you like to take advantage, like many of your predecessors, to give us a 30 to 60-second commercial on why people should care about you opening your business? It's a free commercial going to be heard by a lot of people.
No problem at all. First, I would like to say, yes, my name is Ricardo Henry. I have been working on this for 2 years and getting funding, which has been a little hard on not having the liquor license there. But I could definitely say that I'm coming with a Caribbean Asian fusion, which will be a little bit more colorful for everybody to be able to enjoy. I've been in the community. I do a lot of community outreach. I do real estate. So I am in the community of Essex County itself, not just West Orange. I have contracts with the Juvenile Detention Center. I have contracts with the East Orange Board of Education. So I am a community activist and a community developer as well. So I am about community basis and I'm looking to move to West Orange as well.
Are you going to maintain the name BK Lobster?
No, I will not. That's just the LLC name. We're working on finalizing it right.
What is the name of the
We're
business?
working on finalizing the name now. Because right now, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, oh, go ahead, Councilwoman.
Sure.
So it was my understanding that BK Lobster is a franchise that they had issues with the franchise itself. So.
We're not part of it. We're
Okay,
BK Lobster of West Orange LLC. We're going to trade as Hendrick House. And there's no other issues.
so I saw HH, your logo, which is sharp. Is that what you're still going with, or?
Do you have your logo?
I don't.
We don't have the logo.
That's what.
Well, I saw on the one on on the door. Okay.
Obviously, you have to take out a sign permit.
Yes, and has to be approved by the downtown line.
No, listen, the one thing I hope you do is you approve it tonight so that I don't have to get any more calls from people that live at the loft saying, when are you going to open that restaurant? We want this place open. He gets it all the time. I get it.
They're at the South Orange Bar, Papillons, and they're like, when are you opening so we could come downstairs?
You do Papillons?
I do go to Papillons in South
Oh, you
Orange.
go to it, okay.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Not that you run it or, okay.
No.
Okay,
I patron.
I love that place too.
And with all the businesses in West Orange that are struggling, some that have closed and others that will be closing, we really need this at this project.
Yeah,
We lost the wine store, that's closed.
I know.
So we have a young man who's really accepting a great challenge when the restaurant industry nationwide and more so in North Jersey is really suffering. So we'll have an affordable menu. As he indicated, we're going to have background music, maybe a DJ on, a celebration for some type of event. Could be St. Patrick's Day, but this is not
Yeah, yeah. no,
designed that way.
I'm telling you, just my concern was that it was vacant, and when I had last conversation, I apologize. I did not talk to the property owner today to see where the situation was, but that's why I was hesitant. Last time I asked it to be tabled is because I thought you weren't coming, like, yeah. So are you?
He's here, he's coming to West Orange.
Mr. Williams, you just mentioned a occasional DJ. What sort of sound system are you thinking of installing?
Excuse me?
What sort of sound system are you thinking of installing?
Well, the sound system will accommodate the background music. You want to name the brand or?
No. I just want to know.
An internal system.
Okay, but you just mentioned DJ.
Yeah, I said occasionally you may have a DJ. For all I know, for example, on your June 7th, there may be a reason to have a DJ inside. People want to come in and celebrate old cars. I don't know. It's not going to be a regular item. It's obviously you have to comply with all regulations. And most importantly, if you look at the plan, there isn't even a DJ booth. So we're not planning to do this, but we also have to be very considerate of the people that live at the lofts. They're our patrons. So, we don't want to be here where our patrons are complaining because they're going to keep us alive. And so I think it'll work. I don't think you're going to have a problem here, especially with the investment that he has to make to get this store open.
Yeah, it looks like a very nice plan. We appreciate that.
And one thing I want to tell you though, it says, BK Lobster of West Orange. The cost of lobster's off the charts. It's not on our menu as an everyday item, but we're going to have lobster specials. So make sure when we have them, you come down and try them.
Thank you. Councilwoman Scarpa, do you have any questions?
No, not at this time.
Okay, great. Are we ready to move to a vote?
Is
I
there a
so
motion?
move.
Okay, to approve?
I so move. Need a second.
Okay, all right, hold on a minute. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
The
On
motion
behalf of my
carries.
client, I want to thank you, and I want to tell you, you look pretty good here for being 4 hours.
I told you, we go to 3 a.m.
I have to tell you, you're troopers here. Thank you, and thank you for accommodating us, because I know we were at the end of the agenda, but
We wish you were at the end of the agenda.
Yeah.
we greatly appreciate the accommodation. Good night.
Good luck with
Thank you.
everything.
Good luck. And
Thank you so much.
Thank
we
you.
wish
Best wishes.
well. Okay, now I need a motion to adjourn the ABC and enter into.
I make a motion to adjourn the ABC and enter into executive session.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the
Bless you.
motion carries.
Right, now we go in the.
you.
And enter into executive.
Do I have to log out of here?
You don't have to log out, but do you have your cell phone near you?
I do.
Okay, so we'll call you.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Oh, mute? Yeah, can you mute yourself, Susan?
Already gone into executive sessions. Can't really break back off. But what I can ask.
Joe, it's
If you hear anything, text me and I'll.
Councilwoman Castellino, Councilwoman Rudin, there's somebody who was asked to be here. Okay, I'll get her right. Get her right. Thank you. Council women, there's someone who was asked to be here for one of the resolutions. I don't. And I'm not sure whether we need to ask any questions. Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes. Yes.
What resolution?
It's resolution 130-25, resolution of award to Smith Sondy Asphalt Construction for roadway improvements, Walker Road, South Valley, and Rooney Circle. It's just a standard RFQ response. They were the low qualified bidder. For some reason, he was asked to be here, but do we have any questions for him on that resolution?
No, I have no questions.
You don't have to ask to be here.
Right, so here's the question. On 130, are we going to vote for it, or are we going to vote against it, or do we need to ask questions?
I was fine. What are you, I'm sorry.
Resolution of award to Smith Sondy Asphalt Construction Company for
You asked
roadway
if
improvement.
the owner to be here. Councilwoman, so we.
No, I didn't ask for the honor to be here. I'm so
Okay.
sorry.
So,
I just-
Councilwoman Scarpa, do you have any questions on resolution 130?
No, I don't.
Okay, let's let this poor guy go home.
Yeah.
I'm very sorry that you had to. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought she said she did.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm
Okay.
so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I apologize.
Thank you very much. As a matter of fact, today's my 46th wedding anniversary. Oh, my wife, I stayed around.
Oh, wow. No wonder why you're married so long.
I'll remember you often. Thank you very much.
Yes,
Happy anniversary.
this year.
Okay. I'm gonna mute.
Good evening, West Orange. I just wanted to give you an update. This is Joe Fagan coming to you from council chambers. Town council is in executive session, as you see indicated on your screen. I don't know when they'll be back. They left for executive session about 20 minutes ago. I have no indication when they'll be back, but they said that they should be shortly. So just hang tight. There's nothing wrong with your monitors. You will be on mute. But town council is an executive session and I'll give you updates as they become available, or perhaps they'll be back. Thank you for your patience. Hello, this is Joe Fagan again. I've just been notified that Township Council is concluding an executive session and should be seated within 5 minutes and the meeting will resume. Thank you for your patience. Welcome back, West Orange, and thank you for your patience. Council has returned from executive session. At this time, I'd like to turn the floor over to Council President. Council President?
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Sorry about that, West Orange. We are now back. The first thing we need to do is have a motion to come out of executive session.
I'll make a motion to come out of executive session.
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the motion is carried.
Great. We are now back in session. It looks like we've actually accomplished point 2 on our public agenda. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Public comment.
Yes, sir.
Okay, why don't you take it from there? And I don't know that we can do the consent agenda yet, only because I think it's best that we address the ordinances or any resolutions that require Ms. Carballo here.
Okay, so the resolutions are part of the consent agenda. So let's see, she has, well, 130-25 is 131, 132, 133, 134. That's it.
Okay, so then therefore, we will first address resolutions through the consent agenda.
Okay.
Please.
Bills.
Well,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, on
yeah,
the,
I was trying to get to this
yeah,
stuff.
if we run through it quickly, because there's really not too much. For the consent, it's approval of minutes of previous meeting, public meeting, April 22nd, 2025.
consent,
Thank you. Report of township officers, none. Reading of petitions and communications and bids, none. Bill list. Are there any questions on the bills?
Yes, I would like to pull some bills. The first bill that I would like to pull is for a social media consultant named Danya Stokes, who is evidently working as a social media poster on the mayor's private Facebook page. She is charging $541 a month. Since the mayor has been on as mayor, the township has paid $19,480 in public funds to pay her. She is a staff member of the mayor's privately owned preschool. And in my opinion, this is a blatant misuse of taxpayer funds, and it's deeply troubling. I reached out about this in the past when it was first brought to my attention and was told that the prior mayor had the same practice. And my answer to that, as it will be tonight, is that two wrongs don't make a right. This is public funding, public money, and we have a fiduciary responsibility. If the mayor would like to pay for this service for her private Facebook page, then she should pay for it out of her campaign political fund. So I am asking my council colleagues to join me in not paying this bill and in requesting that the mayor reimburse the township $19,480 for this expenditure, which never should have been made. This expenditure is a breach of public trust, and I am bringing this to the public's attention in order to bring transparency to how our funds are being used. So I would like to ask if my council colleagues who are here and on the phone would join me in supporting my request that the mayor pay back all of this money to the township out of her own personal political campaign fund.
Yeah, I have to agree, it's a clear conflict.
So that's what I would ask, Councilwoman. I would ask, what is the specific ordinance or law that you believe is being violated here?
This is not a governmental page. This is a personal Facebook page. It does not serve for governmental purposes, and therefore it is not being used appropriately.
The Facebook page that you say is personal, is it a Facebook page for Mayor Susan McCartney?
Yes,
Or
it is. That's
Mayor-
her personal Facebook page. If she wants to run it, she can run it through her political campaign funds.
Okay,
If you or I had a Facebook page, we could not use public funding to have somebody else post. We would pay somebody privately.
So the only thing we have to check, I hear you, and I wouldn't personally do it. But I know in other towns and especially cities, they do that. So I don't know legally, if,
It's an ethical problem.
well.
And
there's-
if it's
there's-
not- if
there's
it's
what
not-
you think is ethical, Councilwoman, there's,
Just
and
one
there's,
at a time,
and
please.
there's
Just one at a
legal.
time.
I'm just saying, I like to get a read on it from legal counsel. I'm not sure if our counsel here tonight can make a comment or.
I'd like to just add something else. There's also,
Happy to look into it if the
There-
council would like.
Hold on just a second.
there's also another problem, which is this has gone beyond the limit where you would require public,
Yeah, it's 44.
no, I know, but it's 19, which raises some other issues in terms of disclosure.
I agree, this practice should stop ASAP.
So I'm just gonna interject real quick. I believe this is the mayor's Facebook page, the mayor of West Orange, not Susan McCartney. And if it is $541 a month, that does not exceed the 17,000. That may be a total of 19,000 since she's been in office. So it doesn't go past the threshold of 17,500. And if it's 540, I don't know what the number is now. If it's under 6,600, it's I'm gonna defer to the CFO.
So 6,600 is the quote threshold, 17,500 is the pay to play. I think the total is from the time that Ms. Stokes was hired by the township, and that's over the course of multiple years, so.
So let me get this straight. The township has actually hired her.
Well, she's a vendor, so,
She's a vendor.
you know, we're paying her as a vendor, so I say I shouldn't have said hired. Contracted, it's late.
Okay.
You're right. Contracted with her or utilize her as a vendor. She is not an employee. I should not have said hired.
And there is no contract.
The PO being the contract, so we pay her with a PO.
Okay.
It's 36 months. That's a 36-month period for the $19,000.
Well,
So
the
this is-
public should
that's-
know that this is an inappropriate use of their taxpayer dollars. And I would like to see this practice stopped and the entire amount reimbursed. So I'm pulling this if would like
We
your
will-
support in this. We are the guardians of the public trust, and we are to watch spending. And this is a waste of taxpayer money. Besides the fact that almost all of these posts are just a repost of what is on 07052. You know, I don't know why the mayor can't do that herself.
I would have to agree
So the mayor-
wholeheartedly.
Yeah. I hear you. My issue is she followed the practice of the prior mayor and as a former council from the other former councils that allowed that, I don't know, it doesn't bother me as much, but if it's something we want to talk about in the budget and get rid of the budget line, then do it that way, but I'm not going to make her pay it back. I just think that, at this point, if you don't want that practice moving forward, that's one thing. But to make her pay it back is, I just think, I don't feel comfortable with that.
She can pay it out of her political campaign. She has plenty of money in her political campaign, and that's what
That's what
it
it
can be
is.
used for. I'm not saying that she
Yeah,
shouldn't be paid if
but
she's providing a service, but
But
what
again,
budget should
other
it be?
towns-
coming
Wait,
out of?
you
Yeah.
gotta be one at a time, please.
And also
please.
just in response to
Yeah.
the prior mayor,
Yeah.
mayor did it, again, two wrongs don't make a right. I don't know why the prior council didn't notice this and didn't question it, but now I've noticed it. I brought it up last time. I said that if this comes back, I'll make another issue out of it. If it comes back again, I will again.
Okay.
It's, we have the
Okay.
responsibility to watch the spending.
I just want to say also, there are many practices that I've watched go on for decades that are not in the taxpayer's best interest. And we should not continue with them just because they've been done for a decade.
Right. Mr. Diniak, Mr. Burke, is there anything within the council's responsibilities that allows us to do this?
So this council has pulled bills in the past. If that's what you're referring to.
Yes, yes, just,
So you have pulled bills in the past. We were just conferring about the procedure. I'll let Mr. Burke speak to whether there's a vote on the individual pull or not, so.
I'd recommend either making a motion and voting on pulling this, or making a motion, voting and pulling on all the bills that you want to pull all together, and then approving the remaining bills as another motion.
Okay, so the other bill that I would like to pull is the bill for Frank Galbraith and Son Excavation. We heard discussion tonight from the public about the improper methods used to plant trees. There were other comments that were not made tonight that I received in terms of multiple trees being planted on Collimore Avenue, 30 in a row on one side, whereas other areas of the town are left, empty. Maybe they're coming in the future, but it does not seem like a best practice. So until the practice is corrected and is done, the forester said that this practice would be corrected. Until it is corrected, I would like to hold on paying the bill. And I'm asking for support on that issue as well.
I would support that as well.
So I have a question for administration.
please.
So I just want to ask administration, where is this at? Because obviously all these trees were planted. Mr. Kip went back. He did note that they were done improperly. So where are we at with it? What's next?
Okay, so we received the one complaint from one resident and from the councilwoman. No other complaints were received that I'm aware of. And the same gentleman who complained was also here at the podium tonight. That action, I spoke to Mr. Kip last week. He assured me that it was going to be corrected. I also forwarded everybody tonight the procedures how the trees were planted, and that he's going to ensure that all of the trees are planted properly, and they will check on them. And in addition, Mr. Galbraith actually donated to the town an additional 40 trees, between 35 and 40 trees, my understanding. I don't know the exact amount, but so this is being addressed by our forester, and we will be looking at it. I'm just giving you the facts, and if you choose to hold payment, that's up to you, but I just wanted to give you the facts that were presented to me. And if you, I believe the email was sent to you sometime this afternoon from Mr. Kip. And Mr. Kip also extended an offer that I think there's some trees that still are going to be planted, that if anybody would like to go out with him, and I encouraged it, and I sent it to everybody last Friday. If you like to go out, I would contact Mr. Kip, and he would extend an invitation so you can see how the procedure is done. So I'm just letting you all know that.
Okay, thank
All
you. Again, Mr. Tiniak, Mr. Burke, this sounds like a more appropriate action for the council to take on a bill in which we have identified either actual and or potential problems with the service that was provided. So I can understand withholding payment until we certify or somehow confirm that they've done it right. Does that?
Council President, that's correct. And in fact, your colleague Ramon Rivera echoed that same sentiment a few meetings back as being one of the appropriate reasons for withholding a bill. So I agree with you on that.
Okay. So I know Councilwoman Rudin keeps bringing this up, and to me, there's one part of this, which is to vote to not pay the bill. And then there's a second part, which I think is somehow determining that the council has within its legal purview to take the additional step that Councilwoman Rudin is suggesting on the first item, which is to literally stop payment as inappropriate. So, Mr. Burke, I think you said you're going to have to research that.
Yeah, we're going to look into whether there's a legal issue there.
Okay, so
I think the issue of the mayor hiring somebody from her own personal school should also be looked into.
Well, I'm not sure who would look into that. But Mr. I can't imagine
suggests
that.
favoritism.
Certainly, the whole situation suggests quite a bit, but I want to try to focus on what are our legal responsibilities and authorities here to do that. So if you could report back to the next, at the next meeting, or even before, if you want to send us an email.
Certainly.
Okay. Does that
That's
sound
fine.
good,
That's fine.
Councilwoman?
But until such time, I would like to hold the bills.
Yes, definitely. So let's take a vote on these, on withholding payment and holding on to the bills until at least the next council meeting.
Yes, I just have
Well,
one.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry, Councilwoman.
Okay, I have one more question in regard to the bill for Savo, Shaw, Corsini, and Warner. I see that we are paying 2024 according to his rate of 195 an hour. I just want to make sure that for January, February, and March and April of this year, that Mr. Warner has not been paid more than the contracted rate with the new contract that he signed. And I would like to ask why that contract is not, well, I guess it's under the limit. Okay.
So I'll have to get back to you on the updated contract rate. I couldn't tell you right now. So
Well, on the bills that are before us, are there any for 2025?
there are professional services for January 2025 on there.
Okay, so what is is that out of escrow? I see a bill for it says township litigation and professional services.
No, actually, the 25 are their escrow. So it's just the non-escrow is back to the 2024.
Okay, because it says January 2025 professional services. It says budget town council, OE.
For the 2006-13? Are we looking at the same one?
For 2025.
On the third page.
I look at it from the vendor perspective. Yeah, I can't tell just looking at the bill list. I mean, really, it's canceled out. So I think they voided it out because there's the negative 2613 and then the
Right.
2613. So they voided it out. It's just
2024 bills?
it's just escrows. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. They voided out that the current year operating.
Okay. So that's all I have for these bills, but I have bills, so we can just close this whole issue out, but I do have issues from prior council meetings where I've asked the same questions over and over and still feel that I have not gotten an answer.
Councilwoman Rudin, I applaud your efforts, but we just can't be taking up so much time at a council meeting, particularly one tonight, on this over and over again, where I don't think there's anything, that violates OPMA for you guys to get together in between council meetings.
I have literally tried this entire time going back and forth with emails. It's not for lack of trying to get the answers. I'm just not getting
And
that.
Councilwoman Rudin, I just sent you an email tonight and I asked you on Friday, please come to my office. We'll sit down. I'd rather sit face to face with you, have a meeting, and anybody you need in there, I'll pull them in there. Going back and forth in emails doesn't do us all. We all have a lot of work too. You fire off a lot of emails. I have a lot of people who do a lot of work. So if you want to have a one-on-one, I'm willing to sit down any single
You'll
time.
get more accomplished.
And we'll probably get more accomplished in one meeting than we will in 25 emails.
I'll take you up on that offer, but I don't understand why simple questions can't just be answered.
Because you're not the only person asking the questions. There's, I'm not being facetious. I'm just saying you're indeed a council person. You deserve all the attention. You deserve all the information that you need to do your job. But he's also got other council people and all kinds of other stuff coming at him. So it's
A lot.
you understand. You understand. But I think if you'll take him up on there's at least an opportunity that this might be more fruitful.
I absolutely will. I reached out to everybody after last Thursday, with the exception of Councilwoman Gabrielle Michael, because she's under the weather, which her and I have a meeting scheduled also. And I'm here to offer myself up to meet with everybody so that we can have a one-on-one, a dialogue and everything else. So I would like to do that. I extend that offer to everybody. So.
And I'm not saying that you shouldn't come to the council to announce it, because I'm sure there are people out there who want to hear, your success. But just to take a half an hour, 45 minutes to do this every council meeting is just, it's something that if we can avoid, I'd like to try to avoid it.
Diligently try to avoid this.
I know you had, because I've seen a lot of the emails. I probably haven't seen them all, but give it a shot here with a face-to-face and see if that fixes the problem. And I know it's frustrating for you. It's and I applaud
It's
what
not
you've done.
allowing me to do the job that I was elected to
And
do.
Councilwoman, I extend that because this is my day 5 in this position. So let's get off on the right foot. I'm not trying to be funny.
You're right. You're right.
And I'm, let's get off on the right foot and let's work together. And I'm extending that to you. So let's do that and please come see me. Okay.
You'll see.
So have we voted to appropriately on these 3 bills? I'm not sure we need to vote on the 3rd one, but do we need to vote now that we've identified 2 of them? I think Councilman Rudin, the 3rd one, you're asking just to check and confirm
Yes.
the number. So we're not going to withhold that at this point?
No.
Okay. So
So we should make a motion for the 2 that you would like to pull.
We should do them separate.
I've just moved to pull them, and then if there's anything else in the consent agenda, we need to pull out.
Okay, I make a motion to pull the payment to Frank Galbraith and to Danya Stokes.
I'll second.
second. Oh, we got a second.
All right, we'll take a vote. And what would this be back on if this is resolved the next meeting? Which was the 14th or in 2 weeks?
So
20th. The 14th is a budget workshop.
Okay.
Yeah,
So we'll put these back on for the bill is for the 20th.
correct.
They'll just go back on.
Okay, so I'm gonna take a roll call vote. Councilwoman Castellino to
Yeah.
pull,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
Okay. All righty.
As for the rest of the bills,
Oh,
do
yeah.
I hear a motion to?
I'll make a motion to approve the rest of the bills.
Well, we don't need a motion. I just
Oh.
need a consent.
Consent.
Oh.
Yeah.
consent.
Okay.
Consent.
Resolutions, are there any resolutions being pulled this evening?
No.
Resolution.
Yes,
Pulled?
I had
Yes.
one. Oh, no resolutions, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
I have a comment on 134.
Okay.
And I have a question on 134.
Okay, perfect.
I have a comment on 132. And okay. And a comment on 134.
Oh, all right, that's 3 of them. Yeah, just comments, no, pulling. Yeah. The only one that could pull is this, because we have, Correct, yep. Okay, so do you want to go through the comments?
Yeah, let's
Okay.
start with 132.
All right, so 132-25 resolution authorizing a memorandum of understanding between the Township of West Orange and the County of Essex with regards to the installation and maintenance of rectangular rapid flashing beacons at crosswalks at the intersection of Gregory Avenue and Orange Heights Avenue within the rights of way belonging to the County of Essex. Councilwoman Rudin, you have a question or comment?
Yes. For this, the residents have asked for an additional crosswalk. And I'm wondering if that can be added. I think they said the south side is going to be done on Gregory, and they wanted the north side or the other way around. So can you address that, please?
So this is a typical resolution or memorandum of agreement between the township and the county. And this is basically just to take responsibility for the township over the rapid flashing beacons for the push buttons for the pedestrian crossings, not for the crosswalk. If the crosswalk is to be constructed, then it will be under the responsibility and maintenance of the county, not the township. That's the reason why they're not mentioning here. This is basically what the township will be responsible for. And if somebody hits them or they break and they need to be replaced, we are responsible for replacing them.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, can we move on to the next one or no?
I think so. Councilman
Okay.
Rudin, is that,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
134-25, resolution authorizing the submission of an application to the New Jersey Department of Transportation Alternative Set Aside Program 2025 for the Pleasantdale Streetscape Project. Councilwoman Castellino asked to be.
Yeah, so I want to thank the director. She answered my questions earlier on this, and it's very exciting for this intersection that needs this streetscaping. However, I just want an ask of administration is we're going to go ahead and do this hopefully streetscape project and get the grant. But my question is, wait, I need Mr. Smeraldo.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. So I'm excited for this project in this area. Okay, but here's the thing. The gas station, the service station on that corner there on Pleasant Valley Way, I don't even know the name of it. It houses a lot of vehicles that definitely are against the ordinance. And this has been an issue, ongoing issue. I want to make sure we take care of this and deal with them accordingly, because here we're going to have all this work done in this area and it's like an eyesore. So,
I will let property maintenance know about it.
okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Rudin?
Yes. I would like to understand why this resolution says the Township of West Orange has designed the Pleasantdale Streetscape project when there's been no design.
That's correct. It hasn't been no design, but this is basically the template that is given to us from NJDOT to apply for the grant.
Step one.
This is basically a boilerplate. It is not for me to change it, just like for the resolution awarding the contract to Smith Sunday for the construction at South Valley Road. There's also a boiler template. I cannot change it. This is not a resolution that I wrote. They basically highlight for you in yellow what you need to input.
Okay. I'd also like to ask that should we get funding from this, will you be including the residents who work in the Pleasantdale area and who live in the Pleasantdale area for their feedback on how to best design this?
Well, so that you know the process for every single one of the TAP grants, which is no different than the Washington Street Corridor, we do have what is called a PIC meeting, which is a public information meeting with the businesses and the residents. And if I'm not mistaken, when we did it, a lot of the businesses from the downtown did
Okay.
come to council chambers, and we met with them and the consultants, and we explained the project to them.
And will that be in a council meeting or a separate meeting?
That will be a separate meeting.
Okay,
It's a public meeting just like this one, and we have to advertise it.
okay. And I would also like to request that pedestrian safety be involved in this as well.
She does.
They always are.
And I guess I have a question. Councilwoman Scarpa, do you have any question on this 134?
No, I don't.
Okay. I just, when I first read it, I got really excited because there's a lot of people that can benefit from it. The work, the streetscape work on Pleasant Valley Way. But from what you're saying, we don't know yet what we would deliver. And we won't know unless we get the grant and then can pay for the design and whatever it's going to. Okay, so I'm not going to ask you to describe it because it doesn't really exist yet. It's
I can
simply
tell
to
you what I
apply.
have the application or the concept plan that it was created in my office. Is basically, we're providing streetscapes, which is basically consists of lighting, which is right now is relatively none along Pleasant Valley Way. The project will be from Greenwood Avenue to Kent's Terrace. We are going to be providing bus shelters, replacing basically the ones that are there or adding new ones. We're also going to be providing planters, benches for the residents to sit, trees. There's going to be a good number of trees to be planted. We're also going to be providing crosswalks at the intersection of Eagle Rock Avenue and Pleasant Valley Way.
They already have crosswalks.
Yes, but it would be like the brick pavers,
Oh,
what
okay,
kind
okay.
of- to make it more aesthetically pleasing, I would say, or appealing to the public. And the same thing, we're gonna be doing new crosswalks along Greenwood as well as Kent's Terrace, and I think is the other crossing street. I can't remember the name. But
And-
that's pretty much it.
And this will happen if we get the grant.
It will happen if we do get the grant.
Okay.
And the beauty of these grants, the TAP grants, so that everybody knows, is 100% funded by the federal government for the design and 100% funded for the construction and the inspection. So it's like, it doesn't cost the township anything. It's just one of those grants that I will say baby steps. It takes time.
Yeah, it's a couple of years too before it happens.
Okay, I think we've covered all the resolutions.
Yes, sir. All right. Is there a motion to approve the
I make a
consent
motion.
agenda? Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? The consent agenda is implemented. On to ordinances on second and final reading. 2020. Go ahead.
I just want to make a recommendation, Council President. Is there any other questions for our director so she could go home?
I think there's one, on first reading, there's one for the town engineer that's assigned to her, but I think that's the only one.
There's three.
Oh,
Yeah, I had some questions on 2911. The OSPAC.
Yeah, that's Mr. Justinian. Ordinances on first are 29, 22, 23, and 24.
I don't mind.
Director Carvalho.
I don't mind going out of order to get her home.
yes. So let's address 2911, which is an ordinance on second and final reading.
Right.
If we're agreed, and Councilwoman Scarpa has a question or questions.
Yeah, I have concerns.
Excuse me, Councilwoman, I need to have a motion and a second to introduce on second and final
Okay.
reading.
I'll make a motion to introduce.
Second,
I'll second.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac?
yes.
Okay, the motion carries. Now go on, Councilwoman.
Yeah, I have some questions and some concerns. I put a call into Nick, Allegrino, but I hadn't heard back. I just want to make sure that the security systems that are in here are really adequate and will do the job. I think that's very dark, and I know there's some issues up there, and I just want to make sure that we've got what we need there. Also, I can't agree to these ADL chairs. I take the seniors to OSPAC. They've often been offered to sit in the back there on the cement, and they insist they would prefer to bring their own chairs down and sit in the front. I've also brought Frank Grasso, who's in a wheelchair, and he wheels himself right down to the front. I just think that this looks like could be a waste of money. I mean, I'd rather see some trees planted there. When I'm there, I've seen families go up on the hill and go to try to sit under a shade tree. So I just have some issues, that before I would be able to vote for this, that would need to be ironed out.
Okay, so I'm gonna answer your question. So I spoke with our director, Bill Kehoe, earlier this afternoon. And so that the seating that is being proposed, it will be proposed on the slope. The front area, which is grass in close proximity to the stage, that will be left as is, basically. So rolling the wheelchairs to the front or having their own seats shouldn't be a problem or an issue with that. With regards to the security cameras, when we had a meeting with the consultant, the director and his assistant of recreation actually providing them the names of all the vendors that they use and for other facilities where everything could be interconnected. So that is also in the works. Does that answer your questions or your concerns?
No, I would like to know the cost of these chairs or whatever they are. It just does not seem, it seems like an inappropriate use of the money. I'd rather see it better spent.
Well, you gotta understand something. I will refer this then for you to reach out maybe to the administration and then maybe have a conversation with the director of recreation, because this is not 100% my project. I also have to listen to the needs of other departments for every single one of the infrastructure projects that we do. So that you understand, this is $1 million grant that will not be costing anything to the township. As of right now, we have received $250,000 upfront. And typically, and I'm gonna be very honest with everybody on the record, that is really unheard of. Typically, we have to spend our money and then we get reimbursed. And right now, we have to spend this money. There is a period of time in which this money needs to be expended. Otherwise, we're gonna lose the grant. So Mr. Kehoe's idea was to provide some, seating in the back within the slope for residents. Whether it is your opinion or mine or anybody else in here, if it's a good expenditure, like, once again, that is not my decision to make.
Right. I appreciate that, but we want to make sure that every tax dollar is well spent and meets the needs of the residents.
I understand.
How much money is this going to cost us, these chairs?
Right now, everything is under design. I actually reached out to our consultant, and as you understand, it takes time for this to be designed. We had one of our first meetings, I would say sometime in January. I've been working with them. Then we met with him again a second time to go over all these amenities and all this extras, I will say, that the Department of Recreation was asking for. So it does take time. Once I have a number, or once, I have a preliminary engineer's estimate, I will sit down with the administration.
Well, I would vote for it if we could take out these chairs. And then if, we determine we need to put them back in later. But I would like to see that. I don't think that's a substantive change.
Let me give it a shot.
No, just give me a second.
I'd like to make a motion to strike the chairs.
Okay,
Can you hold that?
Councilwoman, can you just hold on so we can continue to discuss this
Sure.
and then you can make your motion?
Sure.
Is that okay?
Yeah,
Okay,
no
thank you.
problem at all.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino has the floor.
Yeah, I know that, I know our BA wants to speak, but Councilwoman, I'm going to ask you not to take back your motion, and here's why. So you'll have an opportunity to vote on for the vendor for whatever comes up. You're also the liaison, so you could also spend some time with Mr. Kehoe going over your concerns. Seating there on a pad that's already there, I don't think is such a terrible idea. I think somebody will sit there, maybe not the group that travels with you, but there's plenty other folks that attend OSPAC, and I'm sure they may like the seating, because not everybody wants to drag a chair there. Also, my other question for the administration was, and I'll address this with Mr. Keough. I just want to make sure there was some lighting in there for the crosswalk
is.
from the parking lot.
There will be some lighting. Actually, we discussed this with the consultant, and instead of having like, ballers or anything like that, we're
Okay.
actually thinking about adding lights to the actual building itself, so that way it will like project.
So this would be where the street's at, where actually we've been asked to put a official crosswalk in there. So where you cross the street midway, where the stairs, so where you park below, like across the street from where the actual site is the parking lot. So you walk up, like there are like 2 steps, it's very dark there and people tend to trip. The kids at night, the volunteers shine a flashlight on the staircase for folks. So I would just recommend, Mr. Keough knows the spot. I would recommend that we also throw some
Mr.
kind of
Keough.
lighting there with this project.
I will speak to Mr. Kehoe on that aspect and see what we can do to add it to the project.
Okay.
Mr. Smeraldo?
So Council President and members of council, I think we're overthinking this right now. This is just to approve the $1 million we're going to be giving the state. The design hasn't been done. So we can take into account, I also have something from Mr. Keough too, where it basically says that the question was, please specify the details of proposed ADA accessible seating, including size, so on and so forth. Seating would be at the rear exit of the seating area, so not to block the view of the stage for other attendees. Stadium seating refers to rows of actual seats, not flat bleachers. Frames and hardware would be metal seats, would be metal and seats would be plastic. We anticipate 3 to 5 rows to accommodate 25 to 40 seats only in that area. Seating structure will be placed on asphalt surface with ample additional space for wheelchairs. Pad would be connected to the entrance by an asphalt walkway as per ADA requirements. Routine inspection and maintenance, including a power washing at the start of each season. So what we're trying to do is just get this ordinance passed so that we can go out to bid. That's what we're trying to do. The design comes after the fact, and every single comment that's being here can be addressed when we go out to the bid. So this is the one ordinance that we have until December. We only have until December to get this completed. So what we're asking for you tonight is to approve us to get the money so we can get you the design, so we can go out the bid and then bring it back to you to award the bid to get this project completed based on all the comments here today.
Can I ask, is it a substantive change to strike the chairs?
Not quite yet. We haven't finished commenting. I
okay.
will bring that back up, Councilwoman, okay?
Is that language? Is that language regarding the chairs part of the bid that is going out?
No, we haven't even done the bid to go out yet. That's what I'm trying to say to you, is that we haven't even finished the actual bid yet. So if you don't want those chairs in, we could tell the director. If you don't want something else, and we can put this together to go out the bid. What we're asking for you now is just give us the authority to create this bid spec and then go out. That's what we're asking your authority. So if you don't want a stage, we won't put in a stage. You know, it's, I mean, we'll just put it, you know, we're gonna do what we're trying to do is put together this project with $1 million and get it completed by December because of the time frame. And we'll build it. We can collaborate and figure out how we can make this work. And I'll make sure that I'll tell the director to do so.
At 0 cost to the township.
Yeah, at 0 cost to the township.
Yeah,
Right.
my question remains, is, how much does it cost and can we strike it? Is it a substantive change?
Councilwoman, again, I cannot tell you the cost of it because we haven't did the bid specs yet, so we can't tell you what the cost is.
Okay, so can legal tell me whether we can strike it? Is it a substantive change?
Why don't you want shares for people? I don't understand this. Why wouldn't you want shares?
Mr. Burke, I think, Council.
The way that it's written, I would say it's not substantive because it's included but not limited to, and then it lists a few things there.
Right, exactly. That's how I read it.
Can I make a comment for someone who's lugged chairs around at OSPAC at night when you clean up?
Do you really need to? I mean, seriously, do you really need to? Can we just move on? If you insist on doing it, I'll let you talk, but I don't know how it's going to change anything.
Well, because Councilwoman, I want you to talk to your board and your committee, because those people lug chairs in and out of there, folding chairs. It would be nice to have some seating. I
I
mean, you're
did speak
acting
with
like no
Camille.
one brings a
Please,
chair.
Councilwoman Scarpa, could you please let her finish?
Yeah,
Sure.
I
Thank you.
mean, I think you really need to sit with your board and have a good conversation because these volunteers are lugging folding chairs in and out. People sit there. People don't have a chair. I've personally taken chairs to give to people to sit. I really think you're making a mistake on this and overthinking it as our BA just stated. So I just want you to reconsider, talk to your board, approve this tonight, and then fix what
We
you
can
need to
always put
fix.
it back in. I'd like to just take it out. We can always put it back in if we all think it's something that needs to be done.
We can take the chairs out. We'll take the chairs.
We can take a
Thank you.
vote. We can take a vote on it. She's asking us to do a motion. Before we get to the motion, because I think we've drained this subject, I just want to let you know, I spoke with Miss Di Lorenzo, who manages the site, and she, I believe, spoke with Mr. Keough. And I still don't know exactly where these seating would be, but Miss Di Lorenzo says that is, whatever she talked to Mr. Keough about, she was, it was acceptable to her. It was agreeable to her. So I don't know if
spoke
that
with Camille
influences
as
you.
well.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you because I was speaking. Could you
Oh,
now?
I'm sorry. I thought you were finished.
Go
I
ahead.
did speak with Camille.
Yes, and so did I. And she came back and said she spoke to Keough and she was fine with what they were proposing. And this was late today.
We have been in contact with the OSPAC stage, Camille, and she has sent us emails of everything that they want for the staging, the flooring, vendor and
Yeah.
everything, so.
Yes. So I think we drained this subject. Councilwoman Scarpa, do you want to make a motion, please?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to strike the chairs. And then I can vote for it.
Is there a second?
I second.
Here's my problem. If you strike the chairs, I don't want to lose the money. You could get something else for the
Yes,
site.
you can get
You can
trees.
plant trees.
Well, and of course, the problem with trees is if you put them there so people can sit under, you can't see around them.
No, you put them around the back. There's plenty of spots to plant trees
And you
there.
could get trees and chairs. I just think you guys need to go lug the chairs and volunteer your time up there.
All right, so we'll
Okay, so we have a motion on the
Take a
floor.
vote.
There's a second.
Councilwoman Castellino to
No.
remove.
No.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
No.
Motion fails. Okay,
I would like to request that this plan, whatever it is, before it is finalized, is reviewed by the planning board as required by local municipal
Sure,
land use law.
I'm fine with that.
Council President, so we need to do a public hearing.
Okay. Do we need to do a public hearing if no one
Well,
is
yeah,
here?
we have to
Does-
at least call for it, just to go through the motions.
Okay, so now we are talking about, now is the time for the public hearing on proposed ordinance 2911-25, capital ordinance appropriating $1 million to pay for various improvements and upgrades to the Oscar Schindler Performing Arts Center in the Township of West Orange in the County of Essex. Also to make a few improvements on Crystal Lake, which is the installation of 2 fishing docks similar to the dock at Degnan Park. So this is the time, if anyone would like to speak at the public hearing, please come forward, state your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to address this issue and no other issue. Do I hear anyone who'd like to have the public hearing? Seeing none, I close the hearing.
Okay. Any further council discussion?
Yes, can we include in here that this will get a review by the planning board?
It's not required.
It is
It's a
required.
bond ordinance. It'd be
I'm just saying
inappropriate to put in
okay,
there.
For the bond, when
Oh.
this comes back, I would like, okay.
Is there a motion to approve 2911-25?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, I
Yeah.
just want to clarify this. Because this is a capital ordinance as opposed to a bond ordinance, does it still require 4 votes? because we only have,
Right, there's no authorized debt, so
so do we need 4 votes or just 3?
this particular one would just be 3.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
Just wanted to be sure about that before we vote. Please go
There's
ahead.
no
Sorry.
authorized.
that's okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes,
The motion carries.
great. What others do we have? I see an ordinance down here on first reading, 22, 23, and
22, 23, I'm sorry, 29, 23, and 29, 24 are all Director Caravallo.
25. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
24. You're right. I apologize.
2, 3, 4.
Okay.
So we're gonna skip over to that.
Yeah, let's do that. And then director can leave.
So 2922-25, an ordinance amending and supplementing chapter 7, traffic subsection 7-29.1, speed limits in general of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange.
make
Is
that-
there a motion to introduce
I'll make a
on
motion.
first
Second.
reading? Okay. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Can we have discussion? on
Yeah.
this? Okay.
It's first reading. We usually don't.
All right. But I'd like to make a change to this ordinance.
What do you want to change?
Okay, so the ordinance specifies hours. That it's 20 miles and then hours when it is, I guess, 25 miles. And I would like to just eliminate the hours. I think it's very confusing. I think people don't walk around with the watch, or looking at their clock or anything, and it should just be 20 miles per hour in that whole zone at all hours.
So that there's other ordinances in chapter 29.1 for different schools also that is also at certain hours, and it's typically just the hours of operation of the school.
I think it's
So, and the
confusing.
same thing in the area, and it's not only for Gregory School, but it's also on the areas of like Lowell Avenue, Kelly School. So I just try to be consistent with what is already in the ordinance.
Okay. I think we should change all of those areas. I think it's very confusing. People are not looking at their
Well,
their
I'll have
clocks.
to rewrite an entire ordinance, and I could bring that to the board on a later date.
Okay,
This is something that we would need to check too.
it's
To see
very,
if there's any mistakes in here either. I mean, I don't know.
it seems like a very small change just to keep it at 20 miles per hour in the school zone. Instead
At
of
all
using
times.
times, at all times.
It's hard to go 20 miles.
No, when you come into the zone, you see the sign, and when you leave the zone, you see the sign. It's much more confusing to have this on different times. It's all on the same street. You can see a sign that says 20 miles per hour, and then you'll see a sign when the speed limit is raised. It seems like a prudent safety measure.
I don't know.
We do
And-
have,
and I
we do
do-
have signs that say no turn on red between 4 and 6.
I
Yeah.
understand.
So I'm just saying it's a safety issue. I mean,
This
just
is
to the
no different.
director's point, if that happens, we're gonna have to pull it and redo it all over again.
Yeah.
And if we're trying to get this on the books, well, as quick as possible, it's just gonna be a delay, that's all, because you gotta remember, we have a May 24th meeting. Council, May 20th, and the council cancel the June 10th meeting, and then we won't go to June 24th, so this, and then 20 days after, so this will not be in place until after school's over. Just throwing it out there on the time frame.
I'd like to ask council if this is a substantive change that can't be addressed very quickly tonight. Just keep it consistent throughout that zone.
You can amend things on first reading like this, but I won't be able to opine on whether or not there's a legal requirement that the speed limit be this way or anything like that without being able to look into it further.
I like the idea that we will change all of
And then
the
20 days from there.
all of the locations in the ordinance at some near future event, but I think it'd be easier if we just put this through and change it at some other point, if that's what the council.
I would also need to ask the county if they want that also. Because as far as I know,
forgot
it's
about
only for
that.
the school, because Gregory Avenue is not a township roadway, it's a county roadway.
But you already have it as 20 miles an hour. They
I
don't request
understand,
that it,
doesn't-
Please,
that
please, one
doesn't
at a time.
7 days a week at all times.
Yeah, they're not gonna agree to that.
I still need the permission of the county engineer.
okay. Well, I spoke with the residents from that area and that's what they wanted.
I
And they spoke
understand.
tonight about that.
I know, and I understand, and I have met with the residents as well, and I know they also wanted 15 miles per hour last year when we met with the county engineer, and the county engineer said no. And in the recent meeting that we had with him, he agreed to give us the 20 miles per hour, which is the reason why I put this ordinance together.
Okay,
Ready to
are
vote
we
on?
ready to vote?
We voted.
Oh, that's right. So, Councilwoman Rudin has the right to ask for a vote on her proposed amendment. I don't know whether that's what she wants to do or not.
Yes, yes. I
You
would-
want to
I
vote
would-
on it tonight?
Yes, I would like to make an amendment that the 20-mile-per-hour speed limit within the Gregory zone be consistent throughout that entire zone at all hours.
I thought the director said that she had to speak to the county about that
You
before.
gotta get permission.
Yeah,
Right,
because
to
it's
get
a
their
county
permission.
road.
Well,
I don't mind her asking again if all they could say is no.
I mean, you could vote, but it might be meaningless because they might just say, we're not doing that.
would you like the town engineer to speak to the county?
Yes, of
first and then-
course, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we've approved that. Next item, Madam Clerk.
2923-25, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 7, Traffic, subsection 7-37.1B, municipal parking yards, metered parking, permit parking, time limited parking. Is there a motion to introduce on first reading?
So moved.
Second,
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino,
yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Any discussion or can we move on?
Public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry, this is still second. I
Oh, no,
apologize.
sorry, that's first
That's
reading.
First reading.
I
I
apologize.
take back that apology.
So can I ask just a quick question for the director?
On 23?
2923, yeah.
Sure.
So with the tax maps, I mean, anything with like Google Maps, this translates to, I mean, in regards to with our parking lots?
The changes for this ordinance were basically, the blocks and lots
Yeah,
in accordance with the revised tax maps. And a lot of the lots were actually combined as one lot. And also the changes for the existing library next door that is no longer ours because we moved to 10 Rooney Circle.
okay, okay.
I mean, the addresses,
Yeah,
Or
it goes by
basically-
address, not by the lot and blocks.
yeah, a lot of
Okay.
the addresses are, you're not gonna find them on Google Earth or Google Maps.
Okay, so we don't have to worry about that when we change the tax map. Okay.
Yes. It's basically what is on the tax records.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Everybody else good?
I think we are. I think we're ready for 2924.
Okay, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 20, Streets and Sidewalks and subsections 20-1 at sec of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange. Is there a motion to introduce on first reading?
So moved.
Second,
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino,
yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Any question or comment? This is to give the town engineer more authority in guiding public works contractors. And she believes, and it makes a compelling
Yeah.
argument, that this will improve product, the benefit to the township. Did I get that?
That's correct. We've been having too many contractors that, in my opinion, some of them are not very experienced when it comes to sanitary sewers. A perfect example is the emergency repair that we had on Valley Road last year. So in the light of this and dealing with other contractors for other properties, it's kind of scary, the fact that they cannot figure out how to tie into a sanitary sewer. So I am hoping without asking with the CPW certification that they're able to have more experience under their belt to be able to do this kind of work. And for us not to be worried that they're gonna break the main and we're gonna have to do another emergency repair.
Yeah, really. Thank you.
I don't know if you want to do this, Ms. Carvalho, but 2926-25 is, I think might be worthwhile looking at again, just in case somebody has any other questions that only you can answer. I know Mr. Detiniak is worldly and wise, but he may not know any questions that come up at this point. Council members, do you agree? Let's take a look at 2926 now.
Yeah.
Okay. A bond ordinance providing for buildings and grounds improvements along Rooney Circle by and in the Township of West Orange, appropriating $2,170,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $2,066,840 bonds or notes of the township to finance part of the cost thereof. Is there a motion to introduce on first reading?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
No.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
No.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
The motion fails. So I guess it's not worth discussing.
And now you can go on.
All right, thank you.
Actually, you all over. I can distribute it.
So just for the public sakes, Council President, 2926, we have to have a discussion with the CFO about our debt.
I just wanted, I'm pointing to the microphone.
I mean, are my council colleagues willing to, after we have that discussion, bring this back in any fashion? Or we're just not
Maybe-
going to make an improvement to our library parking lot?
No, I'd like to make the improvement, but I can't go for the pickleball courts. I can't.
But that money wasn't in this. That's a separate.
It's not the money. It goes beyond the money.
Okay, may I suggest that the opponents of this ordinance speak with Mr. Detiniak if you guys can have a suggested way forward on this, and perhaps we can bring that amended or revised ordinance back on for the next meeting? Does that sound like a plan? Or what do you want to do? Or do you want this just to not ever come back again?
No, I think that this should be part of the discussion under the budget.
Yeah, with the budget. I agree.
I think that we should consider the urgent safety issues.
Right.
It should be part of a budget discussion.
Okay.
I would completely agree.
Okay.
So let's bring it in the beginning part of the budget.
When
Because
we're talking
technically
about capital
well, because
improvements.
One at a time. one at a time.
technically the budget itself for this year, it's not an issue because it's already budgeted for capital improvements. The debt would carry forward in years to come, but in order for all of you to make this decision, you have to understand the debt plan. And I get that. So maybe he's gone. So.
If you need him back, he was walking,
Okay, well, I'm just saying for your organization for the budget hearing, if we could go over that debt plan in the first meeting next week.
Yeah.
So this way we could, move on this. So, because there's we've got to get it started. if we're gonna
Yes,
get
that's
it
what we had
started.
planned to do last week when Mr.
Yes.
Detiniak was ill.
Thank you, Council President.
Yeah, just so everybody knows, in general and usually on a bond ordinance, the only money that is expended in the year that the bonds are approved and even issued is the down payment.
Mhm.
And that's usually 5%. And because the debt service does not begin until the following year.
Yep.
And any debt service that's owed between now and when the debt service is, when I say now, I mean when the bonds are issued, any debt service payment or principal of interest is preloaded into the issuance. So we will issue money to cover we will issue debt to cover the debts, the interest payments. This is bad. The interest payments until the following year. So this won't have a direct impact on our budget this year, except for the 5% down payment. But we still need to, that's still, the 5% down payment is going to be part of the budget. And we were going to discuss the debt repayment, the debt management plan at last week's budget workshop. We weren't able to do it, so let's try to bring it up next week.
I will speak to Mr. Teniak tomorrow.
Well, please use about a
Or
third,
later today.
a third fewer words than me because I couldn't talk. Sorry.
That's okay.
All right, I think we're at 2912.
Yes.
Sad thing is I understood.
Yes.
An ordinance amending chapter 11, section 3.4 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, license fees, maximum number. Is there a motion to introduce on second and final reading?
So move.
Second.
Oh, hold on, sorry. Okay, Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
Now is the time for the public hearing required by state law for proposed ordinance 2912-25. If anyone would like to speak at the public hearing, please come forward, be recognized by the chair, and you'll have up to 5 minutes to discuss this subject and only this subject. Is there anyone who'd like to speak? Seeing none, I close the public hearing.
Any council comments?
Any council discussion?
Make a motion to move the ordinance.
Thank you.
And second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
Yes,
The motion carries.
thank you.
Thank you. Now I can send my letters out tomorrow. 2919-25, an ordinance amending chapter 5, sections 32.3 and 32.8 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, police requesting towing and storage services. Is there a motion to introduce on second and final reading?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Now is the time for the public hearing on proposed ordinance 2919-25. Anyone who wishes to speak at the public hearing, please be recognized, come up to the speaking area, be recognized by the chair, and you will have up to 5 minutes to discuss this ordinance and this ordinance only. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at the public hearing on this ordinance? Seeing none, I close the public hearing. And ask my colleagues if they have any comment, discussion.
I do, Council President.
Please, go ahead.
So I'm going to ask Mr. Smeraldo, so shame on me. I talked to the chief today and I actually said, I have another question for you and I can't remember it. And this was it. Where do they want to put these? This is my issue. What facility, where, like, I still don't understand 3 miles from the geographical center of the town.
I believe what this is for, and I believe, and I apologize, I wasn't involved with this particular one because it's a police matter. But I know when we were dealing with one of our vendors, they have to be geographically centered to respond to Route 280 or wherever when they get awarded a section of territory to respond to like 280 or Garden State Park or things of that nature, besides towing for the individual municipalities. So I think what we're looking for is an advance for one of our towing companies here down the hill that may be moving, and we're trying to help them out. I think that's what it's for, but I apologize. I really don't know.
So
I just don't know where they're looking to locate because we've tried other places to find it. It's not in West Orange, right? We're trying to get it geographically close. So this way, if we have to tow a car out of our borders, it's within the center of that area. So
Well, I guess my issue is I don't want to just say yes unless I know where you're looking to put it, because it's not, it won't be in West
That's what the
Orange.
chief said at
Yeah.
the last meeting. I remember that.
I wasn't here at the last meeting, so I can't.
But 3 miles from the center of town isn't that still in town?
I
Looks
believe
pretty
he said it
big.
was not going to be in.
I know, that's why I didn't understand the 3 miles from the center
Oh,
of town.
Oh.
Because I look at our center and anywhere you go, you're still in town
Yeah,
with 3 miles.
So what's the downside? If
The
we-
downside is if it's like someplace we don't want a towing site.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, big thing is good.
nightmares on Main Street, like it's,
Yeah, but I do recall him saying it was not going to be in West Orange.
he did, but then this doesn't make sense. This just doesn't make sense to me. I'm not sure if we could get a better clarity of it or.
We could, it isn't
I mean,
something
but-
that has to be done right at this time of night. We could
Yeah.
table it and I could get the information. for
Yeah,
you.
could you? I feel a little bit better.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. You,
I've never done so many correction notices in my life.
I'm only asking because I believe Madam Clerk
Well,
is
I'm sorry,
correct.
These are. a
No, no,
problem Because
it's.
like if you look at the ones we have on Main Street, like, you know, across from that 410 Main Street,
Mhm.
there's like.
The one thing I will tell you
He's
that,
coming
the
out
one
of
thing I will tell you, we were, when we were looking for other places for some of our businesses, there's nothing around in town that we could do anywhere in our, and I, that would be, it may have to go out of town, yeah.
What are you gonna do?
We just get you to speak into the.
Yeah,
mic.
so if you
Thank
get your car towed, unfortunately, sometimes you may have to go out of town, but it's better than it's sitting in
Yeah, I wasn't involved with this one
like
and I
on
wasn't
Pleasant
here at the
Valley Way
last
or
meeting,
Main,
so I can't
another
give
one
you,
on Main Street.
I can't give you a definitive answer on that. So I'll find out from the chief.
Okay,
All right? If that's what your pleasure is.
that is my pleasure. Thank you. Sorry, Madam Clerk.
That's okay.
So it sounds like we need a different motion.
Yeah, you need a motion to table.
So I'm gonna make a motion to table if my colleagues would support that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, second.
Second.
Okay, so let's see. Motion to table. Okay, Councilwoman Castellino to table,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes,
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries to table. All right. 2921-25 bond ordinance providing for various 2025 capital acquisitions and improvements by and in the Township of West Orange, appropriating $635,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $605,600 bonds or notes of the township to finance part of the cost thereof. Is there a motion to introduce on second and final reading?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, is there a second?
I will second to continue discussion.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
No.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
no,
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
The motion fails.
Okay. So does this one move to that category of budget discussion for my colleagues?
I think it does.
yes,
Is that okay with you guys?
yep.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Now, we have one left. 2925, an ordinance amending chapter 25, section 11.10 of the revised general ordinances of West Orange, outdoor cafes in the B1, B2, and PC districts. Is there a motion to introduce on first reading?
I introduce on first reading.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino to introduce.
To introduce, yes.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes,
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, now here's the hard part.
Okay.
Making my
So-
brain work at
all
1
right.
a.m.
So I did a little bit of editing on this ordinance, which I do not think significantly changes the meaning in any way. We had a problem throughout the ordinance that we were referring to outdoor cafes and sidewalks. And it seemed like the problem was that the term outdoor cafe was not defined. So I added in a definition. And I'd like that to be in this ordinance so that we don't have to refer each time to outdoor cafe and sidewalks. Are there any questions on that issue?
No, I'm just looking for the one we had.
Okay, so the ordinance that was presented to us by legal was an ordinance with the wrong number and actually referring to fines. These changes don't refer to fines. They have to do with uses. So that was important to correct.
Councilwoman, I don't
Yes.
know what you have, but I have one that says 2925 from administration. That was from last packet.
2925.
This is what we're looking at.
I got the same thing. It was something totally different.
This was from our last packet,
Yeah.
because we didn't do this last time.
Yes, but read the purpose of it.
But I'm just saying that we did have
Okay,
an
so
ordinance. That's what I'm saying. This is why I'm really confused now, because this 2735-23 is something that, like, the one that legal gave us that I thought was.
oh, it was corrected. Okay. Yep.
2925-25. And they took the recommendations. So this says the purpose, well, let's say definition, the portion to outdoor cafes and B1, B2, but our cafes.
Under the purpose, it says the purpose of this ordinance is to modify the fines set in chapter 25. So what they did is they plucked out that ordinance and used the same language, whereas the purpose of this ordinance is not to modify the fines, but to modify the uses set forth in chapter 25, section 11.10.
Access for response personnel must be allowed to the main entrance.
I think it was just an oversight.
And accidental. oversight.
Yes,
No, I
Unintentional.
that too.
I don't know where this came from. So, no, I'm just looking at A, adequate access and order to provide adequate access for emergency. You got two different things. You have what they approved out of legal, which is close, but yet it's still not close to what you have on this one.
On this one, I made some editing changes, so it's not going to look exactly the same. But I'm going to go through the editing changes so that we can be clear on whether or not it's substantive or not.
Well, so if I could jump in and clarify, this is the first reading, so we can change anything you want, but you need to make a motion for it. It needs to pass.
Okay, so
No, but the one I have that I got in my packet was this one, which should be on the website.
Yeah, so you should work off of whatever is in the packet and on the website, and then make motions to change that to anything you want to change to it.
okay.
What they're doing is.
So, yes, but you should go through this and make a motion for any changes from this you want to add to the.
Right, that's what
Or
I'm,
change, like, don't just say, we're gonna do this and try to move the whole thing. You
right.
should go through this line by line and make whatever.
Okay,
changes you want.
so the first,
If the changes are legal,
I mean, I won't be able to give advice on that.
right? So.
Yeah, like this.
he
says
just
the-
said that you can make any changes you want within the first
But we
reading.
have
But
to make
in
sure
terms
that
of
they're legal.
If it violates
changes.
some other law that says you can't have a. outdoor
Okay, well,
something
that-
or other, I can't review like whether the change itself is gonna violate some other law. But
Okay,
whether you can make them tonight, you can make them.
okay. So clearly this ordinance doesn't refer to fines. It refers to, it deals with uses. So I would like to make a motion to change that one word from fines to uses.
So does everybody have this mystery ordinance? Because I don't think I have. This is the
No,
one
I don't have it.
This was in our last.
Councilwoman Castellino is holding up. And when you say our last packet, you
This
mean
current-
from April
this
22nd?
This package,
Oh, current packet.
Yeah.
You should have it in front of you.
2925-25.
At 2926.
Mine says second reprint, Senate number 3608, State of New Jersey. I don't have it. I have something else.
2925-25. Everyone should have in front of them tonight.
Okay, this is what I have. This has that ordinance number on.
Yeah, but that goes with it. You should
Oh.
have the ordinance as well.
I have 2926.
Got that.
So before that one.
I was looking at that. I can't figure
All
out.
I have is this second reprint with a bunch of stuff highlighted in yellow.
That went along with the ordinance.
Again, I don't think I have. ordinance.
Now, I don't have my entire packet. So
Is this one
That is what the state passed. Councilwoman,
Okay.
that is what the state passed, and that's the basis of creating this one.
Now we got three.
No, that's
Yeah.
that's not ours. That is the
That's
state
the-
regulation on outdoor cafes.
Okay. Purpose of
It
this
went
order
in front of that.
Right.
is to
Do you want to look
modify
at
the-
mine? Because I pretty much,
yeah, why don't
Have
I
it.
just sort of hang with somebody?
okay, so
purpose
if
of-
you want to.
Okay.
That way you don't have to mess with it.
Just look at this.
Okay, so do you have the ordinance in front of you?
So, yeah, so.
All right,
it's
so the
purpose-
first thing is just to correct a minor error, which says the word fines, it should be uses.
And who is tracking these changes to make to the ordinance? Is that something the clerk does,
We're
the lawyer?
25.
Who makes who keeps a record of these changes?
Well, see, I could keep a record, but my concern is there may have been a reason why legal put fines in as opposed to uses. And we don't know that.
It was based on the prior ordinance which regulated fines.
Well,
This
here we
does
go.
not regulate fines. This regulates uses.
Okay, but pretty much the first paragraph here from what we have of 2920, what I would recommend us to do, being that this came out of legal. We take this that you did and mark up the one from 2925 for Karen. And then,
That's what that is.
but no, you have different, like, you have like a necessity that's never changed in socioeconomic climate. This doesn't have that, which is fine. I mean, so we got to pick and choose
No,
or
Well, all of that is what she is indicating is the change.
no, but this isn't this, you kind of get this somewhere else, Councilwoman, because this isn't highlighted.
Well, wouldn't it be that after we make these changes, we just show it back to legal and let them do it?
Well, I would say, why don't we send this, perhaps table it tonight, send this to legal to incorporate into here. And let them review what's legal, what can be done, what can't be done. Because you might be making meaningless votes that aren't.
Well, here's what we could do because of the process, which requires us to discuss it in new business, which is where we are now. Perhaps Councilwoman Rudin could go over all the changes and that would certify that we have discussed this and we have discussed the changes. And then when it gets to legal, there won't be the issue that we haven't discussed it yet.
B1, B2.
Right.
You wanna add
Personally, if this
this?
is going to delay it another 2 weeks,
Exactly.
I would rather just vote on it as is, even though I feel that there are some.
Well,
Mistakes
just so you know, this is a chapter 25 ordinance, so it has to go in front of the planning
Yeah,
board.
got
Yes,
Where we can,
good.
yeah, so,
It's
Yeah,
gonna
that-
be even more time.
right, exactly. That's,
So that's why I was trying to clean it up, but if we can't, I don't understand. We've made very substantive changes in the past on first reading. And these are not substantive changes. So I remember when the tree ordinance came before us, during even the second reading, there were substantive changes made.
yeah, but
And there
we
was-
don't know because we're not attorneys, so we
Right,
can't
right,
determine
that's
whether
true.
or not there are substantial changes or not. So that's a concern of mine. You may not think that they're substantial, but legally they may be.
Just to clarify again, I apologize for jumping in. Whether or not they're substantial doesn't matter at this point. It's just whether the change, like, I don't know if defining outdoor cafe a specific way is going to violate some state law about outdoor cafes that's going to conflict with this. That's what the issue is here is if we make these changes, nobody's reviewed these to make sure that they don't violate some other law.
Okay, so then I will make a motion to pass this on first reading as is, even though I think.
Well, I'm gonna
do better.
I'm gonna tell you why, because some of this is
We already voted.
makes sense, like. It says by fire, like they added in on the township side, the outdoor serving area as defined by township fire regulations, which you don't have in yours, so. I think staying with this copy and adding the changes here,
Which one are
are
you saying that I
this-
don't have on mine?
this one.
But what letter number are you saying I don't have?
So if you turn on the second page of yours on, A, you have there, you cross out by township fire regulations, must be. So in other words, the town put adequate access for emergency response personnel must be allowed to the main entrance of the serving establishment from the outdoor serving area as defined by township fire regulations. And then you cross that last part out, defined by township fire regulations.
Well, in the first one, it did not specify the number of feet that must be cleared.
The township fire regulations would have that in there. Right.
Okay, well, that's an easy way to be very clear to the residents.
Council President, can I make a suggestion that
Yes,
we
I was thinking about a suggestion too, but please, let's hear yours.
send both these back to legal? We already voted to pass it on first reading. Send these to legal tomorrow, let them review it,
Well-
let them implement anything that can be implemented.
Well, let's help her here. So this outdoor definition here, this could go in here, this first page. This is pretty much, this first page is done. The meat of this is his second page. So when you get down to the time, and I had a question for you because when you talk about you start at 12 PM noon. Like, you look at places like breakfast places, like Harper's Cafe, people that may just have something out on the street. Or like they would want to eat outside earlier than 12 noon.
That's true.
So we have to account for that. And then under K or J rather, the use of any sound amplification device on sidewalk or outdoor cafes is prohibited. But whenever amplified sound music is being played inside an establishment with outdoor cafe. So I just want to make sure we could do acoustic guitars out there, because even with they may not have an amplifier. Like you want, I'm not opposed to light music in certain.
No, as long as there's no amplification.
So there should be a definition what is, because sometimes the guitar guys come with a little
No,
plug.
no amplification.
Yeah, but
They
if
have to
it's
put
done the
that-
right way, it's not an issue.
You have to draw the line.
So there goes your downtown restaurant there, please.
No, it doesn't. Because anything that has a permit from the township is exempted from this.
For a special event.
Right.
No, but like when you go to Montclair and they're having dinner outside, they sometimes have light music. Like there's nothing wrong with that.
But
That's
that can be granted through a permit. And that's perfectly fine. But that's not part of this ordinance, because that's not a cafe. This has only to do with cafes. The
Well,
other.
some cafes are actually, they have seating in the front. Like, for example, if you wanted to put a couple of chairs and has wait service out front at, what's, the old, Oak Barrel, Castle Rock. He has room because he has a big sidewalk.
Extension of premises there.
Yeah, he has extension premises. So if we wanted to put light guitar out there.
No, there's no amplification of music. This is the same code that Hoboken has. It's not permitted. Playing a guitar outside for a few people is not a problem. Having a sound system is a problem, especially in the B1 zones.
All right, I gotta think about this. All right, I think what we should do is we gotta get this.
Finish that sentence, please.
Like, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I can't think.
Yeah, can we send it to legal?
I don't
Well, it
want,
did bounce back from legal. He did incorporate her changes on this one. There's a lot of green in here.
no, those are
The
his.
use
cha-
of
that's
any
not-
sound amplification device on sidewalk or outdoor cafes is prohibited. He put that in there.
Right, but that's
not seen this.
right, but legal
No, no.
added a lot of things that we didn't discuss.
Okay, so what on here? So go by this copy. What do you want off?
I just wanted to just make it a little bit, the edits are so minor that it's hardly worth a discussion. But if,
Oh, yeah, then what have we been doing for the last 25 minutes?
well, that's why I'm saying this is just editing. It's not, it adds a definition. And I thought that the definition would make the ordinance read a little better. But because this could be delayed, I am willing to just take it as is and pass it as is.
Yeah, but we can't, we,
On first reading already.
yeah, we
So,
passed it off.
so
first
that's
reading.
fine. Just leave it the way it is.
But I still think
Yes.
that we should send this to legal.
As
and
long
have-
as, that's fine.
Right, and
Yes,
have
as long, they may be interested in incorporating some of the
Right,
language.
Exactly. So
Okay.
at
and
least
we-
give the opportunity.
Okay, what time do you want to go for the breakfast time? Like,
What time do they serve?
I would think breakfast would be,
I mean, you want to have an outdoor cafe starting at 8 AM?
Well, the
Ten.
new diner serves
Yeah.
breakfast. They're open till 6.
yeah, if they put something outside on their sidewalk.
We are sending.
That
That's
they
where the
could-
sidewalk starts narrowing.
Both of them.
That's where the sidewalk
There,
starts.
there has to be, they have to get a permit to have an outdoor cafe,
Yeah, well, this is the ordinance.
right? But you're saying that they currently have outdoor?
They don't right now, no,
Right.
but if they wanted to,
The noise ordinance.
that's what I'm saying,
Yeah,
like, we're
as long
trying,
as it's
we're trying to have like a,
No.
I don't want a dead downtown, I want a vibrant downtown, not a crazy downtown, so
Right.
we have to meet
Okay,
somewhere in the
so-
middle on
So
all
what,
this
what
stuff.
do you propose?
I propose I go to bed and talk, like, look at this in the morning, but
Well,
I,
your point is that you want to be able to have breakfast
yes,
outside.
yeah, so we need a
So-
time,
9 o'clock?
that sounds fair.
Okay.
Maybe you do 8 o'clock. Most people who have jobs don't come to eat outdoors breakfast at 9.
No, they usually do it for brunch. or
They
whatever, but-
grab,
They grab and go, yeah.
so it's not a problem. They're not sitting
Yeah,
outside.
no.
This is for people who are staying.
Remember Sweet Basil's when they were up on,
Sure.
yeah, they were lovely and they had the outdoor, they would have been, they were open for breakfast. Yes, they're in Livingston. They left us.
Okay, so, Councilwoman, Castellino just made a
Amendment, I guess, right?
change.
Yeah. Okay,
Oh, wait a minute. I need to know what it was, so that.
so it's under J.
And then
Yeah, we
it
did.
needs to pass.
So that's what I need to know.
As of right now, we haven't made any motions to change anything, right?
So what is the motion?
Councilwoman Castellino, what did
I think it's, wait, is it J? Any permit issued by shall designate the hours of operation of any sidewalk after outdoor cafe shall not exceed the hour of 12 AM, 12 PM noon. So letter J should read 8 AM noon, 8 AM,
8 AM, we just decided.
oh,
nine.
9.
Okay.
9 AM to, says here 10 PM.
Okay, since amendments are being made, I'd like to make an amendment.
Sure.
Wait, before we do that, we need to do the motions one at a time.
Yeah.
So now that we know the edit that Councilwoman Castellino is offering, now we have to have a,
A motion in a second.
yes,
Change.
Since it's
So we're
your-
changing 12 noon to 9 AM, correct?
on section J, yes.
Right.
Paragraph J.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I make a motion.
Second,
second it. I'll second it.
Too late.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
I'm starting to fall asleep.
I know, me too. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac?
yes.
Okay, the motion carries for the amendment.
Okay, I'd like to make an amendment to point C. It says in here the word may, some formal space delineation, such as it says removal. That's a mistake. You don't have a removal fence. It's a removable. So make that,
Okay.
that's a correction. Removable fence, instead of the word may, I'd like to put the word shall
Okay.
be required. And it's not, good night.
Good night.
The word is not during, shall be required during outdoor. It's just shall be required, take out the word during, for outdoor cafes operating in a parking lot. That's really what it should say. That you have to have a delineation. If you're in a parking lot, you want to protect the people who are eating in
Yeah.
a parking lot, so you should have a formal delineation.
So say from the beginning.
So,
he knows
so
the
it
whole
should
thing.
say some form of formal space delineation, such as a removable fence shall be required for outdoor cafes operating in a parking lot. You don't need a removable fence for people who are eating outside of Harper's Cafe, but you do need it in a parking lot where.
Shall be required. Say that again, shall be required.
Shall be required for outdoor cafes operating in a parking lot.
Well, I think you should just put the cafe area because there are removable apparatuses. It may not be a fence, but there's these screens that are barriers that can be put on the sidewalks very easily.
Right, they can, but do you want to mandate it for sidewalks? Because this is only mandating it for parking lots where I thought
Well,
cars could be.
so just so you know how it works with the parking lots, it would be more of a sturdier structure. So it has to get approved. So those structures have to get approved through zoning. Like when we did all the outdoor cafes during COVID, the metal barriers were purchased and put out to give them the outdoor cafe spaces. So the parking lots probably won't happen right now because it would have to be a zoning dedicated area.
But we currently do have parking lots that are being used. Fortissimo is using a parking lot. We
Not-
used a parking lot.
That was during COVID.
That was COVID. COVID's
Yeah.
different than now. Like, for example, Mama Dag's had to put up a permanent structure.
Right.
Because COVID's over. That's out the window. So the only thing that the zoning officer will probably allow on the sidewalks is like little tables, like right in front if there's a partition. But if it's in the parking lot, that all had to get approved. The police chief had to go with Janice, our director, to make sure it was safe because the parking lot, you have cars, so.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's different now that COVID's over. That's all.
But we just had a parking structure put up in a parking lot that did not
Well,
have.
that was from COVID and it never came down and it should have came down. That
No,
was
they
a
were just
COVID.
putting it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
So I'd like to make a motion to make those changes.
Okay, so I'm still confused because I don't see anything about a parking lot here.
I know, I'm adding that. Shall be required for outdoor cafes operating in a parking lot. Because this is only talking about sidewalk space.
Shall be required to a cafe.
Right, so you're getting rid of everything that talks about the
Well,
sidewalks.
yeah, you should keep that in there too. And you need to put both in there.
Okay, shall be required for outdoor cafes operating in a parking lot and sidewalk space.
Yeah, this is getting very confusing. It's 1:15 in the morning and I have a headache, so it's.
I have headache medicine if you want, ibuprofen.
Yeah, no.
I've already taken 3.
Councilwoman Rudin, can I just ask you to send me the amendment tomorrow? Because I keep writing, erasing,
Sure.
writing, erasing, so I'd rather
Yeah,
just.
clean up
Yeah.
C for her.
So-
Mhm.
And then we have to vote
Okay.
on that amendment.
Okay.
So I heard the amendment. Just give me this. So Councilwoman Rudin, you're going to make the motion.
Okay, the motion is to change some of the language in C to correct. Do you want me, should I go through what the corrections are?
Yeah, just
Okay,
for the
so that
record.
the word removal, I think it was a typo. It was supposed to be removable
Okay.
fence. And remove the word may and make it shall be required for outdoor cafes and sidewalks. Or, no, I'm sorry, for outdoor cafes operating in a parking lot and on sidewalks.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac?
Yes.
Okay, I have an amendment to D, and I promise not to drag this out too much longer. The amendment to D is, it currently reads outdoor or patio type furniture must be used. Upholstered furniture is prohibited.
Yeah,
So,
that's in there.
so I want to make a change to that so that it says outdoor or instead of must, to use the word shall.
Okay.
And where it says upholstered furniture is prohibited, what we're really prohibiting are couches. We're not prohibiting a cushion on a
But
chair.
cushions are removable.
Right, but this
But
is
she
talking
doesn't
about,
want to leave it outside because then it gets wet and disgusting.
we're only talking about fully upholstered furniture is not, is prohibited.
So put fully upholstered.
Yeah, add the word
Which we're
fully.
doing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so that's it.
So cushions are
Okay.
welcome.
Excellent.
So is there a second on that change?
Second.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, quick question. For E, it says street outdoor furniture or furniture must be removed into the serving establishment when the outdoor cafe is not open for business. Why?
Where's that?
Right.
E,
The street furniture.
yeah,
So I know when Castle Rock last summer had their high tops and chairs out, they had to pull them in close to the building.
right. But if you go to Montclair, they have lots of cafes and they just leave their outdoor furniture out overnight. They don't have to pull it in every
I
night.
guess it depends. I don't know.
I'm just saying, why do we need that? Why are we requiring small businesses to pull their furniture?
So it doesn't blow into the street at night.
They don't do it in other towns. They leave the furniture out. You know, the furniture isn't plastic chairs.
I
Jen?
guess we could deal with that if it became a problem, couldn't we?
People
What,
could steal it.
yeah, they
In other
could,
words, like, it's a burden for them to bring them in all the time, but if it became a problem, where they were blowing away and stuff, I think we can deal with that separately,
yeah,
couldn't we?
why should we be requiring small business owners to do that?
Well, we don't know the reason they put it in there, so we might want to question.
Question it. Yeah, it's a question.
We could always, we could pull that out. I don't think that's substantive if we pull it out, but let's question it first. If it's a safety or.
Okay. All right. I think I've, as they say in Yiddish, straight everybody's cup enough. And
I think we did great
move
work.
on.
Thank you, Joyce.
My cup
Thank
has
you.
runneth
Councilwoman.
over.
Yeah, I appreciate it because I know it takes time to read all this and I don't have that kind of time and I appreciate the time you've been spending.
Okay. So. Are we on new business now?
I believe we are out of business.
Okay.
We're on new business.
We're on new business? Okay, so, sorry. Um,
There's nothing on the agenda for new business.
I know, but we have to discuss something under new business. Because I was told that this has to be discussed by legal,
For the
so,
noise ordinance.
yes. So, the council, agreed last time to put up a noise ordinance this time. We each, gave in our comments. I compiled it and sent it into legal. And then was, told by legal that we had to discuss everything again. For some reason, so, we'll discuss everything again, even though we discussed it last time.
I think that's good, because there's some things, I know it went, Councilwoman Scarpa brought it up, and Ms. Brill at the Economic Development Commission, and they had comments, and my downtown meeting is until next week, I think. So I haven't got a chance to get their feedback, but a few of them told me they wanted us to go to 10 o'clock.
And that already was in there.
Okay, it was, okay.
So we're in agreement. Anything else?
But 10 o'clock on a weeknight in the business area, is that really fair? There should be different hours between,
Well, later on the weekend, 10 and 11, they
What-
wanted to go 12 actually on the weekend, but that's. And it's not to say they can't have noise inside their establishment, it's just what rolls outside.
okay, so right now, what we have, the changes that I guess we need to discuss. Let me just pull up Mr. Trank's letter on noise and all of the questions that I did send back to him, and everybody was copied on that. And I'm so sorry to take your time, but this is what he is asking us to do. I felt that we already did this.
That's okay. Put all your docs on.
I'm sorry.
You could sign all your things for that.
It's here, but one of the things you have to do is sign the certification that we've looked at the audit.
Yeah.
So have we, you,
It's in there.
right, but I figured we'd all sign the same paper,
Yeah,
this paper?
yep.
So whose paper?
It's on the resolution.
Oh, you signed it already?
Are you talking about the big thing you had on the table?
Yeah,
I put it over here.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
So what do we do about Councilwoman Gavin?
I could get them another time.
Okay, I have the letter. First question. Do you want to change the hours for the noise ordinance from 11 PM until 7 PM, which currently exists, to 8 PM to 8 AM in the residential areas? And that is what we all agreed on, and I said yes.
No, but then we changed it because I said it's. Oh, in the
That's a residential area.
Residential.
Yes. That's what we all agreed on, and he's asking me this question. I'm saying
During the week?
during all the time, we should not, look, there are gonna be parties. That's gonna be an unusual happening, and everybody is tolerant and neighborly when there's a party or an event. But we're talking on a daily basis, there should not be noise after 8 o'clock. We all go home to have peace.
I agree, but you're gonna have a neighbor that's gonna have a barbecue.
That's fine. And once in a while, these things, they're not gonna be calling the police on a barbecue.
Madam Clerk,
Yes,
I do not see 136.
Police officer, he
Oh,
knows,
it's in the
he
back.
answers the
Okay.
calls.
Okay,
No.
so
Yes, it is.
if
I
we don't
would-
discuss this, this is not gonna get on next time. So we have to just
Council
say all these
President,
things on the record so that Mr. Trent can hear them again.
Okay, so
So what are you reading off of?
letter that he sent asking all of the
But
questions.
don't forget, we defined the noise ordinance to what, to decimals or?
No, we're not doing decibels because that would require us going to the state.
Right.
We're doing
that's
just
right.
ordinary and reasonable.
Oh, so if you hear some noise, yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Yes.
Give it to them.
So are we good on that?
Yeah, let's go to the
Okay.
next one.
Okay, next one.
I would make it 9 though on the weekends.
Second page, please.
Okay, so,
I don't have it in front of me,
Okay.
so, yeah,
All right,
I'm
I will
depending
add
on
that
you
in.
to, you know. fill that in.
9 on weekends, and what do you define as the weekend? Friday and Saturday?
Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
But Sunday's not really a weekend because Monday is a school day.
I don't know, Councilwoman, it's late.
Okay. Councilwoman Scarpa, what's the weekend to you?
To me, it's Friday and Saturday, but I'll go with whatever everybody agrees to.
Okay.
All
All right,
because people have parties at their house on Sunday.
right, but should they be going on till 9 PM? You want to say Friday, Saturday, and Sunday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Do you want to limit the plainly audible distance of 25 feet from any building or structure to 10 feet? We all agreed on that and said yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to limit excessive bass vibrations? We all said yes.
Yeah, we were
Yeah.
fine with that.
Okay. And then he went into talking about, yeah, for the purposes of this section, vibration perception threshold shall mean the minimum ground or structure-borne vibration motion necessary to cause a reasonable person to be aware of the vibration. Okay? Is that all right? That's a reasonable, he's saying that's the definition.
Okay.
And I'm saying, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Do you want to limit festivals and permitted events to occur only between 8 AM and 8 PM? And my response was no.
No.
This
No.
exempts festivals permitted or run by the township.
Absolutely. I
Okay,
agree.
okay?
Yes.
Do you want to create a different noise requirements for different zones? This ordinance implements a requirement for all businesses in B1 zones that includes installing soundproofing materials in walls, windows, or doors. Is your intention to retroactively affect existing businesses, or is this for new businesses only? And the answer to that is soundproofing is only if necessary. It is not a requirement. So if we have an establishment that is causing a problem, then it can be added on as something that can be implemented, but it is not a requirement for every business.
We should.
Seems fair to me.
Well, we should put something in there. If you are installing a DJ booth or that kind of equipment, then you have to have soundproofing.
We are not dealing with DJs in this. That's an entertainment issue.
Okay.
Okay, this is just
No DJs.
noise, but we're not dealing with DJ as a definition in here. So do you want to prevent businesses in B1 or RM zones to be restricted from playing music that is audible or felt through vibrations after 9 PM? And we had agreed yes. And does this include inside the premises? No.
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 Keep
going.
How will it be possible to dictate the vibrations? And I said, see definition, motion necessary to cause a reasonable person to be aware of the vibration. Okay. Then he's talked about, do you want to remove the words yelling and shouting and replace with hooting, whistling, or singing?
I like who.
No.
And I said, no.
I like yelling or shouting.
No, the words hooting, whistling, or singing should be removed and yelling and shouting should be replaced. I'm telling
Yes,
you, these
I
were
agree.
interesting. If the hour limitation is 8 PM to 8 AM, the effect would be that children would have to play quietly outside after 8 PM. At that point, I said, quiet outdoor play by children is generally not a problem. We're not
Yeah.
regulating the sound of children. This is an
Right.
absurd question.
Agreed.
And he's saying even in the summer after 8 PM, and I said, this is an odd question. Why would children playing outside be annoyed with it? We're talking about electronically amplified music, not children playing.
Right.
Most people don't
Nobody's
call-
going to complain about children playing.
Exactly.
Keep going.
You'd be surprised.
I had neighbors growing up that complained all the time.
Well, if it's very disturbing, then somebody.
just crabby.
Okay, yeah.
See, this is the problem. You don't want to create an ordinance that, because like, in my neighborhood, they call the police all the time because the houses are so close together. And, because people are so sensitive, so you just don't want to cause that kind of issue.
This is silliness, though. We're not really
Yeah.
talking about children playing
I
outside.
know.
Right.
You'd be surprised the phone calls they get.
It's true.
So what do you want to do?
I don't know, at the balance.
I say we change it if it becomes a problem. Any of this could be modified.
Okay, so the next issue is the proposed ordinance seeks to prevent loading or unloading of any vehicle or the opening, emptying, or destroying of bales, boxes, crates, garbage cans between the hours of 6 PM and 6:30 AM. Is this the intention? I said, yes. And he said, if so, what is the effect of someone attempting to take out their trash or recycling at night after 6 PM?
Nobody's going to complain about that.
And
Move
I
on.
said, we're talking about amplified music, not about ordinary activities of living. So some of these questions are just interesting, odd,
Well,
and
but
nobody complains about a neighbor taking out their trash at midnight.
But again, we've gotten some crazy complaints over the years. I'm telling you,
Okay, but
people.
you don't write an ordinance for the exception. You write it for the generalities, and we're talking about daily living
Yeah.
activities are not a problem.
Right. Let's move on.
Um,
I'm getting tired.
okay,
Mr. Fagan, excuse me, Councilwoman, how many people are still watching us?
114.
Really? No.
No, 60.
Okay.
wow,
bless you. Well,
wow,
16.
thank you, public, for caring about this. Okay.
Are we creating noise? We're 1:30.
Yeah.
We're 1:34.
The ordinance proposed seeks to prohibit all restaurants, bars, clubs, cafes, and fitness centers and all forms of beauty care centers to restrict playing music that is audible after 9 PM. Thus, even if indoor, this prohibition would apply. Is that the goal? And I said again, no, this does not apply to indoor music. This is what I circulated to everybody. And
Yeah, I
didn't
saw
get
it.
any feedback. It only
Yeah.
applies to music that is audible outside of the establishment. The proposed ordinance requires all outdoor dining to cease operations at 10 PM. Is this the goal? Yes. This follows Hoboken's regulation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
The proposed ordinance provides that the use of sound amplification devices in outdoor cafes is prohibited at all times. Is that the intent? Yes, again, following Hoboken's ordinance.
But that's for music.
Yes,
So
for
they're out-
amplification of music.
Yeah, so if they're outside just having a drink, it's fine.
That's right.
Okay.
Right.
An approved outdoor cafe, they can do that.
Right, but they shouldn't really be standing in an outdoor cafe. They should be sitting. And that's the problem with some of these. They become standing only, which is another change I wanted to make, but I didn't want to drag it out.
Again, you gotta be able to enforce this, and it's so hard. You're gonna have these poor police officers going crazy.
Not really, if they understand the law, then it should be easy to enforce.
Well, perhaps they have the choice. They can come to a council meeting and guard us and protect us, or they can razz stand-uppers.
Okay. And finally, it was not our intention to ask people to move their air conditioning units inside. He's asking if that was the intention, and of course not. That's the proposed ordinance does not impact homeowners with air conditioning units.
Well, so here's another thing I'm gonna tell you. There, we had one business. Actually, it was, who was it? It's the Foodery now.
Yeah,
what they were
predecessor.
called.
Yes,
And they had an issue with their, air conditioning was too loud.
yeah,
Their
it was,
I remember that.
HVAC.
yes.
And so you, there's
No, we're
reasons
just talking
why
about
he's asking.
homeowners with air
Okay.
conditioning
But
units.
I'm saying there are units that are clankety clank and super loud, so. Yeah.
Right, but those are large, this does
they
address
hoot.
large ventilation systems, but does not apply to individual homeowners who have air conditioning units. And that's
No.
what he was asking about, and this does not apply to that.
The major goal is not to have crazy amplifying music outdoors.
That's what this addresses.
Okay.
So I hope that
That
this
is
can
our
now be
intent.
brought on,
So can you re-email that to me and then?
re-email you the response that I sent to Mr. Trank?
Yes, so
With
that,
your changes, with the changes.
well,
we just
there
made.
are no changes because.
No, we changed sometimes just now,
Oh,
in the
okay.
beginning.
So, I mean, you don't have to do it right this second,
Sure.
but, you know, so I can send it to him and then it'll be ready for the next meeting. Is that it?
Yes.
I really was just clearing my throat. Could I get you to sign?
I'll make
You
that
agree that
motion.
that's necessary?
Is there a second?
Sign this?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Is there a second to adjourn?
Second,
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any
Good night.
motion?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to the city.
We are adjourned. Mr.
Good
Pink.
night.
Thank you.
I'm leaving. Thank you, Joy.
Thank you.